After a lot of consideration, and at the risk of disagreeing with Wyatt, decided to retreat to the safety of the timeless array formation covering the southern royal palace grounds. The rampage of the Six Devils and the damage to the southern capital was unavoidable. Right now, the only thing that mattered was to protect Dalton Wyatt at all costs from any that wished to harm him. And suddenly remembered the conversation she had with her mother this morning regarding Wyatt's protection detail. And, honey, your preparations for Wyatt's protection detail are enough, but there will come a time when you will have to act to protect Wyatt from himself. Do you understand what I am saying? And did not understand what her mother was trying to hint at back then, but now watching Wyatt recklessly hover in the air despite the city being surrounded by six devils and their demon army, not to mention the unknown number of enemies hiding in the dark, and understood what her mother was trying to say with words, saving Wyatt from himself. Right now, and felt as if Wyatt did not know fear, as she could not see the slightest hint of fear in his eyes. Instead, she found pure excitement in them. Yes, Wyatt appeared to be excited witnessing the arrival of six devils, and could not help but wonder, when did Wyatt develop suicidal tendencies? Was it when he faked his death? Regardless if he cared or did not care for his life, she did. Not just because of her feelings for him, but because his life represented the life of billions of people across the world. His well-being represented the well-being of billions of people across the southern region and beyond. Every breath he took was not just for him, but for the people of this world. He had to live so the people of this world could live a life worth living. Resolving her mind, and decisively came to a decision that regardless of what Wyatt thought, she was going to retreat him to the safety of the royal palace grounds. However, just when she was planning to order him and the team to retreat, while the other teams covered them, a deafening outcry interrupted her. "Dalton Wyatt, I have returned to collect your soul." Listening to the devil shout, and Jill and the 15 demigod teams were all shocked. Their eyes moved to the source of the sound, only to find a gray-skinned humanoid giant with a mohawk and boar tusks sticking out of its mouth, carrying a huge wooden hourglass containing golden sand on its back. Looking at the devil, and quickly began to bark orders. Team 4 to Team 15, form a group of 6 and deal with the 6 devils and their demon army with the support of the turrets. Teams 2 and 3 cover our backs from hostiles, while Team 1 guards our retreat back to the southern royal palace grounds. I think you should take a look at. Affirmative, Your Highness, Southern Emperor. All teams responded in unison, and flashed next to Wyatt. Grabbing his hand, she pulled, shouting, "Let's go." However, the next second and found that she was only holding Wyatt's detached arm, not the entire Wyatt. He had sacrificed his hand to escape her grasp, considering his incredible regeneration prowess, and was not worried by this, but she frowned seeing Wyatt not cooperate with her. So she yelled at him in frustration, "Wyatt, what are you doing? I am in charge of your security detail. You do as I say. Get back here. We are retreating to the royal palace grounds this instant." "What's the rush?" And the party just got interesting. "Stick around. Today we tell the world, Dalton Wyatt is nobody's property," Wyatt yelled as he looked at the hourglass devil, with his soul pupils feeling a similar demonic energy from it. The humanoid figure in black suddenly moved, alerting Teams 1, 2, and 3. However, seeing it was heading toward the devil and not Wyatt, they did not act, but decided to wait and watch. "Devil Merchant Ezra, this is not what we agreed on. Pick a vessel you like, possess it, kill the rest, and leave." Nearing the hourglass devil, the corpse puppet ordered it using its true name. "And who might you be to tell me what to do?" Devil Merchant Ezra questioned the corpse puppet with a deep frown. "It doesn't matter who I am. Just follow the summon contract, and we are golden." The corpse puppet, unlike Ada, did not care about addressing the devil with politeness and humbleness just to satisfy the devil's ego, but acted blandly as if this was just another deal. "Oh." Devil Merchant Ezra looked at the corpse puppet in disgust and threw a punch at it, saying, "I'm tired of this charade. I don't care about the summoning contract." Seeing the incoming giant fist, the corpse puppet released a noise while preparing to dodge the fist, but before it could react, it was blown to smithereens. Destroying the corpse puppet to bits with a single fist, the devil slowly retracted its fist, and with a deafeningly loud voice it announced, "I don't care about the rest of you. I am here for Dalton Wyatt's soul, and anyone who comes in my way, be prepared to meet your end." The demigods from the 15 teams of the Southern royal family were dumbstruck seeing the devil merchant Ezra kill the humanoid figure in black with a single punch. What's shocking about this was that none of them saw the devils first hit the humanoid figure in black. Yet, it was blown to smithereens before any one of them could react. The humanoid figure in black was not an ordinary opponent. It was able to destroy the city array, dodge thousands of soul energy projectiles aimed at it effortlessly, and enter the one with the world state physically. It was so strong that the entire team too had to think twice before engaging it in a decisive battle. Someone of that caliber was defeated by the hourglass devil merchant Ezra with a single punch, which they did not even manage to see connect with its target. All of the pits of their body were sweating a river with just the thought of going against such an opponent. Losing both her corpse puppets, Arnes had lost her eyes and ears from both the battlefields, the southern capital, and the dual gate dungeon. Now she could only depend on the narration of her teammates to learn about the progress on the battlefield. Losing 2 highest quality SSS rank corpse puppets was unexpected, but the rebellion of devil merchant Urza was shocking, especially considering that his strength was way stronger than what the central government had gauged. If they knew he was this strong, they would have asked Ada to summon another devil in his place. Arnes was frustrated, unable to understand how the devil Ezra destroyed her corpse puppet when she did not even see or feel his attack land on her. Was he hiding his strength from the get-go? And how come he was able to so blatantly breach the summoning contract and not face any backlash? Unless his true name was not Ezra, but something else. Does that mean that everything the central government knew about this devil was false? Devil Merchant Ezra was one of the oldest devils recorded by the central government, so its history was quite clear to them, but now all that seems to be false. How deep was this devil hiding? The million-dollar question here was, why would someone so cunning and calculative be willing to reveal himself now for the soul of an insignificant card master no less? Unless the devil considered that the soul of the card master in question was worth more than maintaining its cover that it had worked centuries to build. After a lot of contemplation, Arnes came to the conclusion that a soul valued so much by the devil must have something special about it. With this new development, Arnes had to make new changes to her plans, though the priority of her plan remained the same: to kidnap Dalton Wyatt. What the? Sansa, who was watching the central government's mistake unfold, almost cussed watching the SSS rank corpse puppet be defeated in a single move from the Mohawk devil carrying a huge hourglass on its back. However, what concerned her even more than the death of Arnes's corpse puppet was that the devil's actions were odd. Why would a devil from the Dark Realm be after Wyatt, a mere card master's soul? Was there something special about this soul that she did not know about? Considering Wyatt's performance so far, it was highly likely, since a devil of such caliber ignored so many demigod vessels and went after Wyatt's soul, meant it must be precious. The more Sansa tried to understand why the powerful Mohawk devil carrying an hourglass on its back would greed after the soul of a card master like Wyatt, the more she started to feel like there was a big secret related to Wyatt's soul. I think you should take a look at. Having learned that the World's Will was helping Wyatt to comprehend how to enter the one with the world state physically by granting him 2 enlightenments back-to-back through the memories of the empty beast, Sansa felt that her hunch about there being something special about Wyatt's soul was right. Getting this impression, Sansa grew eager to get her hands on Wyatt and explore his memories to understand the mystery of why a powerful devil from the Dark Realm was after his soul. She was more eager to make Wyatt part of her Paw clan than ever. As for her hatred for Wyatt's mother, she finally found the prize to let go of that hatred. This question wasn't just plaguing Sansa, but everyone in the Southern royal family and central government forces too. They could not help but wonder why such a powerful devil was after the soul of a card master. Nobody could understand why an existence like the devil from the Dark Realm even knew about Wyatt. Change of plans. Teams 6 to 15, split into 5 groups and handle the other 5 devils. Teams 1 to 5 protect Wyatt at all costs and retreat to the royal palace grounds, and barked new orders to demigod teams, seeing the situation change so fast, and thought the devils would blindly rampage and the conspirators would use this moment, when her forces were divided fighting the devils and their demon army, to try and capture Wyatt. Anne's deduction of the plans of the central government forces was spot on, but it did not matter because of the unforeseen variable known as Devil Merchant Ezra, which even the central government forces failed to predict and control. The unanticipated actions of the giant devil with a mohawk and a huge hourglass strapped to its back with a bulky golden chain had the situation spiral into the worst possible scenario. A scenario that no one was in control of, not even the central government forces who started this chain of events. Unlike N's previous assumptions, the devils were not rampaging, but the powerful one of them directly targeted their primary priority, Dalton Wyatt. It was one thing to retreat when the devils and their demon army were busy aimlessly rampaging, but now that one of them had set their sight on Wyatt, it would be very difficult for them to retreat while fighting off a devil. Wyatt, pissing off people in this world wasn't enough. You had to piss off a devil too? Jill said sarcastically as her apparition hovered next to Wyatt. Jill, is it my fault that people want to steal from me? This devil wants my soul while your father and his friends want my VR universe. Clearly, I am the victim here. Wyatt commented that Jill was blaming the victim. Are you calling my father a thief? Wyatt, for the last time, my father had nothing to do with this incident. In a way you owe him. Because if not for him informing me about the collaboration between the central government and Morningstar University forces, you would never be this prepared as you are now. Jill defended her father aggressively. Fine, I believe you, Wyatt said without giving it much thought because he was in no mood to argue with Jill when Devil Merchant Ezra's eyes were locked on him. Locking onto its target, the Mohawk Devil carrying a large hourglass on its back slowly moved toward it. This surprised the demigods and the rest, leaving them wondering why the devil was moving slowly instead of rushing toward its target. Did it want its prey to despair as it slowly approached it? As expected of a devil, indeed. Even in this situation, it dares to play and tease its prey. While considering the prowess displayed by the Mohawk Devil, it had what it takes to be arrogant and prideful. Fire. Seeing the devil move toward them at a not rushed but not too slow pace, and ordered the turrets to open fire on it. With Anne's order, thousands of soul energy cannons, each powerful enough to kill or mortally wound a demigod, aimed at the devil and opened fire at her signal. Seeing the humans begin their attack, the other 5 devils do not stand back and order their demon armies to commence the attack on the city. 5 devils and 6 demon armies rush to the city aiming for the turrets. However, the advance of each of the 5 devils was stopped by 5 groups made up of 2 demigod teams respectively. Feathered Devil Penna, the human face scaled snake devil, and the other 3 devils each were surrounded by the 10 demigods. At their peak strength, a decisive battle against 10 demigods would not be mortal to them, but now that their strength was sharply decreased by the worlds, they had to thread cautiously against them. This was why Feathered Devil Penna wanted to sacrifice the demon army and arrange a blood dome of darkness, temporarily turning the southern capital a part of the Dark Realm. This way not only would they regain their full strength, but the demigod's strength would be suppressed by the world's will, turning this decisive battle between them and the demigods into a one-sided slaughter. However, the ground underneath the city was refined into an array formation that prohibited demon sacrifices within it. So they could not sacrifice 2,100 demons of the realm's demon lord to the demon emperor to summon the blood dome of darkness. I think you should take a look at. And now, because of this one hiccup, the decisive battle of 5 devils against 50 demigods was looking in favor of the demigods. However, as long as they were careful and did not underestimate the demigods, they could come out on top. Apart from not being able to summon the blood dome of darkness, the devil with a mohawk bothered all 5 of the devils for not sticking with the plan. To be honest, they were mostly pissed at the Mohawk Devil because it had managed to breach the summoning contract using a false name and was able to do as it pleased in the card world. However, none of them dared to complain or voice their thoughts, seeing how strong that devil was. Yes, the Mohawk Devil's strength came as a shock to the devils too, and none of the 5 devils seemed to know the Mohawk Devil's true name. If not for the central government forces summoning them together with it, they would never have known that a giant devil with a mohawk existed. The Mohawk Devil walked leisurely toward its target with an hourglass strapped on its back using a bulky golden chain, not fearing the incoming thousands of energy projectiles aimed at it. However, just as the energy projectiles were 250 meters from it, in a fraction of a second, instantly, The slowly strolling Mohawk Devil appeared 250 meters behind the thousands of soul energy projectiles aimed at it. Then it peacefully proceeded toward its target, ignoring the thousands of soul energy projectiles that exploded behind it. Every demigod witnessing this scene held their breath for that fraction of a second, because both their eyes and spiritual sense were not able to register the movement of the Mohawk Devil. They did not know how the devil was able to move from 250 meters in front of the soul energy projectiles to 250 meters behind the soul energy projectiles in less than a fraction of a second. The thousands of projectiles were about to reach the Mohawk Devil in a fraction second. However, the devil managed to move 250 meters past it, which could only mean that it was way faster than the energy projectiles themselves. This meant that the Mohawk Devil had traversed 500 meters in total, while making it past thousands of soul energy projectiles in less than a fraction of a second. It was as if the Mohawk Devil had used an instant teleportation skill, which was impossible, as the 250 turrets were constantly disturbing the city's space, making it impossible for either the devils or demigods to use space rule or space skill. Even the 5 devils who witnessed the incredible feat pulled by the Mohawk Devil could help feel a sense of security, knowing that as long as they held off until the Mohawk Devil had its fun, then it would take care of all the demigods. Not to help them, but because the demigods were its prey. As devils themselves, they did not expect the Mohawk Devil to help them or plan to ask it for help. However, they knew that any devil would not be able to resist the temptation of 50 demigod souls. Therefore, they were confident that once the Mohawk Devil has achieved its goal, it will immediately take action against the demigods. It is at that time they need to select a vessel and escape, because 5 devil souls were also tempting for a devil as strong as that. These devils were not here to have a decisive battle with the demigods, but to find a suitable vessel and hide in the card world to fulfill their own agendas. One of them being starting their own cult in the card world to establish a constant supply of pure souls and special souls through sacrifices. Devils and demons don't just invade other realms for fun or just because they are bored. They do it for rare resources, pure souls, special souls, etc. However, collecting these resources while being suppressed by the world's will and hunted by local powers would be difficult. So, they start a cult in the said realm, where they give the fanatic believers small immediate benefits, such as lending their power for valuable offerings such as rare resources and souls. But establishing a cult in a foreign realm was easier said than done, especially with the world's will suppression and the local powers hunting them to please their world's will. The other realms' wills were not kind to invaders, especially devils and those related to them, making it hard for devils and demons to start a successful cult in other realms. As a solution to this problem, the devils came up with a new technique, dark vessel refining. The dark vessel refining technique was where a demon or a devil refines a native of the other realm to be their incarnation in the other world. This way their incarnations can access their full power in other worlds and do their bidding in the other world, making it easier for the devils and demons to establish their cults in other realms. The original plan of the 6 devils summoned by ABA in the southern capital was to erect a blood dome of darkness. Then each of them would select a suitable dark vessel to refine them into their incarnations in the card world, and kill the rest before scattering to the far reaches of the card world, so no powerful card apprentice could track and kill them to please their world's will. However, they could not erect the blood dome of darkness, yet they decided to proceed with their plan anyway, with a slight adjustment that they would help each other refine a dark vessel using the 6 devil battle formation before declaring war on all 75 demigods and 250 turrets. But this plan also failed before they commenced it, as the 6th devil, the one with the mohawk and a huge hourglass strapped to its back, chose to go rogue. If only the Mohawk Devil followed their plan, they all would have a vessel in the card world that would allow them to display their full strength without being limited by the world's will suppression. Then they would not have had to worry about taking on 10 demigods at a time. However, the Mohawk Devil had to show off and went off on its own. Without the Mohawk Devi, they were 1 devil short to use the 6th devil battle formation to fend off the demigods, while they one by one chose their dark vessels and created their incarnations. And now they who could have massacred the entire southern capital were left to defend, and by time, So once the Mohawk Devil was done having fun with its prey, then it would come after the demigods for their souls. I think you should take a look at. The five devils only saw their trouble and thought that the Mohawk Devil was so arrogant because of it, and never stopped to think that maybe the Mohawk Devil had troubles of its own. When finally the decisive battle between devils and the Southern royal family forces began, somewhere in the space of the southern capital, Henrix looked at the Mohawk Devil intently, especially the huge hourglass it was carrying on its back, as he blurted to himself in shock, "Time rule." The first time the Mohawk Devil used its time rule was when it destroyed Aaron's corpse puppet with a single punch. When it happened, there was nearly no disturbance in the time of the card world. So, even though Henrix suspected the devil used the time rule, he did not conclude hastily. However, he was certain that the Mohawk Devil was using the time rule when it dodged thousands of soul energy projectiles in less than a fraction of a second. Hendrix was not shocked that the Mohawk Devil was using the time rule, but over the fact that it was using the time rule in the card world, as the time of the Dark Realm and Card Realm was different. This meant the time rule and its meaning in the two realms were different. Because of this, the Mohawk Devil would have to deduce and adjust its time rule to the time of the card world before it could use its time rule in the card world. Just like how the Field Marshal had to deduce and adjust her space rule to the space of the Dark Realm to use the space rule inside the Blood Dome of Darkness. This was also the reason why the four devils summoned by Ada near the Dual Gate dungeon after setting up the Blood Dome of Darkness never bothered to disturb the surrounding space to stop the Field Marshal from using the space rule. However, when they realized that the Field Marshal was using the space rule, it was already too late. Now the questions that were plaguing Henrix were, how was the Mohawk Devil able to use the time rule in the card world so fast? And when would the Southern royal family's forces realize that the Mohawk Devil was using the time rule? If the Southern royal family's forces were slow to catch on to the truth, like the four devils killed by Field Marshal Heatsend, then their end will also be like the four devils. In any realm, time rule was a hard rule to master, even for the beings at the peak of the power realms, so it was rare to face opponents who have mastered time rule. Considering that facing off a devil was not common for regular demigods, let alone a devil with time rule mastery. Not to mention the time rule being different in different realms, so the demigods from the Southern royal family never stopped to think that maybe the devil was using the time rule. As things were unfolding right now in the Southern capital, it appeared the Southern family forces would not realize that the devil was using the time rule anytime soon. Henrix did care if the Southern royal family's forces would realize the Mohawk Devil was using the time rule or not. However, if he wanted to kidnap Dalton Wyatt, then his strongest contender was the Mohawk Devil. Time rule trick to deal with even for him. So he had to get rid of it fast, either by using the forces of the Southern royal family or understanding the trick to its fast adaptation to time rule in the card world. Henrix had strong reason to believe that the Mohawk Devil was able to adjust to the time of the card world because of the huge wooden hourglass the Mohawk Devil had strapped on its back. And its slow stride also had something to do with the hourglass. After observing the Mohawk Devil for a while, Henrix noticed that the slower the Mohawk Devil walked, the faster the sand fell from the upper section to the lower section. However, whenever it used the time rule, a certain quantity of sand from the lower section of the hourglass would magically return to the upper section. And when it stood still, the sand would stay still. Though Henrix has not exactly figured out what the hourglass on the back of the Mohawk Devil did, he had come to an assumption through observation the following. The sand in the upper section of the hourglass represents the time of the Dark Realm. The sand in the lower section represents the time of the Card Realm. The motion of the sand from the upper section to the lower section represented the Devil's time rule mastery adjusting to the time of the card world. The time taken for the Devil's time rule mastery to adjust with the time of the card world appeared to depend on its movement. The slower it moved, the faster the adjustment progressed, and the faster it moved, the slower the adjustment progressed. However, if it were to stay still, its adjustment would also come to a halt until it starts to move again. The Devil could use the time rule, while its time rule mastery adjusts to the card world's time, but it would face a penalty for doing so. The penalty was that the progress of the Devil's time rule mastery adjustment to the card world's time would regress, depending on how long the Devil used the time rule during adjustment. I think you should take a look at. Having made these assumptions, Henrix wondered why the devil did not bid its time to completely adjust its time rule using the hourglass and instead chose to announce a wan on the entire southern capital, declaring Dalton Wyatt as its target. Unless there were other conditions and prohibitions of the hourglass that the devil needs to adhere to. Either way, it was dominating the battlefield, and it appears if no other unexpected variables pop up, then the Mohawk Devil would be able to achieve its goal. Henrix was able to deduce the Mohawk Devil with a single glance. However, he could not understand what Dalton Wyatt was up to standing in the center of the battlefield. Henrix knew Wyatt was ignorant enough to believe the Southern royal family's forces would be able to protect him. So Henrix could not help but wonder what it was that gave Wyatt, a card master, confidence to stand amidst the battlefield of devils and demigods and smile with a look of excitement in his eyes. Right now, Wyatt did not have any bearing of a genius scholar like Luna and the rest of VR Universe fanatics described him. Instead, he looked more like a battle-crazed madman who loved to get high on adrenaline. The Henrix had successfully schemed and killed one of the masters of the organization running the puppet central government without anyone suspecting him of it. Was able to climb the ranks of that very organization while starting a rebel army against the organization from within it. And could deduce the trick of the Mohawk Devil after a few minutes of observation, but was unable to understand the game plan of a Cardmaster Realm teenage card apprentice, Dalton Wyatt. Yes, Henrix believed that Wyatt had a game plan here. Someone capable enough to climb from the identity of an unknown orphan in a third-rate city in the backwaters of the southern region to a VVP of the Southern royal family living in the royal guest palace. Number one would not risk their life without a game plan. Henrix wrecked his brain, but he could not deduce Wyatt's game plan. Henrix soon stopped figuring out Wyatt and continued to further deduce the strength of the Mohawk Devil and hourglass on its back, knowing that he would have to fight against it if he planned to kidnap Wyatt in its presence. Wyatt, let's go. And Jill stressed simultaneously. Seeing that the Mohawk Devil effortlessly dodged the thousands of energy projectiles, they understood that the Mohawk Devil was on another level compared to all other devils and demigods present in the southern capital, meaning they were not a match for the Mohawk Devil. In the face of such a strong enemy, the only option that came to their mind to protect Wyatt was to retreat to the southern royal palace grounds as fast as possible. Unfortunately, Wyatt did not follow their arrangement and patiently waited for the devil's arrival with excitement in his eyes. Your Highness, permission to use against Dalton Wyatt. Seeing that the Southern Emperor was not able to get Wyatt to cooperate, and the devil closer to them with every passing second, the leader of Team 1 asked and permission to use force to take Wyatt back into the Southern Royal Palace grounds. You dumbass, if we retreat to the Royal Palace grounds, then we will be risking the life of everyone within the Royal Palace grounds. Do you see the hourglass on the back of the devil? It is a relic with time-related abilities. Wyatt blatantly scolded the demigod for not figuring out that the Mohawk Devil was using time rule. Being called a dumbass by a teenage card master, the leader of Team 1 did not get mad as he decided to focus on the second part of Wyatt's harsh words to him. He immediately looked at the hourglass strapped on the Mohawk Devil's back and intently scrutinized it, but he could not feel any time rule from it, not to mention he did not feel any disturbance in the card words time too. Reaching this conclusion, he didn't immediately dismiss Wyatt's words. Instead, he looked at Wyatt and asked, "Are you sure? I don't sense any time rule or disturbance in time." The reason the leader of Team 1 confirmed with Wyatt once again was because the Mohawk Devil using the time rule would put things into perspective and explain its actions so far. However, common sense dictated that considering the amount of time it has been since the devil was summoned to the card world was not long, the devil's time rule mastery couldn't adjust to the card world's time so fast regardless of how high its mastery of the time rule was. That was why the demigods did not bother to point out that the devil was using the time rule in attacks. Not that they were embarrassed of being wrong, but that was just common sense. You are not able to sense any time rule power from it because of the bulky chain strapping the hourglass to the devil's body. The chain seems to be made of some special type of material that absorbs any type of rule power and grows heavier. Wyatt explained to the 25 demigods that were protecting him. The reason Wyatt was going easy on the demigods with his words this time was that if not for his soul pupils, he too would not have noticed the oddity with the chain strapping the hourglass to the Mohawk devil's back. However, the demigod's close-mindedness still ticked him off. Can't they just think for themselves that devils from another realm might be carrying items and using skills unknown to them, and be prepared to face anything? Listening to Wyatt's explanation, the demigods glanced at the golden chain strapping the hourglass to the back of Mohawk Devil's body. However, they could not sense it absorbing rule energy. However, they did sense the change in the weight of the golden chain every time the Mohawk Devil took a step. If Wyatt had not specifically mentioned that the chain gets heavier every time it absorbs the time rule, then they would not have bothered to try and sense the weight of the chain. Right now, the Mohawk Devil was using the chain like a belt. In a decisive battle, who wastes time weighing the belt of their enemy? If not for his soul pupils pointing out the peculiarity of the chain, even Wyatt would not have bothered to do so. I think you should take a look at. I couldn't sense exactly what you said from the chain, but there is indeed something strange with it. Its weight keeps increasing with every step the devil takes. So, I will choose to believe you for now. The leader of Team 1 was not able to confirm that the chain was helping the devil mask with its use of time rule power by actually absorbing any form of leakage and a sign of time rule power being used. However, he was able to confirm the change in the weight of the chain as Wyatt said. So he decided to trust Wyatt's words that the hourglass strapped to the back of the Mohawk Devil was an extremely rare time-related relic. How are you able to tell that the hourglass is a time-related relic and the chain was a special item when the rest of us demigods could not do it? The leader of Team 3 asked Wyatt. The other demigods also intently stared at Wyatt, waiting for an answer. Listening to the question, Wyatt frowned and said, "Now is not the time to talk about that. Tell me you guys have some measures against the time rule." When Wyatt said this, all the demigods present looked at each other before turning to Anne, who said, "Wyatt, the time rule is not easy to counter unless one is well-versed in the time rule themselves." What Anne indirectly meant was that there wasn't a single card apprentice who had time rule mastery among the demigods present. Now that was very apparent when none of them could tell that the Mohawk Devil was making use of the time rule. There has to be an item or some sort of array we can use against the Mohawk Devil's time rule mastery? Wyatt asked, and with hopeful eyes, only to see her dejectedly shake her head without answering. That was when a demigod pointed out, "We have the timeless array formation covering the southern royal palace grounds. Within it, the devil will not be able to use the time-related relic or its time rule mastery. All 25 of us can surround it and then defeat it. No. By doing that, we will be risking the lives of the royal family. So be grateful that I am not punishing you for coming up with such a stupid idea." The leader of Team 1 thundered at the demigod. Knowing putting the royal family in harm's way was a capital crime punishable by death. So the leader of Team 1 was not kidding when he warned the demigod who came up with the stupid idea to trap a snake in the henhouse. Doesn't he know the snake will eat all the eggs? He didn't. Otherwise, he would have kept such a stupid idea to himself. None of us is capable enough to counter the devil's time rule. We will have to act together. For that, first, we help the Southern Emperor retreat to the Southern Royal Palace grounds and secure Wyatt under the protection of the Timeless Array formation. Then we will try our best to hold back the devil until reinforcement arrives. Wait, how do you guys plan to fight against the devil's time rule mastery? Didn't you guys just say you had no way to counter the time rule? Wyatt asked the leader of Team 1 eagerly. Not that he was worried about the demigods, but he was genuinely curious how the demigods planned to counter the devil's time rule mastery. The leader of Team 1 wanted to brush off Wyatt's question, but seeing the enthusiasm in his eyes, he sighed and answered, "We are going to use taboo cards to share our divinity and gain power close to a transcendent. Hopefully, we can take down the devil with us." The divinity of a demigod was what set them apart from mortals. It was like individuality. Sharing it with others would taint their divinity with the individuality of the other person who shared. When the divinity gets tainted, the growth of the demigod gets completely halted, and they cannot do anything about it unless they get rid of the thing tainting it, which was easier said than done. This was why the demigods did not immediately think of using the taboo card of sharing one's divinity, as this move was a desperate last resort. Listening to the demigods say that they would be using taboo cards to share their divinity and achieve the strength closer to transcendence for a limited time At a severe price, Wyatt immediately lost interest in the way they planned to counter the devil and its time rule mastery. That won't work. You guys are seriously underestimating the time-related relic the devil is carrying. Who knows what kind of time-related skills the relic has? If we proceed with your plan, the devil will not only massacre you guys, but also destroy the timeless array formation covering the southern royal palace grounds to get to me. Wyatt immediately voted against the plan proposed by the leader of Team 1. The soul pupils were a false relic, and with them, Wyatt was able to achieve so much despite being limited by his realm. However, the Mohawk Devil was carrying a true relic with time-related skills, and it was not limited by its realm. Wyatt could not begin to imagine what the Mohawk Devil was capable of with the help of its true relic. This was why he believed that the devil would not only be able to defeat the 25 demigods who are sharing their divinity to temporarily achieve greater power, but also destroy the timeless array formation if needed. Wyatt, I do not mean to be rude, but timeless array formation is invincible. Do not make light of it or us. Please, trust and retreat to the royal palace grounds. The leader of Team 1 said politely, despite his eyes showing that he has taken offense from me repeatedly claiming they would lose and the timeless array formation would be broken by the Mohawk Devil. I think you should take a look at. 10 minutes ago, you would have said the same thing about the city array formation of the southern capital, but look what happened. A corpse puppet was able to effortlessly destroy it. Do you want to put to test if you will be proven wrong again, or just be smart and think of a better strategy? Wyatt reminded the demigods about the tragedy of the city array formation and warned them not to be so confident about the timeless array formation only to be proven wrong. I have had it with you. You are just finding faults with our plan. If you think you are that smart, then come up with a better plan. But you can't because you do not want to return to the royal palace grounds, and that is why you are putting down every plan the leader comes up with. Your Highness, please allow us to use force to help you retreat to the royal palace grounds. One of the team members of Team 1 snapped. He finally had enough of listening to Wyatt find faults in their plans and blatantly talk down to them. Seeing the team atmosphere then tense while the enemy approached, Jill felt like biting her nails, but she couldn't as she was in her spiritual body. So she hurriedly spoke her mind. Guys, whatever you decide past the Mohawk Devil is getting closer. You know, despite his slow stride, he is fast. Wyatt, they are right. Unless you have a better plan, we can only retreat to the royal palace grounds and hope the reinforcement arrives before an irreversible loss occurs. Good, I do have a plan. I will handle the devil while the rest of you go take care of the 5 devils and their demon armies. Wyatt answered with a deep voice, and the rest would take his plan seriously, knowing that what he was saying may sound absurd and far-fetched to their ears. Enough, Wyatt. It's no time horse around. I did not want to resort to this, but you forced me. Before and could finish giving her orders to the demigods, Wyatt interrupted her, saying, Who said I was joking? You guys handle the other devils and demons. Leave this one to me. Don't tell me you plan to borrow the strength of the devil once again. And said immediately, feeling that Wyatt was being serious. Then she added, Wyatt, last time you were lucky enough to trick the devil. Please don't push luck and tempt your fate. This time around you might not be so lucky. So, why don't you just cooperate with our plan? Who said anything about borrowing the power of the devil? Remember how I said I will show the world not to underestimate Dalton Wyatt? This is how, Wyatt declared, and then he began to walk toward the Mohawk Devil. With every step Wyatt took, his body size kept growing, and his soul energy signature grew stronger and fiercer. By slaying a devil. Wyatt, that is a devil with a time rule mastery. Regardless of what you have planned, you can't possibly think that you can defeat a devil. Do you have a death wish? And suddenly appeared in front of Wyatt, who was advancing toward the Mohawk Devil, and tried to stop him from stupidly challenging it. She couldn't understand where Wyatt was getting these suicidal tendencies from. If challenging a devil to a decisive death match was not suicidal, then what was? The 25 card demigods were still processing the card master's arrogant words. They were dumbstruck not because of what Wyatt said, but because he planned to do what he said, slay a devil. A card master dared to challenge a devil. Not just any devil, but the one which all 25 of them together do not have the confidence to defeat. They were used to the whims of royal children and guests they occasionally have to protect, but this one tops them all. Dalton Wyatt was F-King crazy. Now they all understood why the princess asked them to keep an eye on him when guarding him. And step aside. I know what I am doing. I want to live more than anyone else. Trust me, follow my plan, and everything will be okay, Wyatt assured, and then walked past her, and wanted to grab him and quickly carry him to the royal palace grounds, but she restricted herself from doing so, and instead said, "Promise me you will be fine." Wyatt paused in his tracks, finding Anne's words genuine, and then continued his stride after promising, and, "Yes, I promise you." For some unknown reason, and trusted Wyatt. Not that he could defeat the Mohawk Devil, but that he would be fine. Then she signaled the demigods who were prepared to use force and drag Wyatt back to the royal palace grounds at her command to step back and not take action. Then, adding to their dismay, she even ordered them to follow Wyatt's plan. Teams 1 to 5. Join the 5 groups and help them defeat the 5 devils and demons. Your Highness, what about the Mohawk Devil? The leader of Team 1 immediately asked, but was interrupted midway by Anne. Wyatt said he will take care of it. So he will take care of it. The rest of you go help others kill the remaining 5 devils. Listening to Anne's orders, the 25 demigods looked at her in disbelief, but they did not wait for and to repeat her orders, and they rushed to complete the given orders. You are going to let him walk to his death just like that? Do something, damn woman. Jill's spiritual body hovered around and blaming her for being useless. I think you should take a look at. Why don't you try stopping him then? And screamed at Jill. Right now, she was holding in a lot, especially the fact that she went against her mother's orders to save Wyatt from himself by letting him fight a devil. To others, this might not be a big deal, but to her, this one incident questioned her entire existence. After all, she was the ideal daughter. Listening to her mother and elders was her thing. Now that she had broken that, what was the purpose of her existence then? Watching Wyatt walk towards the Mohawk Devil with his aura slowly rising limitlessly, and the other 25 demigods leave his side and join the 50 demigods facing the feathered devil, human face scaled snake devil, and the other 3 devils, all the conspirators hiding in the dark were blown out their mind. Some even wondered if the Southern royal family planned to sacrifice Dalton Wyatt to the Mohawk Devil in exchange for sparing the rest of them. This was especially true for the 5 devils who were doing their best to save their asses when faced with 10 demigods each. These 5 devils were the ones that were most shocked when they noticed that 25 more demigods were joining the initial 50 demigods fighting a decisive battle against them, meaning now each of them had to face 15 demigods. Seeing Wyatt walk toward the Mohawk Devil the 5 devils began to cuss the Mohawk Devil in their minds, seeing him effortlessly get the soul he was after, while the rest of them were struggling distressfully to save their life. What the FCK do you mean? Arna's cussed at Ada, who updated her about progress so far in both the missions, after learning that Wyatt was heading towards the Mohawk Devil, while demigods protecting him left to fight the remaining 5 devils. Ada herself was puzzled by this action of the Southern royal family. However, she did not think that the Southern royal family was sacrificing Wyatt for the rest. As a live Wyatt was worth more than 75 demigods to them. This could only mean that the Southern royal family was up to something. Ada, check if Wyatt approaching the Mohawk Devil is the original Wyatt. After all, there is a probability that the Wyatt walking toward the Mohawk Devil might be a clone or a powerful card apprentice disguised as Wyatt. Arnas thought the Southern royal family might have used misdirection to replace the boy with one of his clones or a very powerful demigod with time roll mastery. Otherwise, what else could explain a card master approaching a devil after his soul? Listening to Arnas, ABA2 felt that what she said was possible. Even though they sounded far-fetched, they were a lot more reasonable than what it appeared. A card master sacrificing himself to the devil to protect his allies. Give me a second, Captain. Ada then communicated with one of her bodies inside the Southern capital through her devil skull mask and instructed it to verify Wyatt's identity. It did not take long for Ada's body to complete the task assigned to it and provide Ada with the answer. Then Ada forwarded it to Arnas in a state of utter confusion. Captain, it is the original Wyatt who is approaching the Mohawk Devil, and there is no deceit to it. You sure? Arnas confirmed with Ada once again. To which Ada answered, unless the SSS rank item you gave me is faulty, I am sure of it, as that is what the SSS rank item said. FCK. Arnas cussed in frustration, unable to understand why the Southern royal family would be willing to send Wyatt to the Mohawk Devil. Were the Southern royal family planning to sacrifice Wyatt for the lives of the 75 demigods? At least that's what it looked like. However, regardless of what the Southern royal family was thinking, no harm can befall Wyatt. Forget the plans of the supreme leader. Her master was not kind to those that fail him. If Arnes pissed off the supreme leader, the worst he would do to her was swallow her soul and integrate it with his. But her master would not grant her death, but make her beg for it. Yes, so regardless, she could let any harm befall Dalton Wyatt until her master gets what he wants, the VR universe. Arnes then immediately summoned her grimoire, and using the secured channel, she ordered the two teams. Both teams move in, capture Dalton Wyatt right now, and meet at the rendezvous point. But Captain, what about our plan? The vice leader of Arnes' time asked, only to hear her cuss. FCK. The plan. I don't know how you will do it, but get me, Dalton Wyatt. If the devil takes his soul, our master will rip out our souls from our living bodies. I don't have to tell you this, but I would rather die than let my soul fall in our master's hands. Affirmative. Listening to hysterical Arnes, the two teams also realized how serious the situation was. Their master's erratic mood was not new to them. They had to get Wyatt before the devil took his soul. Unlike the other members of the central government forces, Arnes did not even have the choice to kill herself because her life was controlled by the supreme leader. Arnes was not the only one acting hysterically, Sansa was too. Like the central government forces, she too believed that the Southern Royal would sacrifice 75 demigods to protect Dalton Wyatt from the Mohawk Devil. Imagine her shock when she saw the demigods guarding Wyatt leave his side and move to fight other devils, while Wyatt walked towards the Mohawk Devil by himself. That I think you should take a look at. Like the rest, she too assumed the obvious based on what it appeared. The Southern royal family was sacrificing a card apprentice for the lives of 75 demigods. Summoning her grimoire, Sansa immediately contacted Flower Thief and ordered, "What are you waiting for? Go, capture Dalton Wyatt. The demigods protecting him have left." "Your Highness, the demigods might have left, but the Mohawk Devil is eyeing him, and the ruled devil has time rule mastery. Flower Thief was just a regular spoiled card emperor a month ago, and now he was being asked to steal a prey from the mouths of a devil with time rule mastery. He could not muster the courage to do so. Flower Thief, you failed time and again, but this is your last chance. If you fail me this time, I will have your family killed in front of your eyes and replay that memory in your mind in a loop for the rest of your life. Now you know what's at stake. Go fetch me Dalton Wyatt." Sansa ruthlessly threatened the code-named Flower Thief with the lives of his family members and an eternity of mental torture. "Your wish is my command, Your Highness," Flower Thief replied solemnly. The one thing he was thankful for in this life was his family. Though they scold and shame him for being useless, he knew they did so out of love. If not for them, he would never become a card emperor. They kept telling him that he has so much potential and he should apply himself to doing something, but they never forced him to do anything he did not want to until he, himself, took the initiative. Regardless of what he chooses, they would be enthusiastic for him. For them, he was willing to sacrifice his life. After ordering Flower Thief, Sansa was not done. Next, she contacted the demigod team from Morningstar University and ordered, "It's time for you guys to take action. Capture Dalton Wyatt and head directly to the university. Be careful, other than the Mohawk Devil, the central government force might also interfere." Affirmative. "See you at the university." The demigod teams from Morningstar University answered without emotion and appeared to be very confident despite knowing one of their opponents was a devil with time rule mastery. While Arnes and Sansa took drastic measures to ensure Wyatt's safety, seeing that the Southern royal family appeared to have given up on him, Henrix was in no better mental state than them. Henrix too did not understand why the Southern royal family would send Wyatt to the devil and the rest of their force to deal with the other 5 devils. This reflected very badly on the Southern royal family's part, but he felt they had a game plan considering how confidently Wyatt was approaching the devil with his aura and size increasing with every step he took. It almost appeared as if Wyatt was heading to pick a fight with the Mohawk Devil. Seeing this confidence of Wyatt, Henrix held off taking action until the last second. After all, that was when his origin card shined the most. Seeing his prey heading toward him, the Mohawk Devil's stride got even slower. But the corners of its mouth turned up, seeing that the demigods did not dare to interfere with its business. And thought, humans are so easy to fool. To think that they believed I will leave them alone once I have Wyatt's soul? F-king idiots. The look on their face when I harvest their souls will be priceless. Huh? The Mohawk Devil's stride continued to get slower and slower. Since the prey he sought was delivering itself to him, he figured he should prepare for the next step by adjusting his time mastery to the card world's time faster. However, soon the Mohawk Devil felt numerous strong card demigod soul energy signatures head toward his target. At first, the devil thought they were arriving to protect Wyatt. But then he felt a malice in their intent directed toward Wyatt, so he knew they were not here to stop him, but steal his prey from him. The Mohawk Devil's understanding turned into realization, and the realization turned into rage. Be it in the jungle or the dark realm, stealing the predator's prey was one of the greatest sins one could commit against them. The enraged Mohawk Devil let out a deafening roar expressing the rage it was feeling. Roar. The Mohawk Devil wasn't the only one. Wyatt had also noticed the unknown, huge masses of soul pathways heading toward him. He could tell that these soul pathways belonged to the demigod conspirators. Wyatt thought these people will not show up until the very last moment, then take advantage of the chaos to achieve their agenda and leave before anyone could react. However, he did not expect them to reveal themselves this early, putting him in a dilemma when he just wanted to go all out against the Mohawk Devil. After the demigods neared Wyatt, they all revealed themselves. The demigods appeared to belong to two different factions, and from the looks of it, though they did not have any crest or such on them, it was apparent that one faction of demigods belonged to Morningstar University and the other faction of demigods belonged to the central government's covert force. Seeing a mass of unknown demigods show themselves next to Wyatt, Anne's heart almost jumped out from her chest, as she could tell that these demigods were not there to help Wyatt, but were after him. Seeing this, she began to reconsider her decision. Just when she was about to call back the demigods and have them help Wyatt, her grimoire notification rang reminding her that she had received a text from Wyatt, which read, "And stand down, I got this. Just have your people defeat the other 5 devils as fast as possible." The demigods of both factions kept one eye on their enemy and one eye on their prize, Dalton Wyatt. After giving each other threatening stares, they began to argue. "Central government forces back off. We will take the boy away. And once we learn all the knowledge required to create the VR universe as promised, we will hand him over to you." A demigod dressed like he was out attending a fancy party, but not a battle against devils and demigods, spoke, and his voice resounded in all 4 directions. "Since when has it become the turn for the sissies from the Morningstar University to order us around? You bookworm, learn your place and step aside, or we don't mind reminding you that you belong at the feet of the central government." The vice captain of Arnaz's team aggressively thundered and then added, "We will take the boy, and you guys can come to Central Capital to take your treats, just like good dogs." Ha ha. Listening to their vice captain's domineering words, the central government team burst into a loud laughter. It was typical of the central government forces to believe that everything below the sky was theirs, especially everything in the central region with no exception. However, the Morningstar University and the other top 9 universities would beg to differ. They worshipped knowledge and believed that the central government was nothing but a gathering of illiterate brutes who tried to solve everything with muscle, and that would be the death of them. Regardless of what the two factions thought of each other and the differences between them, they appeared to be acting as if the Mohawk Devil with the time rule mastery did not exist. They entirely ignored it, whether it was out of confidence or just ignorance, but these demigods had managed to piss the Mohawk Devil off. "How dare you ants try to steal my prey from me? Are you guys tired of living?" The Mohawk Devil yelled in fury, but was immediately cussed by one of the demigods from the central government forces. "Shut the FCK up, you fat bipedal boar. If not for your pork brain meddling with our plans, we would not be out here arguing with these bookworms. You stay quiet and wait for your turn. If you want to save your bacon, leave before we deal with these nerds." The demigod from the central government force's description of the Mohawk Devil was accurate. Once you removed the hourglass on its back and the bulky chain, all that was left was brown fur, tusks, meaty body, pig nose, and hoofs. Yep, it did look like a bipedal boar. As a mighty devil, being called a boar and pig by an inferior being was just the greatest embarrassment the Mohawk Devil could suffer, causing the Mohawk Devil's fury to rise and max out. Its mind was filled with madness. It could not calm down unless it had inflicted 10 times as much shame and pain on the inferior being. The Mohawk Devil no longer cared about planning ahead. Instead, unleashed the power it was conversing. Death to you all. Tremble before my might. Time rule meaning. Time flow, 1:3600. As the Mohawk Devil invoked the time spell, the surrounding wind and clouds became still. The world appeared to have paused. Even the demigods for two factions who were glaring daggers at each other appeared to be frozen as they were. Even Wyatt stood still like a statue. Neither of their hearts was beating. Not just their heart, all their bodily functions seemed to have stopped, and all chemical reactions in their body seemed to have been paused midway, yet somehow their body temperature did not decrease, which was absurd. Though all the entities in the vicinity of the Mohawk Devil were trapped in its time rule meaning. Time flow. It, however, was not affected and could move around freely. As a matter of fact, it appeared to move around more freely than before. The truth was that the Mohawk Devil had used its Time Master to create a secondary time flow overlapping the original time flow, just for himself, where 1 second of the original time flow is equal to 1 hour. Meaning, a second for everyone in the original time flow was equal to an hour to him. Thanks to the secondary time flow, which he created such that it overlapped with the original time flow. This was why every entity appeared to be paused. There was a drawback to this as well. While everyone lived a second, he would have lived an hour regardless of if he stopped his skill midway. Time was not forgiving to those that abuse it. The fact to notice was that the sand in the hourglass strapped to the Mohawk Devil's back appeared to be flowing in a reverse direction. The sand from the lower section of the hourglass was flowing to the upper section of the hourglass, defying the laws of physics. This phenomenon somehow appeared to be related to why the Mohawk Devil no longer moved at a slow pace. Mohawk Devil's eyes glanced over everyone trapped in its time flow before it vanished and appeared right in front of the demigod, who had just insulted it by calling it a boar and comparing it to a pig. Then it clenched its sausage fingers into a fist and threw it right at the face of the demigod. However, just as its fist was about to hit the demigod's face, it met with an invisible resistive force that was countering the force of its fist, stopping it from landing on its target. The Mohawk Devil was surprised by this turn of events. Soon an apparition of a huge golden analog clock appeared above the group of demigods belonging to central government forces, and suddenly their bodies resumed their function. Seeing this, the Mohawk Devil immediately took a backstep and retreated. Seeing the Mohawk Devil how was retreating, the demigod from earlier yelled in anger. "You King Porkbrain, you have done it now. Nobody can save your bacon today, not even if the will of the Dark Realm comes in person to save you." Not just that demigod, but all the demigod members of the central government forces were visibly angry. That was because due to the Mohawk Devil's time ability, they ended up using 2 of their precious one-time use Time Shield skill cards. Card name, Time Shield. Card type, Skill card. Card rank, SSS rank, Legend grade. Card rate, 17 stars. Card durability, one-time use. Card effect, whenever the user or their party is attacked by time skill, it will activate and protect them once and help them tap into the new time flow created by the attacker. Addition effect, Time Shield connection. I think you should take a look at. Note, a party contains 5 members. Time Shield connection. If the Time Shield card of your ally gets activated, your Time Shield card will also be activated through the Time Shield connection. Since there were 2 teams of the central government at the site, for all 10 of their members, including Ada and Arnaz, to awaken in the new time flow created by the Mohawk Devil, they ended up using 2 Time Shield cards. Thanks to the Time Shield, the demigods from the central forces were able to tap into the secondary time flow created by the Mohawk Devil. Let me help our friend from Morningstar University to awaken to the new time flow. Another demigod from the central government team said as he prepared to attack one of the demigods from Morningstar University, awakening them to the new time flow by forcefully consuming their Time Shield cards. Since they lost 2 Time Shield cards, it was only fair their rival lost some. No, don't awaken them. 2 of you take the boy and head straight to the rendezvous point and bring the boy to our master, while we will hold back the Devil and Morningstar University forces. The vice captain ordered the team. But vice captain, the 2 demigods who were assigned with the task to capture Wyatt while the rest of their forces tried to hold back the Devil and the Morningstar University forces, despite being outnumbered, wanted to protest the plan of their vice-captain, but he interrupted them, saying, "The faster you two escape with the boy, the faster we can also escape. Understood?" "Yes." The two demigods nodded and headed to Wyatt while the vice-captain ordered the rest, "Prepare your taboo card and activate them on my signal." However, before they could, they saw an apparition of a digital clock appear above the demigods from Morningstar University, and it read 1:3600. With that, they too were able to tap into the secondary time flow created by the devil and freely move in it. "What the? How?" The demigods of central government forces mumbled in shock. As far as they know, there was only one high-grade card that helped card apprentices defend against high-level time skills, the Time Shield card. But the demigods from Morningstar University used an unknown high-grade time card to tap into the secondary time flow created by the devil. Though it was slow, it did not require the user to be attacked to trigger. In some ways, it was better than the Time Shield card. "I see you brutes are still using the old-school Time Shield card created by one of our alumni centuries ago. Behold our new and improved version of the Time Shield card, the Time Hack card. It activates as long as it senses a disturbance in the world's time flow," the leader of the Morningstar University team explained to their enemies. Morely like showing off the achievements and advancement of their university's card creation R&D department. Card name: Time Hack. Card type: Skill card. Card rank: SSS rank, Legend grade. Card rate: 25 stars. Card durability: one-time use. Card effect: whenever the card registers any disturbance in the world's time flow, it automatically activates and begins to hack into it. When the hack is successful, the user and their party members can tap into the newly discovered time flow. Addition effect: Time Shield, same as the Time Shield card, Time Shield connection. Note: a party contains 5 members. Sure, you have a fancy card, good for you. Let's talk about work now. How about we first take care of the devil, and then we can fight over who will get the boy, the vice-captain of the central government team proposed. He was impressed by the Time Hack card, but he would not give the bookworm of Morningstar University satisfaction by showing it. Sure, but whoever lands the last hit gets to keep the devil's relic, unknown chain item, and its core. The leader of Morningstar University teams agreed, but also proposed a wager. Killing the Mohawk Devil came first for both factions because neither of them wanted to waste any more of their one-time use time-related skill cards, and the best way to do that would be to kill the Mohawk Devil with the Time Rule Mastery. These time cards were precious and expensive as they were created by buying time rule power from the card apprentice who has Time Rule Mastery. There were very few people who attained Time Rule Mastery, which resulted in the limited supply and the very high demand for it in the market together, leading to the heavenly price of the Time Rule power. Time Rule power was the most expensive thing across the myriad realms, let alone the card world. This was the reason why these time cards were only one-time use skill cards and not permanent skill cards. With both the factions joining hands to kill the Mohawk Devil, thanks to their various capable cards, they could easily kill it despite its Time Rule Mastery. But after killing it, the question of distribution of the loot between the two factions would arise. After all, the loot of the Mohawk Devil was very attractive, especially its hourglass relic, unknown chain item, and its devil core which contained its time rune. All 3 of these were very precious items. Even equipping one of them would increase these card demigods' strength by leaps and bounds. The devil's time rune in particular. So it was not a surprise that these demigods would covet them enough to join hands with the enemy and forget about their real priority, to kidnap Dalton Wyatt. I agree. Let us begin then. The vice-captain thought that his counterpart in Morningstar University's forces made a sound point, so he immediately agreed with him. Or at least that's what he wanted his enemies to think. Because while the demigods of the two factions were busy dealing with the Mohawk Devil, their teammate Ada would kidnap Wyatt with the help of her origin card, Mobius Presence, then leave before anyone realizes what transpired. Great, but before we start, I think 2 demigods from each of our forces should stay behind to protect Wyatt. What do you say? The leader of the Morningstar University forces recommended that 2 members of each group should stay behind to protect Dalton Wyatt. With this, he unknowingly put up a huge hurdle in his opponent's plans. I think you should take a look at. Sure. The vice-captain of the central government team did not let his emotions give him away and calmly agreed to the opponent's recommendation. Vice-captain, what do we do now? one of the demigods mentally asked. We proceed with our plan with a slight change. Ada will use one of the SSS rank items we gave her to ambush and kill demigods of Morningstar University, then kidnap Dalton Wyatt and leave. As for you guys, you pretend like you have Wyatt to confuse remaining enemies. The vice captain improvised the plan on the spot. Though this one was a lot riskier than the previous one, still it was worth a shot. Leaving 2 demigods from each of their factions behind to protect Dalton Wyatt, the members of both factions circled the Mohawk Devil. Seeing the demigods block all its path, the Mohawk Devil stopped retreating and yelled, "You insects are seeking your death." "No, we are seeking pork." "Say, do you happen to have any pork?" The demigod of the central government faction who insulted the Mohawk Devil previously insulted the Mohawk Devil again. "Ha ha, you think you are funny, you damned insect." The Mohawk Devil dashed at the demigod, throwing a punch to his chest, but as soon as he commenced his attack, 3 demigods attacked him from behind. Both the factions, though confident in their numbers and cards, did not underestimate the devil, its relic, and time rule mastery. They planned to encircle it and slowly kill it. However, to their surprise, the Mohawk Devil, which was attacking the funny demigod, suddenly paused, and the bulky golden chain starting the huge hourglass relic on its back extended from both ends, long enough for the Mohawk Devil to use them as whips. Holding the whips made of the unknown bulky golden chain in each hand, the Mohawk Devil skillfully used them through his mental strength such that each one of the chain whips skewered through one demigod and then wrapped around another demigod. The funny demigod and the other 3 demigods attacking the Mohawk Devil from behind were either skewered by the chain whip or wrapped in it, rendering all 4 of them immobile. The Mohawk Devil used 2 chain whips to take down 3 demigod attackers and its demigod prey in a blink of an eye. Seeing this, the rest of the demigods were shocked. What was more shocking was that the speed of the chain whips, it was as if they were traveling through time. And they were, by making use of the leaked time rule power the chain absorbed earlier from the Mohawk Devil and the hourglass relic. "Not so funny now, are we?" The Mohawk Devil scoffed, looking at the demigod who insulted it repeatedly. Then it added, "You are lucky. Normally, I would show the meaning of hell to those that dare to insult me, but today I do not have the luxury, so I will give you and your friends a painless death. Sacrifice." With the command of the Mohawk Devil, the chain whip began to absorb the vitality of all 4 demigods, shocking the remaining demigods who could only watch as their comrades died in front of their eyes. Watching their comrades die in front of their eyes by having all of their vitality sucked dry by the Mohawk Devil, the demigods noticed something astonishing that shocked them to the core and made them realize that until now they had been in a huge misconception that they were the hunters killing the predator, but when actually they were the prey of the predator. As the 4 demigods lost their vitality, the sand in the hourglass that was flowing in the reverse, from the lower section to the upper section, suddenly began to flow normally from the upper section to the lower section. It appeared as if, by sacrificing the vitality of the 4 demigods to the hourglass relic, the Mohawk Devil was able to extend the amount of time it was able to use time rule mastery in Card World without having adjusted its time rule mastery to the Card World time. Uncovering this secret, the demigods realized that it wasn't just them trying to hunt the predator, but the predator was also trying to eat them all. Morningstar University had 2 teams of demigods. That was 10 demigods. The central government had 2 teams of demigods, but 2 were missing. That was 8 demigods. The Morningstar University forces were told that the missing 2 members of the central government's team were conducting a covert operation to protect the Dual Gate dungeon near the southern capital. In total, 18 demigods tapped into the secondary time flow created by the Mohawk Devil at the southern capital, of which 4 had stayed behind to guard Wyatt. So 14 demigods came to fight the Mohawk Devil. The fight had just begun, and they lost 4 demigods to the Mohawk Devil. The remaining 10 devils cautiously retreated out of the range of the Mohawk Devil's chain whips. Then the leader of the Morningstar University forces asked the devil, "How are your chains able to use time attacks without triggering our time shield and time hack card?" Listening to him, the other demigods were shocked as they did not realize this issue until he pointed it out, making them further wary of the Mohawk Devil and its unknown chain whips, whom they ignored and insulted a few seconds ago. I think you should take a look at. Simple. The chain is only using the time rule power to reach its target, but when attacking the target, it doesn't use the time rule power. Therefore, your fancy time cards that only activate when receiving a time attack never activate. The Mohawk Devil appeared to be a little happy having sacrificed 4 demigods to the Hourglass Relic. It had noticed this when it first attacked the funny demigod earlier and failed due to the Time Shield card. Listening to the Mohawk Devil, the leader of the Morningstar University forces confirmed that the chain whips of the Mohawk Devil were creating a short-term third time flow to travel to its target and erase it when attacking their target. This third time flow was created for such a small period and erased that even their time hack card could not register it and get triggered. Honestly, he was impressed by the time rule mastery and intelligence to use it shown by the Mohawk Devil. While the demigods and the devil were having a decisive battle, Ada, who had her presence hidden using Mobius presence, was having an internal struggle. Right now her mortal enemy, Southern Emperor, was totally defenseless, being stuck in the original time flow. She could go and kill her using the high-grade items her team gave her, but she also had to complete the mission of ambushing the 2 demigods from Morningstar University and kidnapping Wyatt. If she kills the Southern Emperor first, then her presence will become visible to the demigods and the devil and lead to the failure of the mission. But if she kidnapped Wyatt first, then it was impossible to tell how the devil would react once it notices its prey was missing. It could erase the second time flow to search for the culprit in the original timeline, freeing the Southern Emperor. It was quite a dilemma. Thankfully, she had 12 bodies, 9 of which were free for her to use at present however she pleased. Ada only summoned 3 bodies, planning that she would kill the Southern Emperor while the 3 other bodies of her will ambush 2 demigods and kidnap Wyatt at the same time. They all would act at the same time so that they don't give themselves away after all the Mobius presence deactivates once they come into contact with other being. With her next course of action planned, Ada and 3 of her bodies separately headed to their targets. Ada was overjoyed that she would get her revenge so early. However, what brought her more joy was that she will not be killing the Southern Emperor, but using a curse on her that will strip her of all her card apprentice powers and turn her into a mere mortal. Once the Southern Emperor was agonizing in the pain and shame of having been reduced to a mere mortal, Ada planned to kill everyone close to the Southern Emperor one by one, starting with Wyatt, bringing further misery and pain into the Southern Emperor's life. Ada, whose goal was to make the Southern Emperor suffer, had made it her mission to learn everything there was to learn about the Southern Emperor, so she knew about the Southern Emperor's origin card, which only a select few in the world knew about. This was thanks to her new position in the organization running the central government. She had already confirmed that the Southern Emperor in front of her was the Southern Emperor's origin card by using the item she got from Arna's to identify the real body of Wyatt. This was why she had a special SSS rank curse prepared for the origin card of the Southern Emperor. When she uses this curse on the origin card of the Southern Emperor, it will also spread to the Southern Emperor too, as they both were one. As all 4 of Ada's body approached her targets preparing to do their respective tasks simultaneously, something unexpected transpired out of Ada's calculations. Just when she was about to close on Southern Emperor's origin card, she felt a presence behind her, and before she could react, it grabbed her by the back of the neck and snapped it effortlessly, killing Ada instantaneously. Then the presence stored her corpse and the SSS rank curse in her hand, then vanished into the thin air. Feeling one of them who was supposed to curse the Southern Emperor's origin card had died, the other 3 bodies of Ada who were approaching their targets, 2 demigods from Morningstar University and Wyatt, paused in their tracks and immediately turned to look toward the Southern Emperor's origin card, but they were too late. The presence that killed one of them was long gone. This came as a huge shock to each of them because the body of Ada that died was under the effect of their origin card, Mobius presence, before being attacked. This could only mean that the presence that killed one of Ada's bodies could see them even when they were under the effect of their origin card, Mobius presence. While they were confused and trying to piece together what just happened, the 3 of them felt a warm breath on the back of their neck. Then they suddenly heard the demigods they were supposed to ambush and kill yelling, "Hey, who are you guys? How are you able to tap into the secondary time flow? Just die." No. Listening to their words, it was apparent that the demigods who could not sense their presence a second ago now could see them. The trio were dumb, stricken, wondering, how can they see them when they were under the effect of their origin card, Mobius presence? Before they could find the answers, their heads were rolling and they died. While one demigod of Morningstar University questioned the three bodies of Ada, the other demigod just decapitated all three of them, skipping the drama. As for the two demigods from the central government, they could only desperately watch as Ada's three bodies were slaughtered. The demigod who killed the three unknown card lords wearing a similar devil skull mask looked at the two demigods from the central government, suspiciously, having heard them yelling no as he killed three card lords, and questioned them. Do you perhaps know those three card lords? Should I have spared their lives? I think you should take a look at. Yes, we could investigate who they were and how they got so close to us without any of us discovering them. I think there is a third faction eyeing Dalton Wyatt. One of the two demigods from the central government made up a story on the spot to cover their asses. I see. Don't worry, I think I know which faction they belong to. Listening to the demigod from Morningstar University say this, the demigods from the central government panicked and nervously asked, which faction do they belong to? Isn't it pretty obvious? Judging by the demon skull mask worn by the three card lords and the fact that they could tap into secondary time flow, I'll guess that they are devil worshippers who belong to the Mohawk Devil's cult. I guess the devil might have asked them to capture Wyatt, masking their presence. Fortunately for us, something went wrong midway, otherwise the devil would have pulled a fast one on us. At first, I thought they belonged to you guys after all, you guys were responsible for devil summoning, but seeing how the Mohawk Devil is rebelling and has killed three of your demigods so far, not to forget the SSS rank corpse puppet at the start. Now I think you guys got played by the Mohawk Devil and his cult big time. This is why I guess the third faction here is the cult of the Mohawk Devil. The demigod from Morningstar University proudly explained its speculation in front of the demigods of the central government, without the slightest clue that they were the real culprits, who sighed in relief learning that the bookworms were not expecting them. However, the two demigods of the central government wondered what went wrong. Why did the presence of Ada's three bodies suddenly reveal to them? And with all of Ada's bodies in the southern capital dead, what now? No matter how hard and desperately they thought of the events that occurred or tried to come up with a new plan, nothing crossed their mind. The original body of Ada in the central government's secret base near the southern capital was shocked by the fact that her perfect plan to cripple the southern emperor while completing the central government's mission had fallen apart and failed in just a few seconds. She was almost driven mad by trying to figure out what transpired. She wanted to know what went wrong, as she had no idea as to why her perfect plan failed. She replayed all the events that occurred in the southern capital in sequence repeatedly in her mind, but still could not figure it out. There were two incidents that she could not figure out and stopped her from understanding why her perfect plan failed. The first incident was when the mysterious presence that killed one of her bodies that was planning to curse the Southern Emperor's origin card instantly. And then the second incident was when the presence of other three bodies trying to ambush the two demigods from Morningstar University and kidnap Wyatt suddenly had their presence revealed to everyone despite being under the effect of her origin card, Mobius presence. Ada had a strong feeling that the mysterious presence from the first incident was somehow responsible for the second incident too. Just when she was wrecking her brains about who the mysterious presence was, Ada sensed Arnaz's presence entering her room and then heard her say, "Regardless of the success of the two missions, our master will be disappointed in our performance, so mentally prepare yourself for the consequences of disappointing our master." Listening to Arnaz's advice, Ada's body unconsciously began to quiver. Seeing this, Arnaz shook her head and left quietly. For some mysterious reason, the time rule did not seem to have any effect on Wyatt. He learned of this the first time Chris Chase used his origin card to win a few SSS rank skill item/ingredient cards in a card egg auction. Then confirmed this again when Chris Chase used his origin card multiple times trying to escape the Southern Capital Card Creation Association's auction house. So when the Mohawk Devil activated its time rule, meaning time flow, to create secondary time flow overlapping the original time, and use it to kill the SSS rank corpse puppet, and to dodge the thousands of projectiles fired by the cannons of 250 towers, Wyatt found himself mysteriously accessing the secondary time flow. This was one of the main reasons why he was confident he could fight against the Mohawk Devil. However, he did not want to reveal to others that the time rule did not affect him, so he hoped that the Southern royal family's demigods would have a way to deal with the time rule, but unfortunately, they did not. So in a do-or-die situation, Wyatt had no choice. He prepared for the decisive battle with the Mohawk Devil, deciding that if there was a need, he would explain to everyone that the time rule did not affect him because he had a relic or mastered a time rune that gave him immunity to time rule attacks. However, before he and the Mohawk Devil could fight it out, the demigods from Morningstar University and the central government stepped in. These arrogant SHDs ignored the devil and fought over the possession of him. Wyatt patiently waited on the sidelines, having decided to fight the winner of the brawl between Morningstar University forces, center government forces, and the Mohawk Devil. Wyatt quietly watched as a struggle between the three started. The devil activated its time rule using its relic, and the two factions allied to defeat the devil. But things changed when he took notice of a figure wearing a devil skull mask who had her presence hidden while summoning 3 exact copies of herself. Normally, Wyatt would not have been able to see this with his soul pupils when he was pretending to be stuck in a time trap. But thanks to him entering the one with the world state physically, the range and angle of his soul pupils had increased considerably. It was like he had grown extra pairs of sharp eyes in all directions. Wyatt immediately recognized the figure wearing the devil mask. She was the demon worshipper who attacked Sky Blossom City. However, there was something different about her. Through her soul pathways, she uncovered that she was using skills similar to that of a certain demigod who once tried to kill him, Agent Yuri. Having discovered this anomaly, many questions ran in Wyatt's mind. To find the answers to those questions, he decided to once again hack into Ada Davis's grimoire. Back in the Sky Blossom City, he had hacked Ada Davis's grimoire and roughly traced her original body to the central academic region. That was how he knew of her name and troublesome origin. I think you should take a look at. Knowing her connection to demon worshippers, he wondered if Ada was behind the summoning of the 6 devils and their army. Well, he will find answers to that in her grimoire. Since had already hacked into her grimoire, once it was not hard for Wyatt to use Hive AI and his super brain card to hack into her grimoire again. In seconds, all of Ada's secrets hidden in her grimoire were at Wyatt's fingertips. Going through Ada's grimoire, he came across her acquired physique, Limitless Immortal, and her second origin card, Mobius Presence. To Wyatt's surprise, Ada's acquired physique was more troublesome than her first origin card. As for her second origin card, it had very limited use, but with a perfect user, it was one overpowered origin skill. Ada had returned a lot stronger than Wyatt had last seen her. He learned that it was thanks to her joining the central government forces. That explains why her new skills resembled that of Agent Yuri. Unfortunately, Wyatt could not access her conversation logs as they used encrypted channels. He could try to force his way in, but one monitoring the channel will immediately know someone was trying to peek in. So he could only give up. Unable to figure out what Ada was up to now through her grimoire, Wyatt monitored the actions of all 4 of her bodies to deduce what they were up to. 3 were headed his way while 1 was headed in Anne's way. Not good, Wyatt thought, remembering Ada's hatred for Anna. However, he did not understand how a card lord planned to attack a card emperor even if she was defenseless and trapped in time. But then witnessing Ada remove an SSS rank curse from her storage card, Wyatt was shocked and worried. Similar to how Anna equipped the dummy ring card in her grimoire's item card slot and gave me the dummy ring to use, Ada too had been given an SSS rank curse from the central government forces. Then Wyatt saw 2 of the 3 bodies of Ada heading his way had also taken out 2 SSS rank items from their storage card and headed towards the 2 demigods from Morningstar University, while the remaining body of Ada took out a powerful sedative from the storage card and headed towards Wyatt. Seeing this, Wyatt instantly understood that Ada's 4 bodies planned to curse and kill 2 demigods from Morningstar University and kidnap him. Thanks to the effect of her second origin card, Mobius Presence, no one will know what actually transpired. Having learned Ada's plan, Wyatt's mind raced to think of a way to not only save and who was trapped in time, but also himself and the 2 demigods from Morningstar University, guarding him without revealing that he was not affected by the Mohawk Devil's time rule, meaning time flow. Wyatt's thoughts raced through all the crucial information about Ada's physique and origin card. After all, he had to face 4 of her while pretending to be trapped in the original time flow. Now this was going to be challenging. His efforts were not in vain, as in a stroke of brilliance. He devised a flawless strategy to thwart the efforts of all 4 of Ada's bodies, all the while concealing the fact that he remained unaffected by the Mohawk Devil's time trap. First, Wyatt decided to foil the scheme of the body of Ada, who was headed toward and holding an SSS rank curse. Since he did not care for the lives of the demigods from Morningstar University as much as Anne's life. In preparation for attending the university interview and confronting Sansa, Wyatt had covertly and strategically dropped many tiny pebbles containing his pseudo-calamity soul gem on his way over from the southern royal palace grounds. Fortunately, one of them was right next to the spot where Anne was standing. So as soon as Ada approached her, Wyatt had one of his mutated souls move to the pseudo-calamity soul gem, reconstruct a new body in the shape of an old bin using the myriad transformation devil physique, and enter the one with the world state physically. When in the one with the world state physically, even demigods had a hard time separating Wyatt's presence from the surrounding, let alone Ada, a card lord. She never saw it coming as it quietly and swiftly approached her from behind. However, once Wyatt's mutated soul neared Ada, its killing intent toward her revealed its presence to her, but it was too late. It had already grabbed her neck from behind and soon twisted it, ending her life instantly and painlessly, especially without making any commotion. After killing one of Ada's bodies, Wyatt's mutated soul immediately stored her corpse in a storage card along with the SSS rank curse item. Then it immediately morphed its body back to a tiny pebble with a pseudo-calamity soul gem, and the mutated soul returned to its original body. Ada had acquired a fancy physique, limitless immortal, which would fit well with Wyatt's mutated soul. Though he was still on the fence about the limitless immortal physique, as long as he had her corpse, he could always use blood fate plunder to try and rob her corpse of that physique. He liked to keep his options open. As for the SSS rank curse that Ada carried with her while she died, Wyatt could put it to good use as long as the card apprentice who lent the item to her did not recall it. During this process, Wyatt made an interesting discovery that the myriad devil transformation physique and the physical one with the world state fit very well together, especially when Wyatt morphed into inanimate objects like a pebble, etc. This combo would give him extraordinary stealth prowess. There might be other possibilities that he would have to further explore. I think you should take a look at. With one of Ada's bodies down, there are still 3 more left for him to take care of. However, unlike the previous time, none of his pseudo-calamity soul gems were nearby where the 3 bodies of Ada were. Nonetheless, Wyatt had a more creative approach to this. When entering the one with the world state physically, the surroundings of the person in that state becomes a part of him. Just like how Wyatt's vision was sharpened and enhanced to be able to view the world in 360 degrees in this state. Similarly, his control over his surroundings had gotten to the point where it was as if they were a part of his body. Especially, the wind present in his surrounding acted like they were an extension of his skin and hair. If Wyatt wanted to, the air would form an extra layer of invisible but durable soft armor covering his entire body. However, Wyatt had a different plan for the wind, which was now a part of his body. When the 3 bodies of Ada were distracted by the death of their 4th body, he made use of the wind to touch the back of their necks. Though they only felt a cold breath on their neck, it was Wyatt touching them through the wind. The reason why Wyatt did this was that according to the info of Ada's second origin card, Mobius Presence, as long as the person under its effect comes in contact with those that don't share its effect, that person loses its effect. So once Wyatt touched the 3 bodies of Ada through the wind, the effect of their second origin card, Mobius Presence, was lifted. Hence, the demigods from Morningstar University could now sense their presence, which led to Ada's 3 bodies being decapitated by one of them. Until the very end, the 3 bodies of Ada had no idea how their presence was revealed. The dumb-stricken expressions on their faces were savory and a unique sight. This would be one of the mysteries that Ada would never solve, and it would plague her till her death. With this, Wyatt had put an end to Ada's scheme successfully, without revealing that he was not trapped in the original time flow, but had tapped into the secondary time flow created by the Mohawk Devil. Having dealt with Ada, Wyatt continued to pretend to be stuck in the original time flow as he keenly observed the battle between the Mohawk Devil and the demigods in the secondary time flow the devil had created. Meanwhile, he heard the conversation between the demigods from both factions about Ada's identity, and he was barely able to control himself from bursting out in loud laughter. Listening to the demigod from Morningstar University confidently speculate that Ada was part of the Mohawk Devil's cult who betrayed central government forces, Wyatt felt that just because someone studied at Morningstar University, one of the top 10 universities, it did not automatically make them smart. The Mohawk Devil glanced casually at the demigods, who were now stepping back cautiously. It wore a mischievous grin as if it found great amusement in observing the mix of uncertainty and fear woven into their expressions. The grin on the Mohawk Devils and the look in its eyes irked the remaining demigods, especially after watching it kill their comrades. So in a dazzling display of power, the 10 demigods stood tall, their eyes blazing with an aura of determination. With a mere thought, they summoned an endless array of swords that materialized out of thin air, each blade gleaming with a mesmerizing glow that reflected their fierce sword intent. The air crackled with energy as the swords hovered and spun around them, forming an intricate dance of steel. The demigods' mastery over their sword intent was evident in the way they effortlessly controlled the movements of the blades, weaving an enchanting tapestry of lethal elegance. The swords seemed to sing a symphony of their own, their harmonic clangor resonating throughout the surroundings. It was a mesmerizing spectacle, a manifestation of their inner strength and unyielding will, both awe-inspiring and intimidating. As the 10 demigods continued to conjure more swords, the space around them became a swirling vortex of deadly beauty, leaving any who witnessed it in awe of their otherworldly abilities. At that moment, they were not just demigods. They were living embodiments of the timeless art of swordsmanship, channeling their essence into the ethereal sea of blades, leaving an indelible mark on the fabric of reality itself. With their combined might and skill, the demigods unleashed a torrent of 1,000 swords, each imbued with raw elemental power, aiming to vanquish the Mohawk Devil that stood before them. The blades sliced through the air with a velocity that defied comprehension, surpassing the speed of light itself, leaving streaks of luminescence in their wake. As the swords hurtled toward their target, the very fabric of reality seemed to tremble in response to their immense force. With an air of arrogance and a sinister smirk, the devil beheld the incoming torrent of thousands of swords, dismissing the demigod's efforts as futile and vain. It reveled in the spectacle, finding amusement in the demigod's attempts to challenge its might. As the swords drew closer, the Mohawk Devil's crimson eyes gleamed with cunning intelligence. Swiftly, it unleashed a pair of twin-chain whips, crackling with an otherworldly aura, the power of time rule itself. The chains whirled and twisted in the air, creating a cyclone of time rule power, forming a storm of time that shielded the devil from the impending assault. The blades collided with the tempest of time, and an ethereal dance ensued. The chains seemed to warp and bend, slowing down and accelerating in unpredictable patterns. The swords struggled to pierce the barrier, but they were thwarted by the devil's mastery over time rule that I think you should take a look at. The Mohawk Devil's laughter echoed through the battlefield, reveling in its dominance over the flow of time and its ability to outwit the demigods. It relished the sight of their frustration, savoring each moment as the storm of time continued to repel the onslaught of swords. The demigods, undeterred by the Mohawk Devil's defensive maneuvers, gathered their resolve, determined to find a way to breach the temporal storm. They synchronized their efforts, their minds united as they focused their energies on countering the Mohawk Devil's mastery of time rule. The malevolent tempest of time unleashed its wrath upon the battlefield where the demigods waged their valiant attack. As the storm swirled and surged, its ominous force broke through the demigods' every time shield and time hack card, rendering their efforts futile. With a resounding boom, the tempest of time expanded voraciously, its swirling maw widening to engulf all the demigods within its relentless grasp. They grew desperate as the last of their time shield/time hack card was used to protect them. The once mighty demigods found themselves ensnared in the clutches of this maleficent phenomenon. Inside the belly of the tempest, an eerie and haunting aura surrounded the Mohawk Devil as it harnessed its insidious power. In a macabre dance of annihilation, the devilish force drained the very life essence from the demigods, leaving them weakened and lifeless, like withering blooms in a desolate garden. As the last vestiges of vitality were absorbed, the once proud demigods fell, their brilliance dimmed and extinguished in the face of this overwhelming force. The storm of time had spoken, leaving nothing but silence and sorrow in its wake. It stood as a haunting reminder of the unforgiving nature of existence and the relentless march of time, sparing none in its path. The Mohawk devil wielded the stolen vitality like a wicked offering, channeling it into the hourglass relic on its back. As if responding to some unholy pact, the relic responded in kind, its sand shifting with sinister intent. The lower chamber of the hourglass relic, which was almost barren, now teemed with the sinister sand oozing the essence of time rule, swirling in a maleficent dance. In the bleak aftermath of the dreadful battle, the remaining 4 demigods left behind to protect Wyatt stood frozen, their hearts heavy with grief, as they beheld the harrowing sight of their fallen comrades. The devil's sinister presence loomed large, casting a malevolent shadow over the land, and its malicious laughter sent shivers down their spines, leaving them paralyzed in fear. Their bodies shook uncontrollably as if trying to escape the cruel reality unfolding before their eyes. Each heartbeat echoed the pain and sorrow of losing their brethren, and yet they couldn't tear their gaze away from the approaching malevolence. The devil's steps were deliberate, slow, savoring the fear it instilled in the demigods, relishing every moment of their torment. With every footfall, the ground beneath them seemed to quiver, mirroring the turmoil raging within their souls. As they stood there, helpless and desperate, a spark of resilience flickered in their eyes despite knowing that they were no match for the Mohawk devil's strength, but the fact that they would die was a strong motivation for them to seek revenge for their fallen comrades. At this moment, the demigods from both factions were in sync. Maybe it was because they understood each other's grief and thirst for vengeance. With strong determination, they moved together to exchange their life for vengeance. The 4 demigods, despite hailing from 2 different factions, willingly shared their divinity among themselves, displaying a remarkable unity among unexpected people. What made this possible was their purpose, a singular pursuit of retribution, which served as the gluing factor that allowed them to transcend their factional divides. As their divinity converged, the boundaries of their individual identities dissolved in the crucible of shared purpose. Vengeance was the tapestry woven from their disparate threads, a common goal that fused their divinity into a singular, unstoppable force. Granting the 4 demigods an opportunity to, at last, graze the edges of transcendence was akin to offering them the elusive key to a realm they had yearned for with unwavering hearts. Alas, this euphoric sensation was not bestowed upon them without extracting its pound of flesh. Yet, such a toll paled in significance, for the determination to exact vengeance upon those who had wronged their fellow warriors burned within them, overshadowing any heed to personal sacrifice. Endowed with the powers of a near transcendent-like existence, the 4 demigods possessed the formidable might to boldly evade the clutches of the malevolent Mohawk devil that sought to sacrifice them to its relic. Yet, curiously, they opted not for the path of evasion, defying the conventional logic that would dictate any flight. Currently, they only cared about their vendetta. Undeterred by the potential consequences, these 4 demigods remained resolute, unwaveringly committed to their cause. With an unbreakable bond forged through shared divinity, they were now prepared to lay down their very lives, embarking on a mission of vengeance to honor their fallen comrades. The 4 demigods were driven by an unquenchable fire for vengeance within them, driving them mad enough to go as far as to confront any challenge, even if it meant death for them, because they were no longer 4 individuals, but one. They had 4 bodies, but their intent was now one. Having shared their divinity with their thirst for vengeance as their medium, the new prowess they gained came with a new identity, vengeance, the real factor that drove them to share their divinity in the first place. As the soul energy of the 4 demigods surged dramatically, the Mohawk devil's ugly grin shrank. It sensed that with no way out, its prey had decided to face death head-on, as long as it meant taking it down alongside them. Empowered with abilities that eclipsed ordinary demigods and hinted at the fabled transcendence whispered of in every demigod's reverie, the 4 demigods exchanged resolute glances. A shared determination radiated from their eyes as united in a common vendetta, They surged forward as one cohesive force, their sights set firmly on the sinister Mohawk devil that lay ahead. I think you should take a look at. As the four demigods charged ahead, their eyes blazing not with fear of mortality, but with an unquenchable thirst for retribution, the Mohawk devil couldn't help but feel a flicker of uncertainty. Then recalling the 10 demigods it had vanquished earlier, it recognized that the demigods' powerful time cards had already been consumed and exhausted. With the weight of this realization, the Mohawk devil's visage transformed once more. The shadow of uncertainty that had momentarily touched its expression gave way to the resurgence of its malevolent grin. A renewed air of self-assuredness enveloped the Mohawk devil, bolstered by the belief that the formidable strength the four demigods now wielded paled in comparison to its mastery over the time rule. As the four demigods stepped within its striking reach, the punk-like demon swung its pair of chain whips infused with its time rule power, all while releasing a mocking chuckle that soon transformed into an unrestrained scornful and jeering laughter that echoed through the secondary time flow. The swift motion of the twin chain whips was nothing short of astonishing, evidently under the influence of the Mohawk devil's time rule mastery to amplify their velocity. In a blink, they closed the gap to their intended objective, yet they missed their target by the narrowest of margins, grazing past their marks by the width of a single hair. The reason the twin chains did not manage to hit their target despite their speed was not because of the lack of the devil's aim, but because of the incredible agility and reflex displayed by the four demigods. Akin to the name transcendent, their speed seemed to astonishingly transcend the time rule. They never knew one could be that fast. The twin chains' inability to successfully strike their mark, despite their impressive agility, stemmed not from any shortcoming in the devil's aim, but rather from the remarkable dexterity and lightning-quick reactions exhibited by the four demigods. Resonating with the very essence of edging at the boundary of transcendence, their swiftness appeared to remarkably surpass the confines of time rule. The sheer rapidity they displayed was so extraordinary that it left them in awe, never before having comprehended the possibility of achieving such astonishing levels of speed. Even the Mohawk devil found itself taken aback as it witnessed the four demigods effortlessly sidestepping its assault. This unforeseen turn of events began to raise significant worries within the Mohawk devil's mind, prompting a sense of genuine concern to take root. As the four demigods adeptly dodged the Mohawk devil's assault, the expressions of astonishment and apprehension that played across the Mohawk devil's countenance only served to bolster the confidence of the quartet. With renewed assurance, they advanced towards the devil, intending to exact retribution for their fallen comrades and settle the score once and for all. Yet, the very instant when the four demigods, suffused with confidence, drew nearer to the Mohawk devil, a broad grin crept across the devil's face as the time rule power oozed out of it. In a resounding proclamation, it bellowed, "Temporal quicksand," while attacking them with its twin chain whips accelerated by its time rule. Abruptly, a sensation enveloped the four demigods, akin to the sensation of their very movements decelerating. With their current prowess, it was impossible. But it turns out the Mohawk devil had slowed down their flow of time in the secondary time flow created by it, an ingenious tactic wielded by the devil to tilt the odds in its favor. In close quarters, the devil's twin chain whip had the boost of time rule power instantly skewered through the four slow demigods with ease and instantly began to sacrifice their vitality to the hourglass relic. The four demigods, as a last-ditch effort, tried to donate their shared divinity, but to their horror, they found that impaled by the unknown chain their access to the soul energy, rule power, and their divinity was sealed. Completing its meal, the Mohawk devil proceeded toward its dessert, Dalton Wyatt. Learning that all 8 members of the 2 teams she led to the southern capital to complete 2 missions had become the nourishment to the devil they summoned, Arnaz was dumbstruck. Her mind nearly collapsed trying to comprehend this, wondering, how could a perfect plan go so horribly wrong? Soon Arnaz, a proud semi-demigod, felt her knees go weak as she collapsed to the floor, realizing what this meant for her. Unlike her team, she did not even have control over her life to end it. Listening to the commotion, Ada rushed out of her room and saw Arnaz collapsed with her knees on the floor and with a look on her face that appeared to have seen a ghost. "Team Captain, you okay?" Ada cautiously asked Arnis. She too had become aware of the deaths of all 8 demigods from the central government, as their names erased themselves from the secured channel they were using to converse with each other. This basically meant that they had failed in their secondary mission to bring the creator of the VR universe, Dalton Wyatt, to their master, which would not make their master happy. That meant the punishment they would face after returning to the central capital had increased by a few folds. Just imagining the wrath of their master, even Ada too felt her knees go weak, but she held her own, wondering if it was worth it for her to return to the side of her master. Unlike Arnis, Ada did not bother to try and understand what went wrong with their plan to capture Wyatt, because after one of her 4 bodies in the southern capital failed to curse the Southern Emperor's origin card due to an unfathomable presence, she had come to a realization. After repeatedly going through her memories trying to uncover who was the unfathomable presence that effortlessly killed one of her bodies that were under the effect of her second origin card, Mobius presence, and left swiftly without leaving behind any trace. But she always came back with no answer, almost causing her to go crazy. That was when she decided to let go of her obsessive search, which then helped her realize that the forces of the central government, were not the forces controlling the events in the southern capital from behind the scene, but there was another power controlling the city from shadows whom they had no idea about. Seeing how they acted to protect the Southern Emperor's origin card, it was clear this unknown force was in favor of the Southern royal family. With this realization, Ada was not surprised that they failed in their mission to capture Wyatt. Even if the devil had not killed them, then they would have died in the hands of the other faction hidden in the shadows of the city, quietly controlling everything the battle in the city. I think you should take a look at. Knowing that right now, what awaited her at the central government was torture and pain that would make her thirst for the sweet release of death. Ada looked back at her time by her master's side, and she realized that there was nothing more her master could provide her with. She acquired an amazing physique and gained a superb second origin card that fit well with her first origin card and her acquired physique. Not to mention the treasure trove of demonic techniques and arrays, especially the one which allowed her to grow her mental strength by sacrificing living beings, which would help her grow the number of perfect bodies she could control using her limitless immortal physique. Her master had nothing more to give her. Instead, he would like her to show him how many bodies she can actually control using her physique, limitless immortal. And also he had become a shackle around her neck, stopping her from taking her revenge on the Southern royal family, and also has been actively trying to limit her development so she can depend on him more. She still was unable to figure out why the all-powerful organization that controlled the central government from behind the scenes was not keen on overthrowing the 4 royal families and controlling their regions directly. Instead, choose to sabotage them from behind the scenes. Ada believed that there was more reason for it than just the political ones that they used as an excuse. Therefore, Ada thought her master might never allow her to destroy the Southern royal family like she wanted to. Instead, staying any longer with him would only bring in an opportunity for him to make her more dependent on him and slowly brainwash her. These reasons why Ada came to a sudden decision to not return to her master's side, and felt that it was no longer fit for her future development. Instead, go on another adventure to find a place that would help her hone her powers and grow stronger. Strong enough to take on the Southern royal family and anyone that comes her way of achieving that. But Ada knew it was not easy for her to leave her master because he and his friends ruled the entire world. Anywhere she runs off to, he would find her and have his people fetch her. And from then on, what awaited her would be gruesome torture until her spirit broke, allowing him to brainwash her and turn her into one of his dogs. If Ada really wanted to get away from her master, then she would have to find a way to leave this world and move to another world, which was simply impossible. However, when this thought crossed Ada's mind, her eyes sparkled with brilliance, as if she had found a way to do just that. Ada gave Arnis, who was helplessly staring into the void out of sheer desperation and fear of what awaited her at the central capital, one last look. Then heading back into her room, she locked the door and cut her wrist to gather a pool of blood on the floor. Soon she began to conduct a demonic sacrificial ritual. As a result, a beam of light wider than a person's waist shoots out from the pool of blood and touches the ceiling of the room. Then, without hesitation, entering her origin card's devilization, Ada stepped into the red beam of light. Bidding goodbye to the card world, she embraced the darkness within her. sacrificing the life force drawn from a total of 18 demigods. The sands in the Hourglass Relic's lower chamber had nearly reached its full capacity. Had the Mohawk Devil not expended a substantial amount of sand during the battle against the demigods, the lower section of the Hourglass Relic would have been completely filled by now. Had the Mohawk Devil accomplished such a feat, its mastery of time rules would have seamlessly synchronized with the card world's time rule, courtesy of the Hourglass Relic's magical influence. Consequently, the Devil would have become independent of relying on the Hourglass Relic's sands to wield its time rule mastery within the card world. Freed from constraints, it could employ its time rule to its utmost desire and without limitations. Regrettably, the Mohawk Devil fell just a few sands shy of attaining that state. The secondary time flow it had initiated was still in effect, causing the sands within its Hourglass Relic to flow in reverse. Gradually, the sands from the lower section of the hourglass were migrating to the upper section, hindering its progress towards the desired outcome. However, the Devil did not choose to erase the secondary time flow, as its real prey was within its sights, and it could no longer wait to get its hand on Wyatt's soul. The Mohawk Devil closed in on Wyatt, haunted by memories of the shame and humiliation inflicted upon it during their previous encounter. Its existence had turned into a torment ever since that defeat, leaving it feeling uneasy within its own being. The disgrace of succumbing to a mere mortal gnawed relentlessly at its soul. Thoughts of defeat consumed its mind, and the pursuit of vengeance became the sole driving force keeping it alive. The Mohawk Devil had meticulously plotted its revenge, envisioning subjecting Wyatt's soul to untold tortures from countless realms. Nevertheless, it had not anticipated such a swift opportunity to exact vengeance, as it had barely been a day since their initial encounter when it was summoned to the card world under its alias, the Devil Merchant Ezra. As the Mohawk Devil drew nearer to the trapped Wyatt within the original time flow, a sense of nearing culmination surged through its being. Its already hideous expression contorted further, and its crimson eyes glowed with eager anticipation for the long-awaited vengeance. The mere thought of subjecting Wyatt's soul to all the untold tortures of myriad realms brought the Devil almost to the brink of euphoria that I think you should take a look at. In a twist of fate, just as the Mohawk Devil believed victory was assured, Wyatt defied all expectations. He moved with a swiftness beyond that of a mere card master, surprising the Devil with an unexpected punch. The impact was formidable, carrying the force of something far greater than a regular demigod's strength, yelling, "Boo! Itch!" The Devil's giant form was propelled backward, hurtling through the air for an astounding 200 to 300 meters before finally coming to a halt. The battleground fell into an eerie silence. Unfortunately, all onlookers were either dead or trapped in the original time flow, otherwise they would be left in awe of Wyatt's unexpected might. How do you possess the ability to tap into the secondary time flow? The Mohawk Devil inquired, its voice tinged with bewilderment. The shock it experienced transcended the realm of words, leaving the Devil utterly confounded by Wyatt's unforeseen prowess. "Hello, Belphegor. It's a pleasure to meet you as well," Wyatt replied with a composed tone. Simultaneously, he underwent a remarkable transformation, his stature expanding to an impressive 9 feet, now matching Belphegor's height. Wyatt flexed his muscles deliberately, gauging the newfound strength surging within him. "How is this possible? When we last met, your strength was no more than that of a demon soldier. It hasn't even been a day since then. How can you possess the strength of a demigod? What sorcery are you using?" Belphegor exclaimed, his disbelief evident in his voice. He couldn't fathom how Wyatt, who exuded the aura of a card master, now showcased a might surpassing that of a typical demigod. His vast knowledge of myriad realms proved inadequate in comprehending the abrupt surge in Wyatt's power. The time zones in the card world and the dark realm diverged significantly. The span of a single day in the dark realm equated to 10 days in the card world. When Wyatt initially summoned Belphegor on April 5th, only 8 days had elapsed since that event. From Belphegor's perspective, it had scarcely been a day since he lost the wager to Wyatt. Thus, the shame of that defeat lingered in his mind as if it had transpired just today. Therefore, the magnitude of shock from witnessing Wyatt's astounding growth and strength overwhelmed Belphegor. He struggled to comprehend what was right before him, as it felt surreal and beyond the bounds of reality. Let's set aside talk about me for now. When we last met, you were no more significant than an earthworm, and now you've transformed into an overgrown pig. When will you reveal your true form, my friend? Wyatt conveyed these words not to taunt or shame Belphegor, but to convey that he understood this current shape was not the devil's genuine embodiment. Belphegor fell into a momentary silence, attentively listening to Wyatt's words. The truth was undeniable. His current form was not his genuine self. But this fact remained a well-guarded secret, known only to a select few beings scattered across the myriad realms. Even within the Devil Merchant Code, the vast majority of devils and demons believed his present embodiment to be his true nature. Hence, the devil found himself taken aback. The fact that Wyatt had discerned his true name during their initial encounter left him astounded. Now, in their second meeting, Wyatt had immediately uncovered the veil of his incarnation. It led Belphegor to ponder just how much Wyatt knew about him and the extent of his knowledge. As Wyatt's primary body confronted Belphegor, one of his mutated souls embarked on another mission. It entered the pebble containing a pseudo-calamity soul gem, located closest to the prestige Four Seasons. With its newfound orders, the pseudo-calamity soul gem shed its pebble encasement and underwent a remarkable transformation, crafting a new body in the likeness of Wyatt. This entire process was directed under the commands of Wyatt. Having acquired a corporeal form, the mutated soul rushed towards the prestige Four Seasons at an astonishing pace, knowing it was already 7 minutes late for its Morningstar University early admission interview. Hopefully, the interviewers had not left yet and would be kind enough to overlook its tardiness. Upon reaching the prestige Four Seasons, Wyatt's mutated soul faced a slight delay in locating the Exler Hall, but eventually, it found the designated venue. However, to its dismay, the hall was deserted, devoid of the expected interviewers. It seemed they had already left. Nevertheless, Wyatt's determined mutated soul refused to give up. Undeterred, it resolved to search the interviewers' hotel rooms, determined to present its case and plead for a second chance. Leaving no stone unturned, it vowed not to leave until it had the opportunity to make its appeal and secure that coveted second chance. Based on the meticulous information gathered by Wyatt regarding the early admission interview and the interviewers, it was evident that Professor Sansa Orion held the reins of this critical process. She occupied the penthouse at the Prestige Four Seasons during this time. Determined to make a compelling appeal for a second chance, Wyatt's mutated soul resolved to head directly to the penthouse. There, it intended to beseech Professor Sansa Orion, expressing genuine eagerness to secure a spot at Morningstar University. This was not just a whim. Wyatt's mutated soul felt that if it earnestly pleaded his case with an unwavering determination to Professor Sansa Orion and showed her how much he yearned for this opportunity, then she might give him a second chance at the interview. Upon arriving at the penthouse, Wyatt's mutated soul discovered that it was not deserted as expected. Brimming with excitement, it boldly stepped inside, only to be greeted by an unexpected presence, an elderly man, Professor Hadley. This same individual had been instrumental in aiding Wyatt with valuable information for Morningstar University's early admission interview. However, to the mutated soul's bewilderment, Professor Sansa Orion was conspicuously absent from the penthouse. She was nowhere to be found, leaving an unsettling air of mystery behind her sudden disappearance. FCK, Wyatt's mutated soul cussed, realizing that Sansa might have utilized a time card to avoid being ensnared in the original time flow. Observing her allies succumb effortlessly to the devil's onslaught, she probably made the calculated decision to flee the city before the devil wreaked havoc on it. Date: April 13th, 2321. Time: 9:52. I think you should take a look at. Location: Southern Region, Southern Capital, Outskirts. Your Highness, I have found the central government's hideout. An ethereal apparition of a female humanoid head materialized before Sansa, its presence emanating an air of reverence. Then the voice of the flower thief sounded from within it, reporting his discovery of the central government's clandestine hideout, situated on the outskirts of the southern capital. Finally, is there anyone left inside? Sansa reproached the flower thief for the prolonged delay in discovering the hideout and inquired whether he had thoroughly investigated it. As anticipated, Your Highness, we found only a single individual inside. It is the semi-demigod who was leading the central government teams. However, she appears to be emotionally unstable, possibly due to the failure of her mission and the loss of all her comrades at the hands of the devil, conveyed the flower thief, politely sharing the results of his investigation into the central government's hideout with Sansa. That's good. Lead the way. Sansa commanded with a tone that unmistakably conveyed her disappointment in the flower thief's performance that day. Nevertheless, she acquiesced and followed him to the hideout, resolute in her mission. Despite the help of the time hack card to access the secondary time flow cast by the devil, the empty beast remained reluctant to emerge in the southern capital, irrespective of the time flow. Its terror of the worlds will surpass the flower thief's ability to control it. Maybe the empty beast was just looking out for its ignorant master. Following the lead of Flower Thief, Sansa ventured into the heart of the central government's hideout. There, she discovered Arnas, kneeling on the floor in a state of utter powerlessness, her gaze fixed into the void, as though life's purpose had deserted her. Arnas appeared indifferent to the presence of unauthorized intruders in the hideout, not even bothering to turn and see who it was. She continued to lament her miserable fate, feeling trapped without the freedom to end her own life. Arnas John, anyone catching sight of you might think that you died with your eyes wide open, Sansa remarked as she positioned herself in front of Arnas, locking eyes with hers. Just kill me. There's nothing you can get from me, Arnas declared. Her words did not stem from defiance, but rather from a sense of desperation. Her demeanor seemed to implore Sansa to put an end to her suffering by killing her. Even the flower thief, witnessing her condition, couldn't help but feel compassion for her plight. I come not as an executioner, but as a bearer of gifts, Sansa declared, her voice resonating clearly, leaving Arnas bewildered and perplexed. What if I said there was a way for you to get a new start? Would you be willing to embrace it? Sansa inquired, gazing into Arnas's lifeless eyes, hoping to catch a glimmer of hope within them. Then she went on to add, though it will not erase your past, it will definitely not let it catch up to you. I know you will take it since it is way better than other options at your disposal. Belphegor, are you going to remain rooted there, or will you come over and give your buddy a tight hug? Wyatt playfully taunted, observing the Belphegor's deep contemplation. Hey, kiddo, your soul energy signature is muddled with curse energy. What did you risk this time to amp up your strength? Belphegor inquired, skepticism written all over his face. He couldn't fathom how the boy, who 8 days gambled his soul to borrow power to take down a semi-demigod and save his sweetheart, could now possess abilities surpassing even regular demigods. Belphegor refrained from hastily ending Wyatt's life and claiming his soul for a specific reason. After experiencing defeat in Wyatt's hands, he developed a newfound respect for the young man. Hence, he approached the situation with caution, unwilling to be careless against an adversary he now recognized as formidable. Belphegor wasn't convinced that Wyatt would sacrifice himself solely because a devil offered to spare others in exchange for his life. He saw Wyatt as someone far more cunning and strategic, possessing a game plan that needed thorough comprehension. He understood that Wyatt's intelligence surpassed the notion of making such a rash and selfless decision. This was why Belphegor did not immediately take action, instead took his time to gather his thoughts and understand what Wyatt was up to. He refused to rush headlong into action. Instead, he sought to discern the intricate web of intentions woven by the young enigma before him and learn where and what Wyatt's true purpose was. Even if you are my buddy, I'm afraid that's classified information, Wyatt retorted calmly, his attention momentarily diverted towards monitoring the progress of his mutated soul, which had set out on a mission to put an end to Matron once and for all. Your soul belongs to me. I will not allow you to willfully damage it or wager it with someone else. The Belphegor declared his claim over Wyatt's soul, confidently implying that he had harvested Wyatt's soul. Sure, buddy, then why don't you come get it? Wyatt retorted playfully, beckoning Belphegor with a confident gesture of his finger. In the face of Wyatt's taunting gesture, Belphegor's composure wavered, his initial intent to withhold vengeance temporarily, giving way to an overwhelming surge of fury. Succumbing to his emotions, he abandoned caution and lunged ferociously at the boy, driven by the determination to deliver a swift and decisive blow to his head, seeking to end Wyatt's life in an instant. Like a blazing comet streaking through the heavens, Belphegor's unparalleled speed was a sight to behold. In the blink of an eye, he closed the gap between him and Wyatt, summoning the primal force of his physical body into his fist. With unrestrained power, he unleashed a devastating punch aimed at Wyatt's face. The sheer intensity of his strike would blow up his head like an exploding watermelon, which would shatter into countless fragments. As the tempestuous fist hurtled towards him, Wyatt's demeanor remained unwavering, his steady gaze fixated on the oncoming threat. Yet, instead of flinching or evading, a mesmerizing spectacle unfolded before their eyes. A human hand materialized in front of Wyatt, seemingly born of perfect muscles, intercepting Belphegor's mighty punch with astonishing ease. The humanoid arm's appearance was similar to Wyatt's arm, filled with incredible strength, halting Belphegor's advance in its tracks and rendering him momentarily motionless. A profound sense of wonder and uncertainty filled the air, as the clash of two forces painted an otherworldly illusion between the boy and the devil. Wyatt's remarkable feat of catching Belphegor's punch effortlessly left the devil utterly astonished. With a newfound sense of vigilance, Belphegor hastily withdrew his hand and quickly retreated with his eyes fixed on Wyatt with a complex fusion of fear and bewilderment written across his face. Belphegor felt as such because Wyatt's floating humanoid arm stopped his punch with more than just strength. To be accurate, there was no force behind Wyatt's floating when it caught his punch puzzled Belphegor deeply. His fist felt a suction force, previously unknown to him, lay within the floating arm. Like a voracious vortex, it had absorbed the entire kinetic energy behind his punch, halting his attack without a struggle I think you should take a look at. In the wake of this revelation, a newfound caution for Wyatt's unyielding prowess swept over Belphegor, prompting him to proceed more carefully, as Wyatt appeared to have gotten his hands on quite a troublesome ability that was too strong to overcome with mere physical strength. "Is that the best you can muster? You colossal swine!" Wyatt's triumphant shout pierced the air as yet another of his floating fists materialized alongside Belphegor. Swift as lightning, it delivered a resounding blow to the devil's face before he could react. The force of the punch sent Belphegor hurtling through the air, propelled an astonishing distance of 200 to 250 meters before he finally came to a jarring halt. The impact of the punch was nothing short of cataclysmic. The devil's once fearsome visage was distorted, his two formidable tusks broken and rendered in a state of disarray. The sight of his shattered facade stood as a testament to the overwhelming power concealed within the floating arms that Wyatt conjured, leaving the mighty Belphegor both humbled and astounded before his formidable adversary. Belphegor gasped, gazing upon his shattered tusks with wide-eyed astonishment. His eyes then shifted towards Wyatt, who stood motionless as if rooted to the ground since the onset of the tumultuous battle, utterly bewildered. The unfathomable question lingered in his mind. How could Wyatt's mere conjured fist hold such unimaginable physical might? With a mischievous glint in his eyes, Wyatt playfully goaded Belphegor. "Hey buddy, let's remove the safety gloves and get serious, shall we? Don't say I didn't warn you when I claim your life before you unleash your full might." His voice brimmed with confidence, a daring challenge flung into the air like a gauntlet. Wyatt had paid a lot to gain the power that lay within him waiting to be unleashed. The time had come for him to display the depths of what he was capable of to the world. As the words hung in the air, the battlefield seemed to hold its breath, anticipating the impending clash of wills. Belphegor's demeanor shifted, recognizing the subtle transformation in Wyatt's aura. It was no longer that of a mere demigod, but something else more profound. Fueled by Wyatt's provocative remarks, Belphegor refused to indulge in verbal jousting. With a flourish, he unleashed his twin-chain whips, their metallic serpents dancing in the air. But that wasn't all he had in store. Channeling his mastery of time rule, he concocted a mesmerizing spectacle, creating a tertiary time flow overlapping the existing secondary and original time flows. This newly crafted time flow was longer than the other two time flows, exclusively for the deadly dance of his whips to traverse, seeking out Wyatt as their prime target. It was a breathtaking display of skill and rule power, showcasing the awe of Belphegor's unparalleled prowess. Wyatt's sole pupil beheld the twin-chain whips hurtling towards him, guided by the enigmatic tertiary time flow. As the whips drew nearer, his vision split, revealing a breathtaking spectacle of two overlapping realities. One reality showcased the paused secondary time flow, while the other unveiled the moving tertiary time flow. Such an otherworldly display failed to perplex Wyatt, for he was no stranger to this wondrous phenomenon. Many a time, he had witnessed the intertwining time flows whenever the malevolent Belphegor unleashed his chain whips upon the demigods. After much contemplation and profound introspection, Wyatt had grasped a crucial realization. His body and soul possessed the remarkable ability to acclimate to different time flows, but this adaptability was contingent on the time flow directly influencing him. The Devil's cunningly crafted tertiary time flow, a product of its time rule mastery, currently exerted its influence solely over his vision, allowing only his soul pupils to embrace its essence and perceive its manifestations. However, the rest of his physical form remained firmly entrenched in the familiar grip of the secondary time flow. As a result of this dichotomy, he found himself in a perplexing state, a keen observer of the impending chain assault, yet incapacitated to evade it due to the temporal incongruity between his perception and his body's response. Within Wyatt, a potent struggle unfolded, an inner conflict between his perception of time rule and the constraints of his physical body. Having discerned the flaw in his enigmatic immunity to the time rule, Wyatt had devised a method to surmount it. This involved him using the physical one with the world state to form a harmonious connection with the world around him. In this state, he aimed to assimilate as much of his surroundings as possible, making them a part of his physical body. When the Devil's chain whip entered this vicinity, it would influence the interconnected surroundings that had become a part of him, triggering his mysterious immunity to time. This, in turn, would enable him to access the tertiary time flow brought about by the Devil. Once Wyatt's body could harness this tertiary time flow, he would adeptly evade its effects. Wyatt's keen deduction proved accurate. For the moment the infamous Belphegor's chain whips slithered into his surrounding, he felt the tertiary time flow the chain whips had used to travel faster than the secondary time flow. Embracing the mystical tertiary time flow, he deftly sidestepped the vicious whips, mere hair's breadth away, much to Belphegor's astonishment and bewilderment. This sudden twist had left even the Devil himself shell-shocked. Belphegor's jaw dropped, unable to hide his astonishment. Witnessing Wyatt expertly maneuvering his time rule-empowered chain whips was nothing short of awe-inspiring. The very feat of dodging those whips, infused with the enigmatic power of time rule itself, surpassed all expectations. Even the four mighty demigods, who had sacrificially merged their divinity to ascend closer to transcendence, found themselves only barely capable of evading the relentless onslaught of those time rule-infused chain whips. As Wyatt showcased the same extraordinary accomplishment, it became evident that he now embodied a strength that rivaled the collective might of the four divinities. His newfound prowess hinted at a power greater than that of an elite demigod, let alone a regular one, making him a formidable force that could stand toe-to-toe with the power closer to transcendence. This was no ordinary power wielded by a mere above-average demigod. Instead, it emanated from one who had sensed the transcendence. The sheer magnitude of this newfound strength forced Belphegor to regard the strength displayed by Wyatt with utmost seriousness. It was evident that Wyatt had tapped into a realm beyond the conventional, harnessing forces that few could comprehend. The very thought of getting an easy win over Wyatt now seemed folly, as the gap between their abilities had drastically decreased. In the face of such unparalleled might, even Belphegor, a seasoned figure of power, could not help but acknowledge Wyatt's current strength, regardless of its temporary nature. "Kid, it appears you've struck a deal with a formidable patron this time. Who is it? Is it Ball? That insufferable bastard has been plotting against me for ages. It should be him." Belphegor's disbelief grew as he was sure that Wyatt's newfound power truly belonged to him, or that one of his devilish adversaries had intervened to aid him out of spite. In the realm of uncertainty, suspicion danced with curiosity, leaving Belphegor to ponder the true origin of Wyatt's might. The sinister undercurrents of past grudges only served to fuel his doubts, wondering if an old nemesis had covertly lent their strength to the young demigod, aiming to settle the score through Wyatt's newfound power. In disbelief, Belphegor wrestled with two undeniable reasons that made him doubt Wyatt's newfound might. Firstly, a mere 8 days ago, Wyatt had been lingering within the humble ranks of the demon soldier realm, a stark contrast to the overwhelming strength he now wielded. The rapid ascent from insignificance to greatness was a riddle yet to be unraveled. Secondly, and more perplexing still, was the peculiar amalgamation of curse energy interwoven within Wyatt's soul energy signature. Such an eerie blend of energies suggested that Wyatt had ventured down a treacherous path and struck a sinister deal with an enigmatic patron. The veil of mystery surrounding his newfound strength was thick, making Belphegor keenly aware that Wyatt could not have borrowed his newfound strength without paying any cost or making any sacrifice. I think you should take a look at. Why concern yourself with the origins of my newfound strength? It can be a new patron or something else. Who cares? Instead, let our fists do the talking and see whose power reigns supreme, Wyatt retorted playfully. He was wise enough to keep Belphegor in the dark about the source of his power. After all, some secrets were best kept shrouded in mystery, especially from your enemies, and right in the middle of a decisive life-and-death battle. Listen up, you dumb FCK. Your soul belongs to me, and I won't stand for you bartering away my possessions. Confess that you haven't struck a deal with another devil to gain your newfound strength. Belphegor roared as his frustration boiled over. The notion of Wyatt striking such a dangerous bargain with another devil did not sit well with him, and he was determined to get to the bottom of it. Belphegor's problem was not with Wyatt's search for a new devil or whatever as a patron to draw strength from. What truly concerned him, however, was the nature of the pact Wyatt struck with this new patron in exchange for that strength. If another devil already held a claim on Wyatt's soul, even if Belphegor killed him, he would be unable to harvest his soul, for it would journey to the realm of the devil with rightful ownership. This would imply that the mighty demon Belphegor would essentially be offering Wyatt's soul to another devil on a silver platter. This notion unsettled Belphegor greatly because killing Wyatt, extracting his soul, and subjecting it to eternal torment were essential to erasing his tarnished pride. That's why he genuinely cared about the source of Wyatt's strength, who provided it, and what price was to be paid. That's it, yours up. With a scowl etched across his face, Wyatt did not like being cussed at by the likes of Belphegor. In a burst of fury, he let out a fierce battle cry and charged at the demon with all the strength he could muster, his fists clenched and ready for the clash that was about to unfold. As Wyatt's charging form came hurtling towards him, Belphegor simply scoffed, his malevolent grin widening as he mockingly chanted, "Temporal quicksand." The very fabric of time seemed to respond to his wicked incantation, weaving a treacherous trap to ensnare his impulsive adversary. Nearing Belphegor, the ground beneath Wyatt's feet rippled and shifted like a devious mirage, threatening to halt the flow of time itself. As Wyatt unwittingly stepped into the treacherous embrace of Belphegor's temporal quicksand, the demon's confidence soared, and a wicked grin spread across his face. With calculated precision, he unleashed his twin-chain whips imbued with time rule power, hurtling them toward Wyatt with the assurance of a master strategist. This very move had proven its might in the past, effectively slowing down and killing 4 formidable demigods who had dared to share their divinities to gain power almost near the realm of the transcendent. Belphegor relished the memory of that triumphant moment as he now sought to ensnare Wyatt in the same inescapable grasp. Fate had a cruel twist in store for Belphegor, for it wasn't Wyatt who stumbled into the temporal quicksand, but the demon himself who, in his arrogance, wielded this skill against one immune to the time rule. With a swift and unexpected maneuver, Wyatt dodged the incoming chain whips effortlessly without being slowed by the temporal quicksand covering the vicinity, leaving Belphegor dumbfounded and vulnerable. In an instant, the tables turned, and a punishing fist met the devil's face, delivering a satisfying blow as retribution for his misplaced confidence. The moment Wyatt's powerful fist connected with Belphegor's astonished face, the devil was propelled rearward. Yet, he swiftly reclaimed control over his body, compelling it to an abrupt halt, and stood suspended in midair. Noticing that Wyatt's punch didn't pack the same punch as before, Belphegor stared at Wyatt with a blend of surprise and puzzlement. He was surprised because Wyatt seemed unfazed while moving through the tricky temporal quicksand, and he was puzzled because he was certain Wyatt had put all his strength into the punch, yet it didn't measure up to the earlier blow that had broken his tusks. However, Belphegor didn't dwell further on the fact that Wyatt's punch wasn't potent as earlier, as his focus was entirely consumed by the realization that his two prominent time rule-based attacks, which had successfully taken down around 8 demigods before, were now proving ineffective against Wyatt. Belphegor had a sense that his time rule mastery wasn't merely falling short against Wyatt. It was like they held no sway over him. This feeling intensified when he witnessed Wyatt effortlessly walking through his temporal quicksand skill. The only individuals Belphegor recognized as capable of such feats were major players within the Dark Realm and adherents of the Devil Merchant Code. Thus, he couldn't help but speculate whether one of those figures was the patrons whose power Wyatt was currently harnessing. If this turned out to be true, Belphegor knew it was going to be a struggle for him to cleanse the stain off of his pride. If those entities were ready to grant Wyatt such a significant portion of their power, it implied that what Wyatt had offered them in exchange for borrowing that power held immense value. Belphegor sincerely wished that Wyatt's soul wasn't included in the deal. If it turned out otherwise, his quest for revenge would remain unfinished, even if he was the one responsible for Wyatt's miserable end. Listen closely, you arrogant bastard. I have decided. Regardless of whom you have sold your soul to once I'm done killing you, I am willing to sacrifice a piece of my own existence just to seal your soul right back into your lifeless body, just so that I can subject you to all the torment that the myriad realms have to offer. Worried by the secret behind how and what Wyatt had exchanged for his current might, Belphegor resolutely chose to sacrifice a fraction of his own life, intending to seal Wyatt's soul in a way that prevented it from fulfilling whatever pact Wyatt had struck to obtain his present power. You pig bastard, have as many wet dreams in that pork brain of yours as you want, but... Ugh, Wyatt said in disgust, and his eyes conveyed the same to the Belphegor. You despicable swine, indulge in your perverse fantasies within that pork brain of yours all you desire, but keep me out of them. Ugh, Wyatt spat out in revulsion as he gazed at Belphegor in disgust. Wyatt's disgust-filled gaze provoked Belphegor into a thunderous roar as he invoked one of his abilities, bellowing its name. Infernal Temporal Stride. In the blink of an eye, Belphegor disappeared from his initial spot. His figure was nowhere to be seen. As Belphegor triggered yet another of his time-infused skills, Wyatt remained composed, suspended in midair, unwaveringly anticipating Belphegor's move. In a matter of seconds, 6 floating humanoid arms materialized behind Wyatt, seamlessly joining together to form a protective barrier. This arm's shield materialized just in time to intercept Belphegor's surprise punch, which had seemingly materialized out of thin air behind him. What was more noticeable was the fact that, upon his reappearance, Belphegor's stature had expanded drastically, stretching from a previous 9 feet to an imposing 21 feet. Notably, even the hourglass relic fastened to his back, and the golden chain adorning him had enlarged proportionally to accommodate Belphegor's new stature. Once more, Belphegor stood in sheer bewilderment as he witnessed Wyatt successfully intercepting his punch. Yet, what truly unsettled him was the inexplicable suction force that seized his fist upon contact with Wyatt's floating arms, which had joined together to form a protective barrier on Wyatt's back. Upon the impact of his fist with Wyatt's arms, Belphegor felt as though these arms had drained every ounce of power from his blow, causing it to come to an abrupt halt. Belphegor had noticed this previously when he had attacked Wyatt, but was easily blocked and countered by him. In the heat of the movement and clouded his rage, Belphegor had neglected it, but seeing the same repeat itself, he made note of it, feeling that Wyatt was using a troublesome ability. Your ability to halt this time rule-based attack indicates it's not Baal bestowing you with his might. Yet, the enigmatic pull in your grasp bears a semblance to Beelzebub's power. Did you strike a deal with that insatiable wretch and offer up your soul to him? Believing that Wyatt had harnessed power from one of his adversaries, Belphegor resolved to employ tactics he had used against them in his confrontation with Wyatt. Observing the failure of the infernal temporal stride against Wyatt, he crossed Baal off the list of potential devils aiding Wyatt. Is that pathetic display supposed to be an attack? Your mind must be truly stuffed with pork, you wretched pig. Wyatt's voice thundered. Simultaneously, one of his suspended fists materialized above Belphegor's head, delivering a powerful blow that sent him hurtling down, crashing into the ground below. Belphegor's employment of the infernal temporal stride skill resembled his utilization of the chain whips. Instead of channeling power into the chain whips, he was infusing his physical body with the time rule power. However, upon entering the tertiary time flow, Belphegor refrained from immediately launching an assault on Wyatt. Instead, he maneuvered around Wyatt in a circular manner for a full minute, which was equal to a second in secondary time flow, before striking him from behind. Wyatt found himself pondering the reason behind Belphegor's choice to adopt this approach rather than directly engaging him. Based on Belphegor's words, it seemed that he had effectively deployed a comparable maneuver against a devil named Baal. The success could have stemmed from Baal's utilization of a specific artifact, relic, or tactic to counter Belphegor's time rule mastery. Otherwise, Wyatt could think of a possibility where such an attack could prove effective against an adept in the time rule. Lying sprawled on the ground, Belphegor pondered why he hadn't been able to defend against Wyatt's punch aimed at his head. Based on the force behind the two previous punches from Wyatt, Belphegor believed he had measured Wyatt's overall strength. Consequently, he decided to enlarge his physical body, hoping to overpower Wyatt with the increased might that came with it. Surprisingly, not only did Wyatt successfully fend off Belphegor's attack, but he also managed to swiftly floor him with a single punch. Belphegor had endured 3 punches from Wyatt by now, carefully examining each blow. He came to the realization that Wyatt's skill in neutralizing the impact of incoming punches was far more problematic than he had initially believed. It wasn't merely a matter of Wyatt absorbing the force of his opponent's strikes. He was also capable of storing that energy as his own. This meant that Wyatt's subsequent attacks packed added damage, combining both his own strength and that of his adversary. Belphegor had finally comprehended the reason behind the varying strengths of Wyatt's punches. The initial strike held not just Wyatt's own power, but also harnessed the force of his opponent. Similarly, the astonishing might of the third punch arose from the amalgamation of both Wyatt's and his enemy's might. However, this was not the case with the second punch, leading to its notably diminished strength in comparison to the first and third punches. After deciphering Wyatt's ability to absorb force, Belphegor's investigation wasn't complete. He faced another challenge, one more vexing than Wyatt's force absorption prowess. This power rendered Belphegor's mastery over time rules and time-based skills almost ineffective against Wyatt. When he employed his infernal temporal stride skill, hoping to discern if Wyatt utilized an item similar to the one Devil Ball had, which countered his time rule. Yet, he found this wasn't the case. Nevertheless, in this process, Belphegor uncovered a peculiar trait about Wyatt. It seemed that Wyatt couldn't access the tertiary time flow unless Belphegor drew closer to him. While operating within the tertiary time flow, Belphegor spent a minute circling around Wyatt. During this minute, he observed and discerned that Wyatt remained confined within the secondary time flow. However, when Belphegor advanced to launch an attack, he witnessed Wyatt swiftly accessing the tertiary time flow. This occurrence held significant significance, inviting deeper contemplation. "Hey, kid, did you comprehend the time rule?" Belphegor inquired skeptically, although he was well aware that Wyatt hadn't really grasped it. If Wyatt had indeed understood it, the hourglass relic fastened to his back would incessantly push him to offer up Wyatt as a sacrifice to it. Belphegor posed this question as a test, curious to witness Wyatt's response. Sometimes, a person's reaction could reveal a great deal about them, particularly when caught off guard. "Belphegor, when are you going to stop tiptoeing around? You won't snag my soul like this. Quit overwhelming your tiny brain with overthinking. Let your fists do the talking," Wyatt exclaimed, genuinely surprised by Belphegor's cautious approach. It was unexpected to witness Belphegor, a powerful devil who held command over the time rule, exhibiting such restraint. Not only was he cautious, but he also displayed remarkable patience. Belphegor was comfortable biding his time before taking action and rarely allowed his anger to take the reins. It was no wonder he managed to deceive the central government, passing off a fake name as his real one. Nevertheless, owing to his inherent cautious disposition, Belphegor had abandoned his former recklessness in the wake of witnessing Wyatt's formidable prowess. Every action he took now appeared to be a careful assessment of Wyatt's power and limits. It seemed Belphegor was unwilling to unleash his full might unless he was confident he would win or there were no conspiracies at play. This shift in his approach led Wyatt to rue showing off his newfound strength. Belphegor lacked a binding summon contract that would prevent him from departing the card world. He could simply retreat to the dark realm if something were to spook him. As a result, even though Wyatt was confident that his current strength could triumph over Belphegor, he refrained from initiating the confrontation. Instead, he waited for Belphegor to overconfidently instigate the fight. However, given Belphegor's cautious demeanor, it appeared that such a scenario wouldn't unfold anytime soon. Ha ha ha. Looks like you've made quite the gain with that demon merchant token I provided, Belphegor chuckled. He believed that Wyatt had utilized the devil merchant code to acquire knowledge about him and his adversaries to establish connections with them to assist him in killing Belphegor. This could clarify why Wyatt promptly recognized that his present body was not his original, but an incarnation. Furthermore, it might explain Wyatt's ability to access the secondary time flow Belphegor had created, without needing to trigger time-based cards like the demigods had to or comprehend the time rule. Your demon merchant token? I earned it fairly. Wyatt's words were cut short as Belphegor swiftly took action. Without a sound, Belphegor triggered the infernal temporal stride, stepping into the tertiary time flow, while confining Wyatt to the secondary time flow. With a single fluid motion, Belphegor hoisted himself up from the ground. As he soared through the air, he underwent a remarkable transformation, expanding his stature from 21 feet to an imposing 110 feet. His massive palms then came together, sandwiching Wyatt between them at an insane speed. Wyatt's attentive gaze swiftly captured Belphegor's initiation of a time rule-infused assault. The instant Belphegor's palms entered the vicinity that had become part of Wyatt when he entered one with world state physically, his own body gained the ability to tap into the tertiary time flow. Acting without delay, Wyatt extended his mysterious force-absorbing prowess to the surrounding environment that was now part of him, enveloping himself in a foreboding, shadowy, diamond-like barrier. Belphegor's colossal hands abruptly halted upon encountering the protective barrier encompassing Wyatt, their momentum absorbed by it. He suddenly acted hoping that with incredible speed he could exploit the flaw he noticed while Wyatt accessed the tertiary time flow, that he could only access it when he was close to him. However, his attempt was in vain as Wyatt reacted faster than his attack. Belphegor was not wrong to think that he could use his incredible speed to take advantage of the fact that Wyatt could only enter the tertiary time flow when he was close to him, as he had no idea that Wyatt's eyes could see into the tertiary time flow, which allowed him to react at an insane rate. Curse energy. The towering Belphegor, standing at a height of 110 feet, gazed at the protective barrier shaped like a black diamond that enveloped Wyatt. He muttered to himself, realizing that Wyatt's technique of absorbing forces was connected to a curse. This curse-based ability was distinct from the skills employed by Beelzebub. Nevertheless, the overwhelming intensity of the curse energy brought to mind a specific devil, although this devil was a loner by nature and unlikely to share her power with anyone. As Belphegor pondered the curse energy that Wyatt was manifesting, he witnessed an astonishing transformation. Wyatt's stature expanded significantly, evolving from a mere 9 feet to an imposing 110 feet, same height as Belphegor. Now standing at this towering height, Wyatt launched an assault on Belphegor. With a mighty fist, he delivered a forceful blow, channeling not only his own strength, but also the energy he had absorbed from Belphegor's previous attack. Observing the situation unfold, Belphegor swiftly employed the infernal temporal stride ability. However, his intention was not to directly counter Wyatt's impending strike, but rather to evade it. Recognizing that Wyatt's forthcoming fist blow would harness the energy accumulated from his earlier assault, Belphegor promptly initiated a retreat through the tertiary time flow. Wyatt, witnessing Belphegor's retreat, momentarily halted his attack, not wanting to waste the force he had accumulated from Belphegor's attack. Why the sudden hesitation, Belphegor? Has your confidence wavered? Where's all that boldness you displayed when you were boasting about reaping my soul? Wyatt taunted the devil, mocking his decision to withdraw instead of engaging in combat. Boy, don't be full of yourself. If you are that confident about yourself, try not to dodge my next attack, Belphegor retorted. With a fluid motion, he wielded his chain whips, allowing them to spin through the air before coiling around his hands like a pair of chain gauntlets. Employing the infernal temporal stride once again, he charged toward Wyatt while uttering an incantation, Temporal Annihilation Fist. Using his soul pupils, Wyatt observed Belphegor's rapid approach and readied himself mentally to respond to the impending strike. The moment Belphegor closed in on him, Wyatt swiftly accessed the tertiary time flow, infusing his fist with the energy he had earlier absorbed from Belphegor's attack. In an instant, their fists collided with each other, resulting in a powerful clash. The energies propelling the two fists interchanged, propelling Belphegor backward once more due to the power behind Wyatt's punch. Surprisingly, Belphegor didn't appear disheartened by this outcome. Instead, a smirk adorned his face. His amusement grew as he observed Wyatt's form gradually dissipating into the air, carried away by the wind. Evidently, his temporal annihilation fist possessed an enigmatic effect to it, which was now gradually eroding Wyatt's existence. Looking down at his diminishing body, Wyatt let out a confused and frustrated exclamation. What in the world? After carefully dissecting the mysterious curse-infused ability that Wyatt employed to neutralize the impact of Belphegor's strikes, Belphegor deduced that Wyatt's technique primarily absorbed physical force and was ineffective against spiritual energy. With this understanding, Belphegor altered his approach. Instead of relying solely on his physical might, he harnessed the potency of his hybrid rune, Time Annihilation, a profoundly destructive ability in his arsenal. This calculated shift in a strategy aimed to exploit Wyatt's skill condition that it can only absorb physical power, enhancing Belphegor's chances of success of defeating Wyatt. While Belphegor exhibited traits of caution and cowardice, uncommon for a devil of his formidable might, his approach was characterized by meticulous planning and careful calculation. He left no margin for mistakes. Belphegor reserved his decisive actions for moments when victory was virtually guaranteed. Only when he was absolutely certain of success would he willingly embrace the prospect of going all in against an adversary, and only if the situation demanded. The results of his cautious and well-calculated actions stood plainly before him. The formerly proud and confident Wyatt, who did not spare a chance to taunt him, stood there suspended in midair as his 110-foot body dissipated with the wind. Ha ha! Belphegor erupted into laughter as he observed Wyatt's physical form gradually disintegrate and dissolve into the wind. It was as if his long-starved thirst for vengeance had finally been quenched, even if just a little. The taste of it only whets his appetite for more. The anticipation of harvesting Wyatt's soul and subjecting it to a myriad of excruciating torments filled him with grim satisfaction. He could hardly contain his eagerness to inflict every torment he could conceive upon Wyatt's captured soul. Boy, you said that only by killing you could I reap your soul. Behold, I have killed your physical body. What do you have to say now? Belphegor's voice rang out, a blend of triumph and sadistic amusement. Ha ha! I eagerly anticipate the anguished cries your very soul shall emit as I subject it to torments that your limited mind cannot even comprehend, he proclaimed, his laughter bordering on manic as he awaited that anticipated moment of desperation. Belphegor relished the idea of witnessing Wyatt's despair and savoring it. Yet, as Wyatt's physical body was about to be disintegrated, the devil's expected expression of desperation did not appear on his face. It was as though Wyatt harbored no fear of his imminent death. This was a letdown for Belphegor, who exclaimed, "Why are you not pleading for life or shedding tears for your misguided choices to go against me? Cry, you freak. Cry. You're ruining this for me." Belphegor, I'll grant you this much. Your assault did manage to catch me off guard. However, the same attack will not work on me twice, Wyatt retorted before his face began to disintegrate and his physical body was completely destroyed. What is this guy blabbering about? Doesn't he realize it's all over for him? I won. His soul is mine to pick, Belphegor pondered, tuning into Wyatt's last words before his body crumbled into dust. Then, he realized that Wyatt's ego gem and grimoire were nowhere in sight. Weren't they supposed to fall after the card apprentice met their demise? When he had defeated the 18 demigods, their shattered ego gems and diamond grimoires had all fallen, and he had gathered and stored them in his personal space IM. Coming to this understanding, Belphegor anxiously scanned the battlefield repeatedly, relying on his spiritual senses, as he knew that after obliterating Wyatt's physical form, his soul ought to be within his ego gem. Despite his persistent and thorough search, he couldn't detect even a hint of its presence. Time was of the essence. If he intended to dedicate a portion of his own life to imprison Wyatt's soul within the ego gem, a move that would render any pacts Wyatt made with other infernal beings regarding his soul difficult to fulfill, as he was employing forbidden arts to lock the soul away. So he had to locate it promptly. A couple of seconds later, the phrases Wyatt uttered before his body crumbled into dust echoed within the devil's mind once more, and this time Belphegor grasped the intended meaning of those words. With this understanding dawning upon him, Belphegor clenched his teeth, his face contorting into a grotesque expression as he mumbled, "That bastard isn't dead." In no time, the anger that had seemed to simmer down burst forth like a volcanic eruption, and he bellowed, "Show yourself, you scoundrel! Have you had your fill of amusement at my expense? Reveal yourself, you miserable bastard!" Belphegor's shout reverberated across the secondary time flow, yet there was no response. Nevertheless, he persisted in shouting like a crazed devil. The humiliation of being deceived brought back memories of his most disgraceful history, being defeated by a mere mortal. The amalgamation of past and present shame bore down on his pride, and this burden amplified his rage to an unprecedented level, overpowering his usual cautious and fearful demeanor. Belphegor couldn't fathom how he had fallen for another trick, especially after swearing to never again underestimate his opponent. Yet, facing the might of the temporal annihilation fist, nobody emerged unscathed from a direct blow. Thus, when Wyatt took that devastating attack head-on, Belphegor grew confident in his triumph and began his celebrations prematurely, unaware that the battle was far from over. That cursed Wyatt, he had become Belphegor's nemesis. This was the reason Belphegor exercised an abundance of caution when dealing with Wyatt. He recognized that Wyatt, despite his mortal origins, was not to be underestimated, especially due to his shrewd intellect. "Reveal yourself, you sneaky bastard. If you don't, I'll begin attacking the folks in this city, starting with the girl you sought to protect when you borrowed my power," Belphegor shouted, pointing at Anne. His purpose was evident. If Wyatt persisted in toying with him and purposeful embarrassing him, Belphegor would shift his focus to individuals Wyatt held dear, coercing him to step out of hiding. Svel Wyatt's decision to remain concealed within one of his pebble-encased pseudo-calamity soul gems scattered throughout the city wasn't driven by a desire to further humiliate Belphegor, but rather, he aimed to decipher Belphegor's temporal annihilation fist. This particular strike was a manifestation of an absolute void where there was no concept of time. His elder Gigamite physique's defenses proved futile against its inexorable power. Once touched by this attack, one became a fragment of nothingness, with no means of evasion or defense available. Following Wyatt's directives, the Hive AI diligently reviewed battle footage, aiming to deduce Belphegor's attack and formulate an effective defense. Wyatt recognized that until the Hive AI cracked this puzzle, he could feign his demise. Yet, the devil soon discerned this ruse and used Wyatt's companions as leverage to coerce his appearance before the Hive AI completed her analysis. Now, Wyatt had no choice but to show himself while thinking of a way to defeat Belphegor while evading the formidable temporal annihilation fist. "Ha! What happened? You do not like a good game of hide and seek. Since you couldn't find me, does that mean I won?" Abruptly, a colossal human figure, standing at a towering 110 feet, materialized from the streets of the southern capital. Wyatt had revealed himself to Belphegor. His ongoing taunts were aimed at diverting Belphegor's attention to himself, ensuring it didn't shift toward his companions. However, Wyatt executed this plan with careful consideration, as he aimed to prevent Belphegor from becoming so exasperated that he would redirect his hostility toward those close to him stuck in the original time flow. "Yes, indeed, and your prize is a temporal annihilation fist," Belphegor affirmed. As soon as Wyatt made his presence known, Belphegor wasted no time and lunged towards him, employing infernal temporal stride, his fury reaching its zenith. Having learned the overwhelming potency of Belphegor's fist, Wyatt deftly evaded the attack, retreating out of Belphegor's melee range. Consequently, Belphegor's temporal annihilation fist struck nothing but empty air, creating a fleeting void that sealed shut within a matter of seconds. This time, while evading the attack, Wyatt took meticulous care to observe Belphegor's temporal annihilation fist, and in doing so, he stumbled upon a staggering revelation. Belphegor was inherently unable to control and harness the full might of the temporal annihilation fist. Hence, Belphegor had ingeniously sheathed the ends of an unknown chain around his hands like protective gauntlets. These chain gauntlets effectively absorbed any uncontrolled energy emanating from the temporal annihilation fist, preventing potential harm to his own hands whenever he wielded the devastating technique. Wyatt also observed that each time Belphegor unleashed the temporal annihilation fist, a substantial amount of sand from the lower portion of his hourglass relic diminished significantly. Should Belphegor employ this technique a few more times, the lower chamber of the hourglass relic would be entirely drained of temporal sands. After employing the temporal annihilation fist consecutively on 2 occasions, Belphegor quickly realized that this ability might be depleting a considerable amount of sand from the lower compartment of his hourglass relic faster than he had anticipated. As a result, he firmly resolved to employ this skill only when he was confident of striking Wyatt and also to manage the sands within his relic more efficiently. Erase secondary time flow, Belphegor chanted, recalling his time ability. Since for some unknown reason time rule was basically useless against Wyatt, Belphegor felt there was no point in continuing to maintain the secondary time flow or using the time rule against him for that matter. However, there was another significant motive behind his actions. He aimed to lure more demigods into recklessly confronting him or aiding Wyatt. This would allow him to offer them as sacrifices to the hourglass relic, thereby replenishing the sands in the lower section of the relic. The moment Belphegor eliminated the secondary time flow, the original time flow, which happened to seem stuck, began to appear to move at a regular pace. The 250 turrets resumed their slaughter of the demon army, while the 75 demigods continued their pursuit of the 5 devils. And Angel, who were previously observing a group of unknown demigods gather around Wyatt, suddenly found that spot vacant. Further away, they witnessed a colossal devil and an immense Wyatt engaged in a standoff. Meanwhile, the unknown demigods that had gathered around Wyatt were missing, leaving Angel baffled by the altered scene. They exclaimed, "What just happened? Holy SHD! Did you know Wyatt could turn into a giant?" Jill exclaimed in astonishment, watching as a towering 110-foot-tall Wyatt confronted the equally massive Mohawk devil of the same height. He must possess a card for that ability, I suppose. His followers in Sky Blossom City can employ it too. Remember that viral video? A bunch of card apprentices from a high school gang wiped out nearly 100,000 members of a rival gang using a giant transformation card, and responded, her gaze fixed on the towering 110-foot-tall Wyatt. Unbeknownst to her, she was just a few inches away from a calamity a minute ago, but his timely intervention saved her. Svel, they were Wyatt's supporters. The post I saw didn't provide many details on them. Plus, I had no clue that Wyatt is leading a high school gang. It's quite unbelievable. He's so reliable at times that you almost forget he's just a teenager. Jill remarked at the risk of stating the obvious. Do you believe he can defeat the devil? And inquired anxiously, a sense of helplessness washing over her. She had assumed she had all bases covered when Wyatt entrusted his security detail to her, yet it appeared her preparations had been insufficient. Once again, Wyatt had to step in to ensure his own survival, and disliked this sensation intensely. She hated the fact that Wyatt might have risked his soul to gain his current power. With Anna away on her training retreat, and held on to the hope that she could forge a connection with Wyatt and maybe even convince him that they could date, alongside Anna. Of course, as she did not have a choice in this matter considering her relationship with Anna. Despite her best efforts, all her attempts in this direction faltered. Wyatt was steadfast in his refusal to entertain such thoughts, deeming them inappropriate due to his existing relationship with Anna. Though, and commended Wyatt's loyalty, she also hated it. Regardless of the assertions from the Heatsend family, and deep down knew that she wasn't Anna's twin, but rather her origin card. Now she chose to embrace her unique status and leverage it to her benefit, and believed that as long as Wyatt pursued her, Anna would find it challenging to reject him. Armed with this knowledge, and simplified her initial goal from aiming to make Wyatt fall for her, to help him comprehend that being in a relationship with her wouldn't constitute a betrayal of Anna or any wrongdoing. Since she was intricately linked to Anna, and reasoned that as Anna's lover, Wyatt had every entitlement to utilize her as he saw fit. She held on to the belief that over time, Wyatt would gradually develop feelings for her as well. To make that happen, Anne's initial move involved aiding Wyatt in his endeavor to attend the early admission interview at Morningstar University and return safely. However, things took a turn for the worse, especially when the Mohawk Devil with Time Rule Mastery appeared on the scene. Since that point, Anne had been striving to establish a connection with Anna, aiming to merge with her and gain the empowerment of the array formation that enveloped the southern region, aiming to teach the Mohawk Devil to be humble. Despite her efforts, every attempt to connect with Anna proved futile. It was as though Anna existed in a separate dimension, eluding Anne's reach. She immediately concluded that their grandaunt had sealed Anna in one of her dimensions for Anna's training, and considering her grandaunt's mastery over seals, and understood she could not contact Anna regardless of the bond inseparable between them. Considering he's managed to withstand the Devil's mastery of Time Rule Mastery this far, he should indeed be capable of defeating the Devil, as he claimed. Think about it. When has he ever made a promise he couldn't fulfill? We just need to trust that he hasn't done something reckless to attain this strength, Jill reassured, and though these words also served as reassurance for herself. Witnessing the change in the scene that they were keenly watching, Jill and immediately understood that the Mohawk Devil might have made use of the Time Rule. And seeing how Wyatt was able to face off the Mohawk Devil despite its Time Rule mastery, Jill and immediately concluded Wyatt had once again made a deal with the Devil like the time he defeated Agent Lewis. Wyatt wasn't taken aback upon witnessing Belphegor wipe out the secondary time flow, having used the temporal annihilation fist twice in a row. He would be surprised if Belphegor chose not to erase the secondary time flow and continue to squander the sands in the lower section of his hourglass relic. But this move of Belphegor made Wyatt very cautious, not because he believed Belphegor was up to something. It was because now he would be facing Belphegor's true strength. For the demigods that attacked Belphegor, his Time Rule mastery was their undoing, but for Wyatt, it was actually an advantage, since for some unknown reason he was immune to Time Rule. So when Belphegor was using the Time Rule and his physical prowess to fight him, Wyatt easily breezed through it because of his mysterious immunity to the Time Rule and the SSS rank movement seal blood curse that allowed him to absorb the force behind Belphegor's physical attacks. However, now he will be facing Belphegor, who will use his other rule powers. Wyatt almost died when Belphegor used Temporal Annihilation Fist, a technique derived from a hybrid time rune, instead of using physical strength. Now just thinking of the various arsenal of rule powers that Belphegor could possibly use against him had Wyatt a little concerned. He was no longer calm as he was before. Instead, he was more focused and sharp, ready to take on whatever Belphegor throws at him. Interesting curse power you got there. I take it just like the Time Rule, physical attacks are also useless against you. Well, let me see if the Fire Rule is also useless against you. Blaze Pelt and Ember Ignition Fist. With Belphegor's chant, his brown-black fur caught on fire. No, his fur had turned into a fur of flame. As he clenched his hands into fists, an apparition of flame gloves appeared on his hands. The sight of a 110 feet human-like boar wrapped in a fiery pelt was truly terrifying, resembling the embodiment of fire itself. It posed a menacing presence, capable of scorching anything that crossed its way. It seemed like Belphegor intended to combine his fire rule with his physical strength in the upcoming decisive battle against Wyatt. While Wyatt's SSS rank movement seal blood curse could absorb the impact from Belphegor's punches, it would leave him vulnerable to the fire-based damage, especially when factoring in the special and additional effects of the two fire rule abilities that Belphegor had just triggered. I don't know how you acquired your power, but let me make this clear. I'm taking your soul today, no matter what I have to sacrifice. Fire rune, flickering steps. Belphegor roared, and in an instant, his body flickered akin to a flame, vanishing and then reappearing right beside Wyatt. The moment Belphegor laid eyes on Wyatt, It activated Wyatt's "If you see me, I see you" ability. This enabled Wyatt to conjure 11 pairs of hands that swiftly united to thwart Belphegor's rapid flurry of punches, even in the face of his lightning-fast flickering steps. The SSS rank movement seal blood curse covering the 11 pairs of hands conjured by Wyatt had managed to absorb the impact of Belphegor's fist. However, it proved ineffective against his fire rule-infused attack, which left ember-shaped marks on the hands. Wyatt was taken aback by the relatively mild damage caused by Belphegor's ember ignition fist. In truth, aside from the ember marks on all of his 11 pairs of floating hands, the attack hardly dealt any real harm. Nevertheless, Wyatt remained vigilant. When he observed Belphegor hastily withdrawing with a mocking grin, he became wary, recognizing that Belphegor's assault was far from over. Pulling back to a secure distance with an ugly grin stretching across his face and a cunning glint in his eyes, Belphegor looked at Wyatt and his 11 floating arms marked by the embers of his attack, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "IG Knight." Yet, at the very moment Belphegor began to utter the syllable IG, he witnessed the floating arms vanish from Wyatt's side. As he completed the pronunciation with Knight, the 11 pairs of floating arms materialized next to him, seizing hold of his body, whose pelt was ablaze with fiery flames. Svelboom. The instant he finished uttering the word ignite, the ember-shaped imprints on the 11 pairs of hands clutching Belphegor burst into a sequence of massive explosions. It became apparent that the ember ignition fist had transformed Wyatt's floating hands into fire rule-infused bombs by marking them ember marks. The thunderous roar of the explosion and the searing brilliance of its flash caught all the inhabitants of the southern capital off guard, Wyatt included, since he was only a few hundred feet away from the blast. Observing Belphegor's retreat, Wyatt had sensed that the giant humanoid boar harbored a sinister intention. Determined to thwart its scheme, he intended to ensnare it with his floating arms before it could execute its plan fully. Little did he anticipate the devil employing such a cunning trick. Since Wyatt had focused on Belphegor's actions, he momentarily overlooked analyzing the ember marks using his soul pupils. Thankfully, things eventually fell into place in his favor. Once the smoke from the explosion dissipated, Wyatt's gaze fell upon the charred body of Belphegor that stood in a wobbly manner. The once flaming fur that adorned the devil was now reduced to ashes, exposing charred muscle tissue beneath. The devil's body bore multiple wounds, with blood trickling from various injuries, notably its eyes, ears, and nose. Struggling to maintain composure, Belphegor fought off the urge to vomit. Though his efforts proved futile as he spewed forth blood, his weakened state made it challenging for him just to remain upright. Despite his senses being clouded by the aftermath of the blast, Belphegor sensed an enormous presence rapidly closing in on him. Before he could react, a forceful blow struck his face. Familiar with the sensation from past encounters, Belphegor immediately guessed that it was Wyatt who had landed the punch. Examining the charred body of the Mohawk devil, Wyatt was taken aback to notice that the powerful explosion had failed to cause any damage to the unknown chain and the hourglass relic fastened to his body. Moreover, the injuries on the devil's body near the mysterious chain seemed slightly less severe compared to the other wounds that adorned his form. It was clear that the unknown chain securing the hourglass relic had attempted to absorb the explosion's impact, yet it could only successfully absorb a fraction of the blast directed at it. Without this intervention, Belphegor's predicament would have been considerably graver. The mere thought of the potential outcome, if he had borne the full brunt of the ember mark detonations, made Wyatt shake his head in dismay. It was evident that he was in over his head, facing opponents beyond his league. Despite the unknown chain's help, the successive and destructive explosions had undeniably inflicted significant damage upon the devil's physique. Therefore, planning to capitalize on Belphegor's disoriented condition, Wyatt made the calculated to end the devil's Worldhog incarnation here and now. Worldhog was the species name of the creature that Belphegor had refined as his incarnation. Wyatt had read about it and seen its illustration in the myriad race records. Worldhog race was in lot way very similar to the Voltronian race, but a lot stronger than them, as they had capability to change their size with their will, so they were also a lot dumber than them. Like the Victorians, worldhogs were also very violent species that preferred to use their bronze over brains. Therefore, similar to the Viltronians, they were also labeled as a nearly extinct species. Although sporadic glimpses of the worldhog species had been reported throughout the myriad realms, the rarity of such sightings made it all the more astonishing and noteworthy to witness a member of this species ascend to the realm of devils. However, ultimately, this achievement led to the misfortune of being refined into Belphegor's incarnation. If Wyatt hadn't employed the SSS rank movement seal blood curse, Belphegor could have effortlessly controlled the decisive battle between them by relying solely on the raw power of his worldhog form, as he had intended. However, this strategy shifted when Belphegor experienced a series of painful events that unveiled the curse energy's capacity for absorbing physical force and creating seals to use the absorbed force later. While Belphegor remained disoriented from the series of explosions earlier, Wyatt swiftly lunged toward him, summoning all his energy and the power he had absorbed from the Ember Ignition fist earlier. As he closed in, Wyatt caught a whiff of the delectable barbecue aroma wafting from the scorched world hog, serving as a reminder that despite its might, the creature was essentially an oversized pig. Ignoring the tempting aroma of the barbecue, Wyatt landed a solid punch on the devil's face. Then, covering his other hand with a potent SSS rank brittle blood curse, he drove his hand through the chest of the world hog, targeting one of its 3 hearts. After obliterating the heart, Wyatt intended to pull his arm back, but unexpectedly, the ends of the unknown chain swiftly coiled around his arm. Just as the barely conscious devil mumbled, "Got you." "Careless," Wyatt exclaimed, realizing his arm was caught by Belphegor's unknown chain. Having witnessed its sinister power to drain life force, Wyatt made up his mind decisively and responded to the devil's move with a loud chant, "Not this time. Enjoy your trip to hell, wherever naughty devils go." SSS rank blood curse, cursed blood explosion. Wyatt's loud chant reached Belphegor's ears, even in his confused state. This made the devil frown, as the chant unmistakably indicated that Wyatt intended to detonate his own body. The devil felt the urge to let go of Wyatt's body and distance itself rapidly. However, it paused, realizing that by doing so it would be playing right into Wyatt's hands. Belphegor thought Wyatt was bluffing, hoping Belphegor would let go of his hand out of fear. Thus, Belphegor didn't loosen his hold on Wyatt's hand. He did the opposite. He tightened the chain around Wyatt's wrist and attempted to drain his vitality. He felt a sense of accomplishment for seeing through Wyatt's deception. It was satisfying to achieve a victory over Wyatt, having repeatedly fallen for his schemes and losing to him. Nevertheless, while Belphegor was rejoicing, he noticed Wyatt's body suddenly become lifeless, as it had abruptly drifted into slumber. Before Belphegor could wrap his head around the confusion, Wyatt's body burst forth in a massive explosion. Boom! The explosion thundered with a deafening roar, ripping through the air and sending shockwaves that reverberated across the landscape. Its brilliance was blinding, casting a radiant cascade of light that painted the entire southern capital in a surreal, transient glow, as if the very fabric of the city had momentarily transformed into a mesmerizing tapestry of brilliance. In the midst of the explosion's unleashed chaos, a mere heartbeat seemed to stretch into eternity, causing even the demigods locked in fierce combat with the devils to momentarily halt their clashes. The ferocious exchange of blows came to an abrupt standstill as they collectively reeled from the cataclysmic force, a haunting echo of the explosion's destructive power sending an unsettling shiver down their spines. "Wyatt!" and Jill's voices melded in a frantic chorus, their cries slicing through the air like desperate pleas. Their eyes locked onto the spectacle of the explosion, but the ensuing surge of blinding radiance and the concussive force of the blast swiftly coerced them to shield their vulnerable eyes and avert their gazes. The sheer intensity of the detonation imposed a momentary darkness upon their vision, compelling them to turn away and seek refuge from the overwhelming maelstrom of light and energy. The very sight of the explosion now lay shrouded in a dense veil of dust and smoke, an opaque curtain that enshrouded the aftermath in an air of uncertainty. Amidst this swirling haze, the fate of the devil, Belphegor, who was at the center of the explosion, remained a mystery. Bubblehager's belief that Wyatt was merely bluffing with the threat to detonate himself in order to deceive him into releasing his grip was a clever and astute reaction. Who in their sane judgment would willingly trigger an explosion without putting up a fight or exerting maximum effort to change the situation when the opponent gains the advantage? Therefore, it was unsurprising that Belphegor would persist steadfastly in his choice until the very end. However, Bubblehager lacked a substantial understanding of Wyatt's abilities, which transformed his swift and prudent decision into a grave error. After engaging in combat and thoroughly evaluating Wyatt within the secondary time flow, Belphegor held the belief that he had sufficiently measured Wyatt's skills and abilities, enabling him to initiate the conclusive confrontation. This conviction led him to boldly eliminate the secondary time flow and persist in pursuing Wyatt's soul within the original time flow, fully aware that allied demigods could potentially intervene to aid Wyatt. Yet, Belphegor had greatly underestimated the many tricks Wyatt had up his sleeve. In the final reckoning, he faced devastating consequences for this miscalculation, as the certainty of his life and death remained uncertain since the smoke and dust that enveloped the explosion site made it difficult to determine if he had managed to survive the blast. Wyatt, and was on the verge of impulsively charging into the area where the explosion had occurred, shrouded in a dense haze of dust and smoke, in order to verify Wyatt's condition. She had seen his giant body burst apart as it took down the malevolent devil, yet her mind resisted accepting this reality. Her heart clung to the possibility that amidst that obscuring cloud of smoke and dust, Wyatt might be there, potentially requiring assistance. "Where are you rushing off to, stupid girl?" But then, a strong hand grabbed her shoulder from behind, preventing her from dashing toward the explosion area. Filled with anger, and swiftly spun around to find the hand's owner, only to discover that it was her beloved, the very person she was so eager to save. Without hesitation, she embraced him tightly, taking in his scent, without a shred of doubt about the person she embraced was her beloved and shame of her intimate actions. "Wyatt, you're alive," Jill cried out, attempting to embrace him, only for her ethereal form to pass through his physical body. Thus, she could only observe as an unabashedly held onto Wyatt, nuzzling against him and inhaling his masculine scent, all while shedding tears such that Wyatt would not heartlessly pull her off of him out of compassion. Witnessing Anne's audacious display, Jill couldn't help but feel a sense of embarrassment. "I'm okay. You both should head back to the royal palace grounds," Wyatt instructed Anne and Jill. A sense of urgency could be heard in his voice. Listening to his words, Anne quickly looked up into his eyes and responded, "Absolutely. Let us head back to the royal palace grounds." "Not me. Just you two," Wyatt clarified, sensing that Anne had misunderstood. But then he heard Anne firmly declare, "No, I won't go if you're not going. What's the use? Didn't you just kill the devil using your clone detonation technique?" Jill asked, clearly puzzled. The only real danger they faced was the devil with time rule mastery. If it was gone, why would Wyatt be apprehensive? If only it were that simple, but it's far from finished. Plus, I had to carefully manage the explosion to avoid endangering you both in the aftermath, Wyatt sighed, as he detailed to Jill and how he had missed a prime chance to defeat Belphegor's World Hog incarnation. "You should have targeted its core instead of its heart," and pointed out, causing Wyatt to frown, but he then proceeded to explain his action to her even though he did not need to. "This devil's body is tricky. It actually has 3 cores, each one concealed within its 3 hearts. World Hogs possess 3 hearts, with each heart housing a demon core. This unique setup aids their natural skill to alter their body size. If you don't eliminate all 3 cores, there's a possibility of it surviving and regenerating its lost cores and body." Given that Wyatt was facing a Devil Realm World Hog, and an incarnation of Belphegor at that, it's reasonable to assume that this specific World Hog possessed high-level body, healing, and core recovery capabilities. Furthermore, using his soul pupils, Wyatt noticed a mass of versatile soul pathways growing at the explosion site, concealed within the shroud of smoke and dust. "Wyatt, have you figured out why the devil was coming after you? Are you certain you can handle this? Or should you just come back to the royal palace grounds with us?" Jill asked, expressing her worry. She felt that Wyatt might be shouldering more responsibility than was necessary for someone of his age and realm. It is the same devil I cheated into leading its powers to me to save Anna. It is back for revenge, Wyatt explained, then hurried them to return to the royal palace grounds, saying, "Enough chit-chat, leave while the devil is still recovering and disoriented." "No, I won't leave you alone out here. Head back to the royal palace grounds with us," and persisted, and continued to disagree with Wyatt and persuade him to return with them. And Wyatt firmly gripped her shoulder, locking eyes with her as he spoke. "You're at risk out here. Please go back to the royal palace grounds, as I cannot fight the devil while protecting you." Fortunately, Belphegor didn't display any desire to take and as a hostage to manipulate Wyatt, although he did mention it briefly. Thus, Wyatt missed a valuable opportunity to strike while Belphegor was recuperating, as he was preoccupied trying to convince and to go back to a secure spot. While Wyatt knew that and was Anna's origin card, he remained unaware of the consequences if something were to happen to her. Considering Anna's well-being, Wyatt had to prioritize ensuring Anna's safety over attacking vulnerable Belphegor, even if he found it frustrating, as he did not entertain naive thoughts that he could take out Belphegor without sacrifice, even if he was at his weakest since he stepped into the card world. Sending the two girls off, Wyatt didn't immediately dash into the shroud of dust and smoke. After transferring his essence to a new Calamity Soul Gem 3 times and rebuilding his body from scratch twice, Wyatt felt a bit tired. Nevertheless, by utilizing his physical connection to the world's condition, he drew energy from his surroundings to rejuvenate his strength and endurance. As a pair of elven arms and heads appeared behind him with the taboo seal completely lifted, then his attention was drawn to the astonishing sight of the cloud of dust and smoke that appeared to be collapsing in on itself, as if an unseen force from within was voraciously consuming it. The dust and smoke particles swirled and spiraled, converging towards the center of the cloud of dust and smoke, where a menacingly tall humanoid figure could be seen devouring them. The humanoid figure was no other than Belphegor, a 110-foot-tall bipedal swine with human expressions and hands. Not only had he seemingly regenerated completely from the explosive impact, but a newfound vitality radiated from him. His previously shattered tusk now grew back. It was as if he had rejuvenated. His body exuded an aura of heightened energy, a sinister vibrancy that seemed to pulse with an unholy fervor. The scene was surreal. The billowing shroud of smoke and dust that had enshrouded Belphegor now had gathered and swirled above him with his mouth at its eye. His mouth produced an irresistible suction force to swallow all the swirling smoke and dust particles. It was a display of recovery and strength by the devil. In the face of such a spectacle, Wyatt could only watch in a mixture of astonishment and dread, realizing that the devil before him had not just recovered, but had become something far more formidable than before. Ouch, that hurt. After gulping down the cloud of dust and smoke, the devil tensed its muscles and focused its gaze on Wyatt, who had once again grown to a towering 110 feet. It then began to mock him, jesting. Well, look at you. I like your new look. With those floating heads and arms trailing behind, you might just out-devil me in appearance. Don't flatter yourself, Belphegor. You resemble a pig more than a devil," Wyatt retorted back at the devil in response to his taunt. Soon harnessing every ounce of his strength, Wyatt propelled himself toward the devil with an explosive burst of energy. The sheer force of his acceleration sent shockwaves rippling through the air, rattling the very foundations of the nearby structures. The ground quivered beneath his power, and the surrounding buildings trembled as if in response to his mighty thrust. In the wake of his rapid movement, some unfortunate edifices couldn't withstand the overwhelming impact and succumbed, crumbling into debris. Charging at the devil, Wyatt keenly observed a change in the unknown chain that strapped the hourglass relic on its back. The chain had rearranged itself to strap the relic to its back in such a way that now it strategically covered the devil's body to shield its vital areas, like its 3 hearts. Through his soul pupils, Wyatt also discerned a significant detail. One of the devil's hearts, previously shattered by the formidable SS rank brittle blood curse he had unleashed as he pierced its heart with his hand, had regenerated. However, a marked difference was apparent. The central core within this reformed heart appeared diminished in size compared to its original state, as well as in comparison to the other two cores residing within the devil's other two hearts. This revelation led him to a crucial realization. Each time he shattered the devil's cores, they required more time to recover and regain their former strength. Then a notion crystallized in his mind. The more he destroyed these cores, the longer they would take to restore themselves and reach their peak potency. This realization hinted at a potential strategy. A relentless assault on the cores could potentially lead to their permanent destruction before they could fully recover, effectively killing the devil. Alternatively, he could adhere to his initial plan of simultaneously obliterating all three cores at once. Fire rule, blaze pelt, wind rule, swirling skin. The devil's fur underwent a rapid and captivating change, shifting into a breathtaking torrent of fiery flame. Soon after, a soft breeze began to take shape, wrapping around the devil with a deliberate elegance. With a delicate caress, the wind traced its path over the flaming fur, creating an enchanting interplay of element rules. The tendrils of wind and fire blended together, creating a complex and intangible shield of swirling flames that enveloped the devil's entire body. Then with incredible swiftness, devil's right arm sliced through the air. In its wake, a colossal and razor-sharp arc of scorching flame materialized, its incandescent edges glowing with intense, searing heat. The arc stretched and curved, bestowing destruction upon anything unfortunate enough to cross its path. It was as though the devil's sheer physical prowess was infusing a newfound vigor into the very fabric of the wind rule. The enhanced wind rule, in turn, responded with a symbiotic harmony, channeling its own strengthened vitality to amplify the fire rule. The three energies seemed to complement each other, displaying the devil's extreme mastery and a fine understanding of its physical strength, wind rule, and fire rule. Surprisingly, the crescent wind flame rule blade did not extinguish but instead expanded in size as it forged ahead through the air, without encountering any resistance, consuming the surrounding wind in its relentless advance and expanding its terrifying aura of searing heat. With its years of experience, the devil had harnessed a fusion of destructive energy of fire rule power and the unstoppable momentum of wind rule power. The wind and fire rule's ever-growing ginormous crescent arc's brilliant flames illuminated the entire southern capital and raised its temperature by several degrees. Faced with such an threatening attack, Wyatt did not stop in his advance. Instead, he increased his speed, bellowing, "SSS rank curse, cursed blood rejuvenation." As soon as Wyatt activated the SSS rank curse, cursed blood rejuvenation, intense, scorching heat radiated from Wyatt's body, transforming his skin into a vivid red shade. His veins bulged and created raised, intricate designs on his flesh, resembling pulsating rivers on elevated pathways. This metamorphosis was also visible on the elven floating heads, an elven pair of arms trailing behind him, matching his incredible speed. Upon transforming, Wyatt's velocity surged to unprecedented heights. The very air around him crackled and roared as a result of his sudden and explosive acceleration. Through the skies of the southern capital, he soared like a comet. With a mind-boggling speed coupled with a nearly impervious body, Wyatt sliced through the very fabric of the wind barrier, giving rise to a series of deafening, thunderous sonic booms. He had overcome the force of nature, defying the constraints of the mundane world. His passage left behind deafening sonic booms and explosive shockwaves that echoed through the air. The reverberating sonic booms were of an ear-splitting magnitude, shattering every pane of glass in the vicinity, their explosive force resonating through the very bones of the surrounding buildings. The tangible shockwaves produced by them possessed an overwhelming might that wreaked havoc upon the feeble structures that stood in their path, reducing them to mere rubble and debris. Fearlessly, Wyatt advanced closer to the colossal, blazing blade that had manifested through the intricate fusion of the wind and fire rule. As he approached it, he witnessed that the manifestation of the crescent wind and fire rule blade was a swarm of countless minuscule blades, each a manifestation of the intricate and fierce wind and fire rules. As Wyatt was about to collide with the wind and fire blade, the scorching wave of intense heat radiated from his body clashed with the searing inferno emanating from the approaching blade As a result, the air between the two ignited. As Wyatt hurtled forward with unyielding momentum, he collided with the colossal crescent blade of fire. At the instant of impact, when the raw power of his body came in contact with formidable rule power, a transformation began to unfurl. A mesmerizing ripple, akin to a stone cast into a placid pond, surged through the blade's fiery expanse. This ripple was a result of Wyatt's indomitable physical power, as he breached the infernal barrier of the huge crescent blade solely through the sheer physicality of his being. The blade, initially a boundless and ever-expanding force, now came to a halt in front of his unstoppable advance. The ripple that was the result of the devastating impact further evolved with collusion into a seismic shockwave that rippled outward from the point of contact. This shockwave, an embodiment of Wyatt's insane speed supported by his supernatural physique, radiated a force that surpassed mere physicality. Its force dominated the blade, quenching the volatile flames that had once seemed unstoppable. The unrestrained winds, which had fueled the blade's ferocity, now bowed before the sheer magnitude of the shockwave. Their wild frenzy was silenced by the force. The fire rule shaping the once mighty crescent blade was extinguished, and the wind rule that stroked fire rule had now halted and dispersed by the shockwave, just like snuffing out a candle's flickering flame with a bullet. At that moment, Wyatt had snuffed the raging, boundless crescent blade created by the swift wave of Belphegor's hand with his swift movement. Observing his attack being stopped, the formerly light-hearted look on Belphegor's face underwent a complete shift. The cheerful attitude that had been evident earlier gave way to a sense of aloofness, combined with a visible frown. Despite the uncertainties that had existed between them before, Belphegor had been confident that Wyatt was not impervious to fire rule attacks, as he was to time and physical attacks. Nevertheless, he had not anticipated Wyatt swiftly nullifying his fire and wind rule combined assault merely through extraordinary swiftness and power of his physical body. Belphegor instinctively retreated a pace, his fingers curling into taut fists as he assumed a combat stance, extending his clenched hands before him. The eerie atmosphere enveloping him underwent an abrupt transformation, spiraling into turbulence before gradually subsiding, its tranquility solidifying into the resolute essence of a devastating fist. Then in a rapid succession of fluid motions, he unleashed a relentless barrage of punches into the air, each aimed with unwavering precision at Wyatt, who surged forward with unparalleled swiftness. Belphegor's punch erupted a blazing fist in the air like a comet, its fiery essence ignited by the embodiment of the wind rule, whose tempestuous force was harnessed by the speed of his fist's movement. Previously, a mere flick of Belphegor's wrist had conjured forth a colossal crescent blade, its form expanding voraciously as it devoured the very air around it. Yet now, his focus intensified, his onslaught of precisely calculated punches painted the heavens with a grandeur beyond imagination. Immense fists wreathed in scorching flames materialized, their intricate contours and meticulous details surpassing the earlier crescent's elegance. A masterpiece of conjured might, they swelled in magnitude as they advanced toward Wyatt, a testament to Belphegor's refined control and unyielding over his fist arts. As Wyatt charged, he was met with a congregation of colossal fiery fists, akin to miniature suns, radiating a searing heat and light that painted the surroundings with an ethereal luminosity. The once shaded corners of the southern capital were banished into brilliance, the blinding radiance of these celestial fists casting away the veil of darkness. Amidst this otherworldly display, Wyatt's determined advance came to an abrupt pause, feeling the sheer power and intensity that lay before him. Wyatt's body seamlessly transitioned into a poised combat stance, his every movement a testament to the harmonious union of his physical form and the world around him. With a graceful fluidity, he lifted his leg, an action that seemed to unravel like a coiled whip. Yet, the boundaries between his body and the environment blurred, intertwining seamlessly to form an extension of his limb. The world itself molded into a continuation of his leg's trajectory, crafting an optical illusion of a sinuous and elongated whip, streamlined and poised for action. As the colossal fiery fists surged relentlessly towards him, Wyatt's resolve remained unshaken. His focus intensified, a storm of determination brewing within his gaze. With a fluid yet deliberate motion, he summoned his leg into action, lifting it with a grace that belied its imminent power. At that moment, his leg transformed into a celestial whip, an embodiment of the world's energy bursting with untamed force. The whip-like appendage whirled through the air with an almost ethereal elegance, each movement resonating with the movement illustrated by a whip. It collided with the oncoming tide of enormous blazing fists, an exquisite combination of fire and power. Wyatt's kick materialized into a devastating whip, an embodiment of controlled might that reverberated through the very fabric of the wind. With a calculated ferocity, his leg became an instrument that broke through the wind barrier like a whip with a torrent of energy that cut through the onslaught of blazing fists. Similar to a celestial scythe through a field of fire. As the fiery fists converged upon him, Wyatt's kick carved a path of sublime destruction. Then, in a breathtaking moment, his kick surged forward, a blinding streak of power and precision. The kick's lash met the fiery barrage head-on. The collision of raw elemental rule power and physical force sent shockwaves rippling through the very essence upon impact. The impact was nothing short of cataclysmic. A blinding light and formidable heat erupted in a dazzling display, the fiery fists quivering and recoiling before the irresistible force of Wyatt's kick's lash. The once menacing assault was fragmented and dispersed, each fiery fist dissolving into fragments of ember that scattered like stardust on a wind's breeze. As Wyatt's prowess unfolded before the devil's eyes, a profound astonishment gripped the very core of its being. Belphegor's once confident face now contorted into a grotesque mask of disbelief as hideous emotions etched upon its features. His perception of reality seemed to shift as it beheld the seemingly effortless dissolution of its fiery fist arts with just physical strength, a spectacle that defied the boundaries of the known and challenged the very fabric of its understanding. From the depths of its being emerged a laughter that held an eerie resonance, a cacophony that clawed its way through the city's air. Each chilling note echoed like a sinister refrain, an array of madness that painted the surroundings with a terrifying aura. Good, good, it intoned, a mantra of approval laced with an unsettling undercurrent. The Belphegor's voice was both haunting and resonant as it reverberated through the city's streets, as a result of Wyatt's prowess that had left it questioning its previous perceptions. What power is that? How is it able to allow you to display such prowess despite the constrictions of your mortal realm? Whose power are you borrowing? Who is it? Belphegor's thunderous roar echoed through the cavernous arena, a visceral expression of his bewilderment and frustration. His eyes, normally ablaze with arrogance and power, now widened in disbelief as he beheld the astonishing spectacle that had unfolded before him. Wyatt, seemingly an ordinary card master, was able to overcome one of his mightiest attacks, a combination of two rules and physical power complementing each other. Belphegor stood there, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation, his eyes fixed upon Wyatt with a mixture of awe and puzzlement. It was a sight to behold, the raw and unfathomable power that seemed to radiate from Wyatt's very being. Belphegor's mind raced, trying to unravel the mystery behind Wyatt's power. It was not something a mortal could wield. In the wake of Belphegor's probing question, a profound shift seemed to ripple through the very fabric of the atmosphere. Wyatt's stance suddenly changed as he concentrated all his full power into his body. The air around him, once so tranquil and serene, became a cauldron of chaos. It quivered and danced in the wake of his burgeoning might as if struggling to contain the sheer force that radiated from his very being. Wyatt's muscles tensed, his sinews standing out like cords of tightly wound steel beneath his skin. A crescendo of energy built within him, spiraling upward in a crescendo of power that defied mortal comprehension. It was as if the boundaries between his physical form and the boundless energies of the world had blurred, allowing him to harness forces that lay beyond the grasp of ordinary mortals. And then, with a breathtaking culmination of focus and determination, Wyatt unleashed the full brunt of his gathered might. The very air seemed to tremble and bow before him, swept into a maelstrom of turbulence as the sheer force of his aura surged outward. A shockwave of energy rippled through the surroundings, a visual manifestation of his extraordinary power. It was a display of raw and unparalleled force, a display that left an indelible mark on his surroundings. Belphegor, despite his own infernal origins, couldn't help but feel a sense of awe mingled with trepidation as he bore witness to this spectacle of potency. Wyatt's response was a resounding testament to the mysteries that lay beneath the surface of existence, a reminder that the universe was far more vast and intricate than even the most knowledgeable beings could comprehend. As I mentioned earlier, Belphegor, why do you concern yourself with the source of my power? Let's settle this immediately, Wyatt stated, showcasing his newfound strength from activating the SSS rank curse, Cursed Blood Rejuvenation. Upon hearing Wyatt's words, Belphegor erupted into raucous, uncontrollable laughter. However, he suddenly stopped and fixed Wyatt with a chilling stare, remarking, "You appear quite sure of your abilities and confident that you can defeat me. We'll find out if I can beat you if you stop talking and continue with the battle," Wyatt retorted. Then he charged at Belphegor with insane speed, aiming to force him into close combat in order to minimize the impact of his wide-ranging, powerful area attacks. Wyatt charged at Belphegor with all his strength, aiming to give this battle a swift ending. Only he knew that his newfound power, though formidable, came with limitations. His strength wasn't boundless, and there existed a threshold to how long his soul could bear this enhanced might. This was particularly crucial as his soul's active control percentage was that of a cardmaster. He needed to defeat Belphegor before his mutated soul was no longer able to withstand the boost he summoned by letting it possess 12 SSS rank blood curses. Wyatt had devised the 12 blood curse incarnation body technique to achieve strength surpassing that of typical demigods, even though he held the power of a mere cardmaster. As the technique's name implies, Wyatt's body becomes a vessel for 12 distinct blood curses, allowing him to harness the blood curse incarnation skill of the blood curse meaning of the blood rule. This transformation effectively morphs his body into an embodiment of 12 unique curses, granting him access to their respective strengths and abilities. In his pursuit of surpassing the power of an ordinary card demigod as a mere card master, Wyatt had to carefully choose 12 distinct SSS rank blood curses that would grant him the strength he desired. Nevertheless, the blood curse incarnation prowess came with its own set of boundaries and disadvantages. Wyatt needed to carefully select a curse that matched his realm and strength. Otherwise, instead of becoming a curse incarnation, he might find himself falling victim to the very curse he attempted to wield. Hence, as a practitioner of such a perilous skill, understanding one's own limitations was paramount to effectively harnessing its potential. Failing to do so would simply amount to courting disaster. Typically, an average card master practicing the curse incarnation skill could manage just one A-rank curse. Some adept card masters might stretch their abilities to handle 2 or 3 A-rank curses concurrently, or even dabble with an S-rank curse for a brief duration. However, this advanced application comes at the cost of taxing their physical body and soul. Still, Wyatt, a card master honing the curse incarnation skill, defied convention by not grappling with 2 or 3 curses, but an astounding 12, all at once. The astonishing part was that each of these dozen curses Wyatt employed in his curse incarnation technique was of the lofty legendary grade and SSS rank, each potent enough to potentially kill a run-of-the-mill demigod. And yet, an ordinary mortal like Wyatt dared to allow his very body to host a dozen of these formidable curses. If this wasn't a recklessness bordering on a desire for death, then what else could it be? Unlike the dire aftermath that often accompanied the misuse of curse incarnation, Wyatt, who had boldly ventured beyond the limits of his realm, embracing 12 SSS rank curses, defied expectations. Not only did he survive, but he thrived, possessing the might surpassing even that of an ordinary demigod. Despite having activated the blood curse incarnation skill for a considerable time, both his physical body and soul remained remarkably unscathed. This enduring endurance confounded even the likes of the malevolent Belphegor, raising questions about how a mere mortal could harbor such formidable might for an extended duration. First and foremost, Wyatt stood above all the usual card masters. His soul had a unique mutation, carrying a remarkable 12 separate consciousnesses. Thanks to his gigamight, each of these 11 mutated consciousnesses could manifest as tangible entities, coexisting harmoniously with his original consciousness. This intricate arrangement granted him the exceptional ability to accommodate a grand total of 12 distinct curses simultaneously while using the blood curse incarnation technique without triggering an adverse effect on his soul or body. Yet, the challenge extended beyond Wyatt's utilization of a dozen distinct curses in unison. Each curse itself was of the formidable SSS rank. How could the body and soul of an ordinary card master withstand the ominous might of an SSS rank curse? The reason for this was the blood curse immunity that Wyatt had gained having achieved ultimate mastery in blood curse meaning of the blood rule. And also thanks to the Heatsend royal family's heirloom, the SSS rank item dummy ring. Blood curse immunity possessed significant potency, contingent upon the active soul control percentage of the user and their mastery over the blood curse meaning. Given Wyatt's remarkably mutated soul's strength and unparalleled mastery over the blood curse meaning of the blood rule, his blood curse immunity proved effective against even the most formidable SSS rank blood curses. To bolster his defenses, Wyatt wisely compensated for his inherent limitations by utilizing the invaluable treasured heirloom of the Heatsend royal family SSS rank item dummy ring. This remarkable ring bestowed absolute defense against all SSS rank curses, serving as a prudent precautionary measure. Despite Wyatt's utilization of various abilities and precautions to accommodate 12 SSS rank blood curses concurrently while using the blood curse incarnation skill, these efforts fail to explain the remarkable resilience exhibited by his physical body and soul in containing such potent power over an extended duration. Irrespective of Wyatt's physique, traits, and origin card, the undeniable truth persisted. His soul and body belonged to a card master, yet they successfully contained the formidable might capable of vanquishing divine entities like card demigods, and this endurance persisted for a considerable duration. All credit for this accomplishment was owed to Wyatt's ingenious modification of the blood curse incarnation skill. This modification of the blood curse incarnation skill not only rendered him a more optimal vessel for these potent curses, but also bestowed upon him the remarkable ability to tap into their formidable power and capabilities. What set his modification apart was its profound effect on the physical and spiritual aspects of the user. It allowed him to maintain this connection with curses for an extended period without subjecting his body and soul to the usual draining and enervating toll. This harmonious integration of curse and self was the characteristic of the new modification Wyatt came up with for the blood curse incarnation skill. Wyatt had made use of his myriad devil transformation skill to devise a method that facilitated a seamless coexistence between the curse and the physical body when employing the blood curse incarnation technique, allowing a significant reduction in the burdensome effects experienced by the user, concurrently extending the duration of the skill's application. Through the myriad devil transformation, Wyatt gained the remarkable ability to reshape his physical form into any desired configuration, as long as he possessed a sample of the core soul pathway of the subject. This skill was harnessed by Wyatt to transmute his body into a manifestation of the curse itself. This strategic employment of his transformation skill synergized with his role as a host for these curses and his utilization of the blood curse incarnation technique, resulting in a notably enhanced efficiency in accommodating and embodying the curses within his being. To achieve this feat, Wyatt had meticulously laid the groundwork. Initially, he undertook the task of handpicking 12 distinct SSS rank blood curses, each possessing the potential and versatility to combat both demigods and devils. Subsequently, he entrusted his mutant soul clones with the responsibility of individually hosting these curses and employing the blood incarnation curse technique under the protection of the dummy ring. Following that, Wyatt proceeded to gather the core soul pathways from the resultant individual curse incarnations of the 12 carefully selected SSS rank curses. This strategic move enabled him to utilize these core soul pathways as a means to transform his own body into the incarnations of these 12 SSS rank curses, bypassing the need to directly host the curses or employ the blood curse incarnation skill. Nonetheless, there existed a limit to the myriad devil transformation skill's capabilities. While it enabled Wyatt to accurately morph into a curse incarnation, it didn't confer upon him the might of an SSS rank curse. Yet, this outcome aligned with Wyatt's calculations, as his objective was never to circumvent the blood curse incarnation skill. He recognized that genuine strength and abilities of SSS rank curses could only be attained through direct hosting them in his body. While Wyatt did not acquire the formidable prowess inherent to an SSS rank curse upon assuming the form of their curse incarnations through the myriad devil transformation, he had managed to gain a body that could host these curses most efficiently. His transformation body proved exceptionally suitable for hosting these potent SSS rank curses, allowing him to inherit their might and abilities, effectively utilizing the blood curse incarnation skill. By employing this approach, Wyatt transformed his original body along with his 11 additional mutant soul clone bodies into the curse incarnations corresponding to the 12 chosen SSS rank curses. Subsequently, he harnessed the Gigamite physique to consolidate all 12 curse incarnations within a single body, all under the control of his original consciousness. In a testament to his ingenuity, Wyatt harnessed the myriad devil transformation skill to its utmost potential, effectively refining the blood curse incarnation technique. The outcome of his efforts was so immense and astonishing that it had the power to reshape even the perspective of Belphegor, the devil, altering his entire worldview. Witnessing fast-approaching Wyatt, Belphegor swiftly retreated while throwing a maelstrom of fire and wind rule fusion attacks aimed at Wyatt, intentionally widening the distance between himself and Wyatt before the imminent confrontation. Since Wyatt was impervious to any form of physical assault, Belphegor knew better than to engage in close combat with Wyatt and attempt any form of physical attack that would be utterly futile and ultimately ineffective. Wyatt's lips curled into a contemptuous sneer, his eyes narrowing as he observed the retreat of Belphegor. The battlefield was ablaze with the fury of fire rule and the tumultuous force of wind rule, a chaotic dance of elemental rule power that underscored Belphegor's hasty retreat. A surge of energy ignited within Wyatt's eyes, illuminating them with an intense and radiant glow that seemed to pierce through the very secrets of reality. In that instant, the floating heads and arms that trailed behind him disappeared in the air, only to rematerialize with uncanny swiftness right behind the retreating Belphegor. Each of the 11 pairs of arms exuded an aura of an ominous, malevolent curse, as they were enhanced with the very essence of the SSS rank Cursed Blood Rejuvenation and adorned with the SSS rank Brittle Blood Curse. These curses were renowned for their cataclysmic potency. Right now, all 22 hands resembled sharp stakes covered in dark blood. Then, under the perceptive gaze of 11 floating heads, the 22 stakes swiftly bore down upon Belphegor in an awe-inspiring display of supernatural precision, aiming for 22 distinct vital points across the devil's body, except for the ones that were protected by the unknown chain wrapped around its body, strapping the hourglass relic. Each stake found its mark with chilling accuracy and swiftness, puncturing through Belphegor's protective layer of wind and fire rule, then the flesh of his physical body. As Wyatt's floating hands shattered the protective barrier of swirling wind rule power and scorching fire rule power that shielded Belphegor, they effortlessly pierced through the flesh of his devil physique. In response, Belphegor immediately let out a thunderous roar of fury that reverberated through the air, masking his cry of pain. The once defensive chainmail of wind and fire rule that enveloped Belphegor's entire body suddenly underwent a transformative metamorphosis, with his angry roar culminating in the birth of a relentless firestorm with Belphegor as its eye. This fiery vortex possessed an insatiable hunger, voraciously consuming the 11 floating heads and 22 hands that dared to pierce his corporal shell, reducing them to smoldering remnants before they could even graze the surface of his bones. Before long, the 22 holes on Belphegor's body healed quickly enough to be witnessed by the naked eyes. The infernal tempest enshrouding Belphegor's body did not show any signs of waning after incinerating Wyatt's floating appendages. Instead, it intensified and helped him propel with an enhanced speed as he continued his rapid retreat. Making use of this blazing maelstrom, Belphegor unleashed a barrage of crescent-shaped blades wrought from the fusion of fire and wind rule aimed at Wyatt, trying to hinder his advance. With an almost preternatural speed, Wyatt seamlessly pierced through the oncoming crescent-shaped blades unscathed. The shockwave from their confrontation snuffed the fiery and windy amalgamations that once sliced through the air with their deadly dance. Unfazed, he pressed forward. His speed was a testament to the enhancement of SSS rank Cursed Blood Rejuvenation. As he advanced, his 11 sets of floating appendages conjured behind him anew and trailed in his wake. While his 11 sets of floating appendages were incinerated by Beloger's raging firestorm, Wyatt's body managed to not get incinerated by the same fiery amalgamation as he fearlessly thrust himself through the swirling onslaught of fiery crescent blades during his unyielding progression because of his wind barrier-shattering speed. Similar to how a swift paper can slice through a candle flame without getting burned, but when the same paper held stationary succumbs to the fiery candle flame. Just as the swiftness of the paper allowed it to pass through the flames untouched in its trail, Wyatt's incredible speed allowed him to remain unscathed despite facing the firestorm's crescent blades head-on. Belphegor skillfully retreated to a distance, creating a perfect gap between himself and the approaching Wyatt. This strategic maneuver ensured that he remained beyond the reach of Wyatt's melee attacks, while maintaining his advantage by keeping Wyatt within the reach of his ranged attacks. Gaining the optimal distance from his enemy, Belphegor stopped his retreat just as the fierce firestorm began to wane, returning to its previous form, the protective chainmail that replaced his fur. Seizing the moment without any further delay, he launched his formidable power attack, aiming to strike before Wyatt could narrow the space separating them, bellowing, "Fire Rule Domain, Wind Rule Domain, and Earth Rule Domain." In a mere heartbeat, the air surrounding Belphegor's imminent vicinity underwent a profound transformation. It bore witness to a convergence of 3 distinct rule domains, intricately layered atop one another. As these 3 rule domains intertwined, a palpable weight settled upon the very fabric of the atmosphere, casting an aura of gravity and significance over the impending events. A mesmerizing inferno ignited upon the streets, and the very foundations of the buildings underwent a spectacular metamorphosis, transforming into rivers of molten lava. With a captivating and almost hypnotic grace, this sea of liquid fire spread throughout the urban landscape, its relentless advance swallowing everything unfortunate enough to float upon its scorching surface. The once familiar surroundings now bore the mark of an eruption, painting a scene of both awe and trepidation. The once serene sky underwent a dramatic transformation as brooding clouds gathered and loomed overhead. Their ominous presence cast a shadow over the landscape, heralding an impending tempest of unparalleled intensity and brewing a storm with unrivaled ferocity and unrelenting force. Its howling winds, sharp as the keenest blade, seemed to slice through anything that stood in its way, chopping the tall infrastructures into thousands of tiny pieces, feeding the erupting lava underneath. Wyatt's relentless advance showed no signs of halting, undeterred even as the devil himself abruptly ceased his movement and initiated a remarkable display of power by summoning forth 3 distinct rule domains, each layer intricately interwoven with the others. This complex fusion was a testament to Belphegor's mastery over all 3 rules. Yet, this was far from dissuading Wyatt. This existence-threatening manifestation did not deter his advance in any way. His gaze remained resolute and unyielding, fixed upon his adversary. A palpable tension hung in the air as he continued to advance into the depths of the 3 domains, with an air of solemnity and focused intent. Observing Wyatt's audacious charge into the depth of his rule domains, a sinister grin slowly crept across Belphegor's face. The grotesque curvature of his lips revealed a chilling revelation, that Wyatt's seemingly reckless advance was within its calculations. In fact, he was counting on it as it was an integral piece of his plan. Within the depths of his malevolent smile lay the undeniable evidence of Belphegor's machinations. His eyes had a chilling shine highlighting the depths of his cunning mind. As the pieces of his plan fell into place, Belphegor's grin deepened, casting an eerie glow upon his features. With a resounding cry of grief tripodia, Belphegor assumed a poised position that embodied both grace and raw power. His body initiated a fluid sway, while his hands and feet weaved with an enigmatic rhythm, charming all onlookers. As his movements unfolded, the very air around him responded, causing the razor-sharp wind rule to ripple in tandem with his actions. Meanwhile, the molten lava beneath him appeared to echo his motion, creating an entrancing spectacle of synchronized dance between the devil and three different rules. As Wyatt ventured further into the heart of the three domains, reaching a point where retreating would prove challenging, a transformation came over Belphegor. His eyes, once intense, now blazed with anger that set off deafening thunderous claps and searing bolts of lightning in the dark clouds above. It was as though the three elemental rules of the three domains responded to Belphegor's overwhelming emotions, which found their expression through the fluid movements of his body. It was as if the fundamental rules of each domain were stirred by his intense feelings, causing a symphony of disastrous reactions within them. Belphegor expertly lifted his right arm, swiftly bringing it down in a precise motion, while simultaneously elevating his left arm with a grasping gesture before forcefully driving it downward. Soon after, a piercing gust of wind swirling around Wyatt's advancing body coalesced directly above him, then ruthlessly descended, striking him from the heavens. Simultaneously, a towering column of molten lava erupted from beneath, engulfing him before receding to the ground with him in it. Watching Wyatt become consumed by the lava, Belphegor's body weaved as he swiftly his hands from beneath and clapped them together, mimicking the motion of waves slamming on the ground. Similarly, the molten lava that surrounded the area transformed into undulating waves, crashing with relentless force upon the very spot where Wyatt had been engulfed. This fierce surge of lava surged forth, driving him even deeper into its searing embrace, effectively burying him further beneath its fiery torrent. Following the intense and climactic events, Belphegor's chest heaved with a mixture of emotions. With a palpable sense of relief washing over him, he exhaled slowly, the breath escaping his lips a visible plume of icy mist. As a result, the area around Wyatt, which had been covered in lava, went through a change. The temperature in the area began to decrease until the hot molten lava slowly cooled and turned into solid stone. Then, Belphegor's hands came alive in a flurry of rapid and precise motions, mirroring the graceful arcs and slashes of a skilled swordsman. Following his moments, the sharp wind rule in the area where molten lava was frozen solid began to become sharper, faster, and wilder as it began to descend on the lava stone, slicing and dicing it into tiny pieces. The sound of the wind cutting through rocks resounded in the air. Belphegor's expression remained intense and would not relax until he seized the remains of Wyatt's body along with his grimoire and ego gem. Keeping one eye on the wind chopping the frozen lava and the other on his surrounding, Belphegor did not dare to let his guard down. As the gusting wind sliced through the final remnants of frozen lava, Belphegor's face contorted in a mix of shock and disbelief. His search amidst the rubble yielded no trace of Wyatt's body, ego gem, or grimoire. Soon a sense of urgency settled over him like a heavy cloud. Determinedly, he started to carefully examine his surroundings, scouring every nook and cranny for even the faintest hint of Wyatt's presence. In the vast expanse of the three rule domains, Belphegor held almost boundless control. He scoured every nook and cranny, leaving no stone unturned. Yet, he remained unsuccessfully in locating Wyatt within their confines. Despite Belphegor's pseudo-omniscience within the rule domains, Wyatt managed to slip away from his series of attacks from within the three rule domains. He did so without leaving any trace or clue behind, an act that sent an unsettling shiver down the devil's spine. The three rule domains, which Belphegor had invoked to ensnare Wyatt, now had transformed into a shielded sanctuary, guarding him against evasive maneuvers and attacks of Wyatt. At the moment, he hesitated to venture beyond the boundaries of the three rule domains he had summoned. Instead, he chose to reactivate his hourglass relic, collecting more sand within it, and aligning his time rule master with the card world's time, all while safely ensconced beneath the protective shield of the three rule domains. Belphegor's actions weren't driven by cowardice, but rather by shrewdness. After witnessing that Wyatt had deftly evaded certain death in their battle on 3 separate occasions, Belphegor's actions were not misguided. He had successfully driven Wyatt to his demise on 3 separate occasions. Yet, Wyatt's resourcefulness shone through, allowing him to narrowly evade these predicaments each time. Belphegor tirelessly strained his intellect to unearth Wyatt's enigmatic trick, but it remained frustratingly elusive. The initial instance was when Belphegor personally witnessed Wyatt's physical body dissolve into thin air. This led him to believe that he had successfully eliminated Wyatt through the utilization of his temporal annihilation fist, which was empowered by his time annihilation hybrid rune. However, perplexingly, Wyatt's grimoire and ego gem remain did not drop with the destruction of his body, indicating that he had survived despite he had seen turn into nothingness. The second occurrence unfolded as Wyatt skillfully identified and destroyed one of Belphegor's hearts, momentarily exposing himself to Belphegor's unknown chains, which ensnared him in its vampiric grip. In a bold move, Wyatt triggered the explosion of his own physical body right before Belphegor's eyes, preventing the draining effect of the obscure chain. Convinced that Wyatt had perished, Belphegor proceeded to mend himself and then scoured for Wyatt's grimoire and ego gem. To his surprise, no evidence of these belongings was discovered, highlighting that despite the detonation, somehow Wyatt managed to survive again. In the third instance, Belphegor, fully aware of Wyatt's crafty means of evading death despite the obliteration of his corporeal body, devised a shrewd strategy. He concocted a plan that allowed him to closely monitor Wyatt's actions while aiming to end his life. Belphegor accomplished this by summoning forth his 3 distinctive rule domains, granting him a semblance of near omnipotence within their boundaries. This calculated move enabled him to orchestrate Wyatt's demise for the 3rd time within these domains. Even if Wyatt managed to survive once more, Belphegor aimed to unravel the secret behind his persistent survival, thereby devising a backup plan to ensure Wyatt's ultimate demise. Nevertheless, despite Belphegor's near-omnipotent state, Wyatt once again defied all odds by not only evading certain death at the hands of Belphegor's assault, but accomplishing this feat without a single trace. This left Belphegor utterly bewildered and astounded, unable to understand how he was unable to unravel Wyatt's method for eluding the impending demise within the confines of his rule domain, where he held near-omnipotent power. Belphegor, who effortlessly killed 1.5 dozen of demigods, found himself struggling immensely in attempting to kill a card apprentice fueled by borrowed strength. Despite bearing nearly all his tactics against Wyatt, he remained unsuccessful in terminating him. This situation left Belphegor utterly astonished because those who had endured against him in critical battles were all esteemed conquerors, reigning over countless realms, capable of deciding the destiny of a realm on a whim. In contrast, Wyatt was an insignificant ant. Yet, against all expectations, this seemingly insignificant ant had achieved what even those grand conquerors had not: repeatedly outsmart, deceive, and humiliate Belphegor. Having belatedly recognized this fact, Belphegor, who had previously arrogantly proclaimed his right over Wyatt's soul to the entire city, now opted to postpone the endeavor of extracting Wyatt's soul. Instead, he chose to prioritize refining his time rule mastery to align with the unique time of the card realm. Ironically, he planned to do this while within the sanctuary of his 3 distinct rule domains, which he had invoked to ensnare and eliminate Wyatt. His reasoning stemmed from the realization that, given the formidable might displayed by Wyatt and his cunning maneuvers, engaging him with a handicap would be unwise on his part. The abilities of the Hourglass Relic, while commendable, were currently proving ineffective and even constraining his true potential. Belphegor believed that once his time rule mastery aligned with the unique time of the card realm, he would be unshackled and act unrestrained. At that point, he could employ the might of his temporal annihilation fist of his hybrid time annihilation rune as frequently and strategically as his judgment deemed necessary, without worrying about it consuming too much of the Hourglass Relic's temporal sand. Having made the choice to adopt a more discreet approach, Belphegor triggered his Hourglass Relic, while slowly patrolling within the boundaries of his rule domains. He simulated a search for Wyatt's grimoire and shattered ego gem within the expanse of lava enveloping the terrain, all the while employing his spiritual awareness. Yet, his true motive was to maintain vigilance against any potential ambush orchestrated by Wyatt. Belphegor's intention behind this ruse was to create a time buffer for himself, allowing him the opportunity to synchronize his time rule mastery with the distinct time of the card realm. Ah, that did not go as I planned. It appears that my current strength is still not sufficient to kill the nerfed incarnation of Belphegor. Just how formidable is Belphegor, really? Wyatt pondered as his soul seamlessly transitioned into one of his pseudo-calamity soul gems harboring inside the pebbles that were spread across the southern capital, effectively converting that pseudo-calamity soul gem into the soul calamity soul gem. Empowered by the amalgamation of 12 SSS rank curse incarnations and the additional enhancement from triggering the SSS rank cursed blood rejuvenation, Wyatt held the conviction that his newfound might would enable him to effortlessly overcome all the barriers in his way through his enhanced swiftness and resilient constitution. Yet, reality diverged from his expectations. Instead of achieving his anticipated outcome, Belphegor succeeded in ensnaring him, subsequently reducing Wyatt to ashes through his rule power. In fact, Wyatt's soul had narrowly moved out of his Calamity Soul Gem and transferred to a pseudo-Calamity Soul Gem just a fraction of a second before Belphegor's rule power attacks incinerated it. The strength of Belphegor's fusion rule power far exceeded typical rule-based assaults. Belphegor's maneuvers exhibited such remarkable force and rapidity that Wyatt, despite his rapid movement, found himself bewildered by the sudden impact, akin to a fly ensnared by a frog's swift tongue. Wyatt found himself caught in a quandary as he came to the realization that his present strength fell short of the mark needed to vanquish Belphegor's formidable World Hog incarnation. Truth be told, when Wyatt had chosen the 12 SSS rank curses to infuse within his Gigamite form, his intention had been to confront Matron and the regular demigods from Morningstar University that would come to her aid. According to his original plan, his current power would have been more than sufficient to engage Matron and the typical demigod adversaries. However, it proved inadequate for the task of eliminating the Devil World Hog. Adding to the predicament was the unfortunate fact that all the riches Wyatt had amassed from the multitude of card apprentices entering his VR universe through the VR slime cards had been expended on procuring these precise 12 SSS rank curses through the channels of the Devil Merchant Code. Consequently, he found himself unable to acquire an alternative set of SSS rank curses that could have been of assistance when confronted with Belphegor's menacing World Hog incarnation. While Wyatt did possess a reserve of funds earmarked for dire circumstances, the current situation did not warrant such a label. He retained the option to escape if he so desired, but he remained committed to vanquishing the devil rather than fleeing without securing a victory. Recalling the image of the colossal humanoid pig cavorting amidst the tumultuous storm and molten lava, Wyatt shook his head in frustration. He struggled to devise a strategy that would allow him to navigate the intricate challenges posed by the trio of unique rule domains and reach Belphegor's immediate vicinity, all while aiming for the simultaneous destruction of the 3 essential cores. Now this was just too damn challenging considering the set of 12 SSS rank curses at his disposal. Engaging his soul pupils, Wyatt's eyes emitted a luminous gleam, intensifying as he concentrated his gaze to penetrate the barriers of the 3 rule domains. His intent was to clandestinely observe Belphegor's actions and discern his current intentions. Given Belphegor's previous responses, it was reasonable to anticipate that he would be driven to a state of frenzy upon realizing the ineffectiveness of his attacks in terminating Wyatt. Yet, Wyatt's observation yielded a surprising revelation. Contrary to his anticipations, Belphegor wasn't exhibiting erratic behavior. Instead, he adopted a facade of scouring the lava for any vestiges of Wyatt's presence. All the while, Belphegor slyly harnessed the power of his hourglass relic, subtly refining his time rule mastery to synchronize with the unique time of the card realm. This strategic maneuver by Belphegor instilled a sense of pressing urgency within Wyatt. The gravity of the situation became evident to Wyatt, as the ramifications were clear. Should Belphegor successfully align his time rule mastery with the distinct time of the card realm, he would ascend to an almost insurmountable level of power. His infernal temporal stride would grant him unhindered traversal through secondary time flow, complemented by his temporal annihilation fist, which could reduce any object to oblivion. The enigma of his time annihilation hybrid rune's capabilities added an element of unpredictability, making its potential consequences difficult to fathom. This enhanced might could potentially render Belphegor unstoppable, enabling him to pursue Wyatt without any restraints. Having reached this realization, Wyatt, who initially intended to methodically confront Belphegor, recognized the urgency of the situation and resolved to thwart Belphegor's efforts to align his time rule mastery with the distinct time of the card realm. The stakes were high. Belphegor's unmatched temporal annihilation fist posed an undeniable threat, carrying the weight of certain demise. On a previous occasion, Wyatt's narrow escape from this peril was attributed largely to Belphegor's deliberate choice to spare Wyatt's ego gem, housing his soul. This decision was driven by Belphegor's intention to subject Wyatt's soul to the countless torment techniques within the myriad realms. Otherwise, Wyatt's soul would have instantly joined his physical body in complete obliteration. Wyatt swiftly reconstituted his physical form, activated the SSS rank Cursed Blood Rejuvenation Enhancement, and surged into the encompassing embrace of Belphegor's 3 distinct rule domains. Unlike his previous impulsive approach, this time Wyatt's progression was marked by careful consideration. His immediate objective wasn't to engage in a direct confrontation with Belphegor, but rather to thwart Belphegor's attempts at aligning his time rule mastery with the time of the card realm. As soon as Wyatt ventured into the rule domains, Belphegor swiftly detected his arrival. He then triggered a brief, personal secondary time flow, lasting only for a fraction of a second, during which he executed a swiping motion with his hand aimed at Wyatt. Immediately afterward, he nullified the secondary time flow. Belphegor exhibited more restraint in his use of the time rule this time around. Evidently, his foremost objective was to swiftly synchronize his time rule mastery with the time of the card realm. This is why he restricted its application solely to himself. Even though this time Belphegor confined his secondary time flow solely to himself, Wyatt's vision was still affected by its influence, allowing him to perceive Belphegor's actions. As a result, he was unsurprised when the lava surged, forming a massive wave that surged forward, seemingly poised to crash down and engulf him. Wyatt, fully anticipating this, mustered all his strength to expertly evade the impending deluge. Dodging the oncoming lava wave, Wyatt observed Belphegor's rapid initiation of a brief secondary time flow. In that fleeting moment, Belphegor swung his left arm aimed at Wyatt, while simultaneously striking with his right arm before swiftly nullifying the secondary time flow. As the standard time flow resumed its regular pace, a massive wind blade resembling a crescent arced toward Wyatt, aiming to cleave him. Simultaneously, a lightning bolt descended upon him with uncanny precision and astonishing swiftness. Despite Wyatt's physical body being fortified through the SSS rank Cursed Blood Rejuvenation Curses Enhancement, he wisely refrained from directly confronting either of the incoming assaults. However, the remarkable velocity and precision of the attacks left him with limited alternatives. Wyatt was in a tough spot as he saw a fast and boundless crescent blade of wind heading his way, and a blinding flash of lightning coming down from above. Both were closing in on him quickly at an incredible speed, making it difficult for him to escape by retreating in the direction where the attacks were heading. These attacks were not just lethal, but also incredibly fast, leaving Wyatt with no choice but to face them head-on despite his previous judgment not to because he couldn't retreat. So, Wyatt decided to try something bold that he had been thinking of trying out ever since he was able to physically enter the One with World state. Wyatt decisively harnessed his soul energy manipulation skill to its extreme limit to vibrate his soul pathways with enough fineness to enhance his physical connection to the world through a One with the World state to its limit, while simultaneously entering the One with the World state spiritually with the help of his Calamity Soul Gem. By entering the One with the World state both physically and spiritually concurrently, Wyatt experienced a moment of omnipotence. It was as if the time had come to a halt as his connection to the world strengthened such that it transcended their previous relationship that made him a part of it. This time, he had not only become a part of the world, but he had become the world itself. To put it in simple words, an employee of a multinational corporation, MNC, will be regarded as a part of the MNC and gets to take advantage of the perks it provides. Similarly, in the past, when Wyatt had physically or spiritually entered the One with the World state, he integrated himself into the world to the extent that the strength of his existence could. This allowed him to experience the world's advantages, like absorbing its limitless energy from his surroundings to recover faster or increasing his affinity to its rules to comprehend them faster. However, a CEO of an MNC will be seen as the corporation itself and can access all its benefits and create more benefits according to their desires. By entering the one with the world state physically and spiritually simultaneously, Wyatt had transformed into the world itself to the extent that the strength of his existence could, enabling him to wield the world's power within that domain. As that moment of omnipotence passed, time started to move normally. However, Wyatt was no longer the same. He had undergone a profound transformation. His body expressed boundless presence even though he was only 110 foot tall and a few feet wide in size, while his eyes radiated with bottomless depth. As the lightning lance and crescent wind blade drew closer, the environment around Wyatt underwent a transformation, enveloping him within a spherical space where he stood at the center. This gave rise to the apparition of a world. When the lightning lance and crescent wind blade converged upon this apparition, they were unable to breach its formidable barrier, dispersing into the surroundings once the power driving their assault had been exhausted. Observing the manifestation of the world's apparition enclosing Wyatt effortlessly diverted his razor-sharp crescent wind blade capable of slicing through the fabric of space itself, along with the lightning lance that could penetrate the void with ease. Belphegor's brows knitted in a deep frown. His expression quickly turned grotesque as he sensed the profoundly alarming energy emanating from Wyatt. Before Belphegor could respond, Wyatt's voice echoed in his ears, saying, "Get over here." Before long, Belphegor experienced an immense, invisible force akin to the gravitational pull exerted by celestial bodies, drawing him closer to Wyatt. In reaction to this compelling attraction, Belphegor summoned all his might in an attempt to oppose it. If not for the fiery fur enveloping his form, one would observe his taut muscles and veins stretched to their limits as he strained to counteract the irresistible force that sought to bring him closer to Wyatt. Abruptly, Belphegor sensed the tremendous imperceptible attraction shifting into an equally powerful force, propelling Wyatt toward him at an astonishing velocity. Just as Belphegor comprehended that his immense efforts had not shattered the grip on him, but had transformed into an impelling force propelling Wyatt nearer, emulating the interaction of gravitational forces among celestial bodies, Wyatt was before him. His fist clenched, surrounded by an ethereal semblance of a world, aimed unswervingly at Belphegor's chest. Instantly, Belphegor harnessed his time rule mastery to immerse himself within a secondary time flow. However, Wyatt was in close proximity to the devil as he used time rule that Wyatt was influenced by his time rule master, thereby enabling him to seamlessly enter into the secondary time flow alongside Belphegor. This allowed Wyatt to drive his clenched fist, imbued with a fraction of the world's formidable might, directly into Belphegor's chest without any suspense. Belphegor gaped in astonishment as this unprecedented turn of events unfolded before his eyes. The unknown chain coiled around Belphegor's body swiftly reconfigured itself, adopting a defensive stance against Wyatt's punch. Upon encountering Wyatt's fist, the enigmatic chain promptly commenced siphoning off its kinetic energy, but Wyatt's punch packed such immense force that the chain struggled to absorb its entirety all at once. Hence, even though the chain displayed an astonishing capacity for absorbing force, it fell short of fully neutralizing the punch's impact. Consequently, upon collision, the unknown chain fractured into fragments, propelling both Belphegor and the hourglass relic fastened to his back backward before they plunged into the molten lava beneath. Although Wyatt contemplated a sequence of successive strikes after his initial punch landed, he exercised restraint and opted instead to focus on salvaging the shards of the unknown chain before they descended into the molten lava below. Bolstered by his recently acquired might, Wyatt held a steadfast belief in his capability to confront Belphegor head-on. Gathering the fragments of the mysterious chain, Wyatt carefully deposited them within a storage card. He then employed his soul pupils to meticulously scan the lava in search of both the hourglass relic and Belphegor. Soon, He pinpointed the profound depths where their respective soul pathways lay concealed beneath the molten surface. By tracking the movements of their mass of soul pathways, it became apparent that Belphegor was rapidly advancing toward the submerging hourglass relic. It was not surprising that Belphegor was able to swim in the pool of lava created by the fusion of his rule domains. Once again, Wyatt placed greater importance on securing the hourglass relic rather than launching an assault on Belphegor. After all, the hourglass relic was a true relic that possessed time-related abilities. By obtaining it, he would not only acquire a true relic with the strength to govern by time rule, but he would also deprive Belphegor of one of his most potent support items, thereby incapacitating Belphegor's ability to utilize time-based rules. After all, this hourglass relic helped Belphegor to wield his time rule mastery without the need to synchronize it with the time of this world. Deprived of it, Belphegor would find himself bereft of the capability to effortlessly create new time flows as he pleased, consequently, resulting in a substantial reduction of his overall power. Wyatt employed his profound perception of his soul pupils to target the soul pathways of the hourglass relic. With a remarkable application of imperceptible force, similar to gravitational attraction, he endeavored to coax the descending hourglass relic toward his position. As a result of the force, the hourglass relic ceased its descent and swiftly reversed its course, ascending rapidly to the magma surface. Belphegor, realizing the situation, unleashed a powerful roar and charged ferociously toward the hourglass relic. Utilizing its mastery over the surrounding three rules, Belphegor harnessed the power of his three rule domains enveloping the area. The rules governing these domains converged to lend their support, propelling Belphegor forward as he raced towards the hourglass relic, hurtling at an astonishing speed towards Wyatt. No matter how hard the devil tried, his efforts ended up being in vain as the hourglass relic ended up in Wyatt's possession. Seeing this unexpected twist, Belphegor's ugly expression went through a drastic change. The grimace on its face turned into a disturbingly wide grin that was just as repulsive. This left Wyatt confused, as he had wanted to enjoy seeing Belphegor suffer, losing one of his precious true relics. Promptly sensing a vampiric force siphoning his life force, Wyatt swiftly comprehended the reason behind Belphegor's unsettling grin. Subsequently, Wyatt came to the realization that the hourglass relic possessed a consciousness of its own, deeming anyone besides Belphegor as mere sustenance. Feeling the vampiric energy sapping his life essence intensified, Wyatt attempted to cast aside the hourglass relic, yet his efforts were thwarted, for it clung to him tenaciously, akin to a relentless leech. No matter the strength of his endeavor, he found himself unable to rid himself of its grip. Wyatt attempted various methods to remove the hourglass relic from his possession, but he only sensed its eerie vampiric power becoming more potent. The devil wore a sinister grin while observing Wyatt's efforts to free himself from the true relic yield no results. Within his three rule domains, he could have effortlessly seized the hourglass relic by harnessing the combined force of his three rules to enhance his swiftness. However, Belphegor opted against that course of action. Recognizing that Wyatt's eagerness to obtain his true relic before him might cause him to abandon caution, Belphegor anticipated that Wyatt would unhesitatingly seize his downfall driven by greed, without harboring any suspicions. "Kid, knowing your greed for my relic has spiraled into your undoing, how does it feel?" Belphegor inquired of Wyatt, clearly amused. He derived immense satisfaction from the entire scenario and found himself thoroughly entertained by it. "Cursed blood refining. Let's see if you devour me first or I enslave you." Dark blood poured out Wyatt's body and covered the entire hourglass relic's body. His plan was simple: to use cursed blood refining to break its connection with the devil Belphegor and have the consciousness of the hourglass relic submit to him before it drains him dry. Wyatt contemplated the idea of detaching his arm, to which the hourglass relic was stubbornly attached. However, upon observing the devil's self-satisfied expression, he abandoned that plan. Instead, he opted to employ the curse blood refining, a skill of the blood curse meaning of the blood rule. Previously, he had used it to refine curses, but now his goal was to sever the relic's bond with the devil and force it into submitting itself to him. If Wyatt had been just a card master, he would have been unable to refine the relic before it drained his life energy completely. However, with his newfound power from the fusion of 12 SSS-rank curse incarnations and his connection to the celestial force of the card world, attempting to refine the true relic through his cursed blood didn't seem implausible and appeared achievable. Sensing the malevolent energy emanating from the blood rule power covering the hourglass relic, the eerie smile on Belphegor's face gradually faded. As he started to sense his link with the hourglass relic being disrupted and weakening, a look of disbelief and anger contorted his monstrous face. With determined urgency, he charged toward Wyatt with his full strength, intent on preventing him from utilizing the blood rule to refine the hourglass relic. The wind appeared to surge to life, aiding Belphegor's swiftness as he closed in on Wyatt, leaving a fiery trail in his wake, fully intent on ending his life and seizing the hourglass even from his lifeless body. Wyatt, however, paid no heed to the devil's approach. His attention remained fixed on the task of refining the hourglass relic, using his method of refining it with his cursed blood. Just a short distance from Wyatt, the heedlessly advancing Belphegor encountered a powerful, unseen force pushing him away, preventing him from getting within a few feet of Wyatt's immediate surroundings. When Belphegor attempted to exert his strength to overcome this repelling force and continue his charge, the force manifested as a spectral vision of a world, creating the illusion that he was contending against an entire world itself. Witnessing this apparition of the world encasing Wyatt within it, Belphegor couldn't help but recognize that, despite his efforts to avoid underestimating Wyatt, he had still gravely miscalculated. The devil believed it wasn't entirely his fault. It was a consequence of Wyatt's astounding rate of advancement. From the onset of their confrontation, Belphegor gradually comprehended that Wyatt's capabilities were expanding throughout their battle. Although Belphegor had encountered numerous prodigious individuals throughout his existence, none had exhibited the remarkable degree of growth that Wyatt demonstrated. Every instance Belphegor believed he had vanquished Wyatt, the young man would inevitably return even more resilient than before. Astonishing the devil. After successfully eliminating all 5 devils and the last of the 6 demon army, the group of 75 demigods of the Southern royal family assembled gradually around the 3 overlapping ruled domains conjured by the devil. Their combined attention was focused on the central figures within these domains. These towering beings stood amidst a turbulent tempest, suspended above a volatile expanse of molten magma. Their profound presence emitted an essence reminiscent of celestial entities. The robust, fiery figure resembled a sun, while the graceful, slender form evoked the likeness of a blue-green, resplendent full moon. At this moment, a pair of persistent thoughts circulated within each of their minds that stemmed from the inability of their mind to fathom the reality unfolding before them. They grappled with the astonishing realization that the card apprentice confronting the Mohawk devil, originally regarded as a mere card master, had truly evolved into a being of remarkable prowess. Equally perplexing was the fact that this very card master had adeptly managed to confront and contain the most formidable among the 6 summoned devils, an accomplishment that had demanded the combined efforts of almost 17 demigods to overcome a single devil among the other 5. Captain, any idea how he is doing that? A demigod from Team 1 asked her captain. Judging from the cursed energy mixed in his energy signature isn't apparent, the captain of Team 2 replied before his colleague, and then continued to add, I read in his file that he borrowed the power of a devil to defeat Agent Forger, aka the Miracle. Do I need to say more? What cost do you think the Master Wyatt is paying for his current power? The female demigod member of Team 1 from earlier asked in concern. Now that is interesting of all. His file read that he claimed he managed to win a wager against the devil, so he did not have to pay anything for the power he borrowed from it. The way I see it, this boy is clearly an adrenaline enthusiast, a reckless gambler, or a liar. Watch your words. Do not forget Master Wyatt is the esteemed guest of the Southern royal family. Next time I hear you slander him, I will be forced to arrest you. The leader of Team 1 cautioned the leader of Team 2 against insinuating that Wyatt was involved in devil worship. Labeling Wyatt's behavior as that of an adrenaline enthusiast or a reckless gambler wasn't unfounded. He displayed audacity by walking into the college interview fully aware that it was an ambush, essentially staking his life in a dangerous wager with the devil to gain its power. This fact was evident as he openly acknowledged it. However, accusing him of being a liar was akin to insinuating that Wyatt deliberately guided them into an orchestrated trap, and that his escape from consequences, despite borrowing power from the devil, was not due to a successful winning the wager, but rather rooted in his alignment with devil worship. Normally, such conjectures wouldn't merit a reprimand. But since the subject of the matter was Dalton Wyatt, the circumstances were different. If the rationale behind his esteemed status as a guest of the Southern royal family wasn't adequate clarification, then considering that despite his status as a mere card master, his importance eclipsed the collective significance of all 75 of them in the eyes of the Southern royal family should be. Let's not overlook the reality that, had it not been for Wyatt's intervention, the devil would likely have claimed the majority of their lives without a hint of warning. The roles had reversed. They were meant to safeguard Wyatt, yet he ended up shielding them. This very aspect in itself was humbling, but the egregious act of one of them speaking ill of him behind his back went far beyond acceptable boundaries. Yet, the leader of Team 1 could empathize with the leader of Team 2's perspective. To claim otherwise would be dishonest, as the sheer prowess showcased by Wyatt was undeniably captivating, capable of sparking envy and resentment even within the most modest of their 75 members. Presently, Wyatt's strength was so formidable that he could effortlessly quell 3 or 4 of their teams single-handedly. This fact was discernible simply by sensing the intimidating energy signature emanating from him. "Captain, what now? Do we go help Master Wyatt?" The demigod woman shifted the conversation abruptly to ease the awkward atmosphere. Initially, as they guided Wyatt away from the royal palace grounds to the interview venue, Team 1's members referred to him either as Kid or directly by his name. But now, witnessing Wyatt's crucial intervention, even though she battled feelings of jealousy, she held a sincere admiration for him. Her eyes revealed a glimmer of reverence as she looked at the massive blue-green full moon confronting the giant blinding Sunday. "I've dispatched a message to his grimoire, inquiring whether he seeks our aid or if he'd rather we abstain. If he doesn't respond within 2 minutes, we'll dissolve the domains and proceed," the captain of Team 1 responded, recalling Wyatt's explicit wish to confront the Mohawk Devil on his own. Additionally, given the Mohawk Devil's time rule mastery, the captain of Team 1 was cautious about endangering his team members' lives unless absolutely essential. Unlike Wyatt, none of them possessed the means to defend against time rule. Card apprentices proficient in time rule mastery were an exceptional rarity, even within the central government. Hence, they had never anticipated the emergence of an anomaly like the Mohawk Devil, who could not only wield the time rule, but also held a time rule-related true relic. "Captain, judging by the scene, it appears they're engaged in a struggle for control over the time rule relic. Should we launch a surprise attack on the devil at this moment, we could potentially bring this conflict to a decisive conclusion. Sir, this is an invaluable chance we can't afford to let slip by," the vice-captain of Team 1 interjected abruptly, his gaze fixed on Wyatt's determined efforts to refine the devil's relic. Meanwhile, the devil contorted its fiery hands in a futile attempt to breach the imperceptible force barrier enveloping Wyatt. "I said 2 minutes. We wait." The captain of Team 1 recalled the instance when Wyatt had instructed him to rally with the other teams to combat the 5 devils and the 6 demon army, asserting that he, Wyatt, would confront the Mohawk Devil solo. Initially, the captain hadn't given Wyatt's words much credence, but a glint in Wyatt's eyes revealed a resolute determination to establish his capabilities. Such a determined gleam in the eyes was a sight he had witnessed only once before in his long life, centuries ago, in the eyes of the present prince of the southern region, the uncle of the southern emperor. On that day, then young prince had single-handedly repelled a group of half a dozen supreme beings who had breached the way beyond while the soldiers were in retreat. The captain of Team 1 recognized the folly in his hesitation. He was well aware that his choice would likely lead to reprimand. Above all, he grappled with the uncertainty of relinquishing such a remarkable chance. The Mohawk Devil had already established itself as an imposing adversary, and the prospect of encountering such an opening might not arise again. However, Each time he contemplated seizing the moment, an image of Wyatt's eyes, brimming with determination and unwavering resolve, would resurface in his thoughts, making him hesitate. Maintain your distance. The devil wields vampiric powers. His apparent vulnerability is a ruse intended to entice you, unsuspecting demigods, into unwittingly providing the required offering for his sinister designs. Keep a safe distance and assess whether you can counter his domain from an external standpoint. Upon receiving Wyatt's response to his text, the captain of Team 1 finally experienced a sense of relief, assured that his decision to contact Wyatt before participating in his battle was correct. Otherwise, they would have played into the devil's hands. Everyone, get into formation. We are going to demolish the rule domain trinity conjured by the devil from out here. The captain of Team 1 ordered all the demigods gathered. Captain, that will only alert the devil. Should we not use this moment to launch a sneak attack? The vice captain of Team 1 continued to stick to his previous strategy, and other demigods seemed to agree with him. Yet, they all got in formation following the orders of their captain. They had no problem speaking there, but none of them dared to disobey a direct order. Even if they made it to the top of the world's food chain, they were still not able to get rid of the hierarchy. Achieving the demigod realm, these demigods had mastered a few rule domains. They had no problem summoning 2 or more rule domains simultaneously. However, not many of them were able to conjure 2 or more rule domains in fusion, like the Mohawk Devil had summoned 3 rule domains in fusion. Wind, fire, and earth rule domains were basic elemental rule domains, but together they formed one mighty rule domain, especially since the 3 rules complementing each other. This only showed how weak these demigods were when individually or as a group compared to Belphegor. No wonder he saw them as nothing but mere sacrifice for his devious plans. No, the devil is more cunning than you can think. It is already aware of our presence and is deliberately showing weakness to lure us into its trap. According to Master Wyatt, the devil has vampire abilities, so he asked us not to get closer and use ranged attacks. The captain of Team 1 explained as he overwatched demigods uniformly enter the battle formation. Wow, Master Wyatt had the time to write a reply while facing that monstrosity. One of the demigods exclaimed as a mix of envy and admiration oozed out of his eyes. Ready? The captain of Team 1 asked the demigods. Ready? The demigods shouted in unison. Big Bang Battle Array Formation activate. With the yell, the soul energy in the surrounding came alive to form 15 5-pointed stars representing 15 lesser Big Bang Array formations around the rule domain trinity conjured by the devil, which then come together to form a huge 75-pointed star representing the Big Bang Battle Array formation that swallowed the rule domain trinity conjured by the devil in it. With the formation of the 75-pointed star Big Bang Battle Array formation, a tyrannical force covered the entire southern capital, alerting Belphegor and Wyatt. An omnipotent voice resounded throughout the city. Break. The omnipotent voice that Wyatt and Belphegor heard was the synchronous voice of 75 demigods, who were in sync thanks to the Big Bang Battle Array formation and simultaneously their intent on the rule domain trinity. When the combined intent of the 75 demigods clashed with the rule domain trinity, the world seemed to have lost all its color, but then tricolored energy showered within the battle array formation as Belphegor's rule domain trinity had been shattered to billions of tiny pieces. Roar! Belphegor bellowed in pain and anger. Not only was not able to lure his prey by showing weakness, but instead, they joined to form a battle formation displaying power beyond what each of them was capable of. Belphegor's gaze switched between the demigods' battle array formation, Wyatt who was trying to refine his relic under the cover of the celestial force, and then the 2 space vestiges in the southern capital space. There was a reason why Belphegor never acted blatantly despite clearly being the strongest force within the southern capital, and that was the 2 hidden space vestiges it had uncovered in the space of the southern capital when it created the secondary time flow using its time rule mastery. Uncovering these 2 hidden space vestiges, Belphegor was instantly humbled and regretted standing out by declaring he was after Wyatt's soul. He regretted not acting together with the other 5 devils and using them to buy time for his hourglass relic to adjust his time rule mastery to the time of the card world. These two unknown space vestiges were the reason he did not dare to go after and to threaten Wyatt or blatantly slaughter and sacrifice the demigods to his hourglass unless they provoked him. The time Belphegor threatened Wyatt with N's life, he clearly felt an immense kill intent ooze out of one of the space vestiges and aim at him. They were the reason why Belphegor only restricted himself to a part of the southern capital city. This combined with Wyatt's mysterious monstrous strength, he could not feel that he was being conspired against. As a result, he was bent on trying to understand the source of Wyatt's power to learn of the enemy hidden in the shadow. Now with all the devils and the demon army dead, being surrounded by demigods and the powerful entities in two space vestiges, losing his weapon the unknown chain, and his support item hourglass relic, Belphegor felt alone. Before the demigods could launch successive attacks, he roared as his body grew from 110 feet to 150 meters tall. Seeing the fiery body of the Mohawk devil suddenly grow 40 stories high, the demigods were taken aback. Ignoring the demigods, Belphegor's hand pierced the sky and tired tore it open. If understanding what the devil was up to, the omnipotent voice sounded once again, "No, you don't." Big bang blast. All the energy of the demigods and the vicinity of the formation gathered right on the back of the devil and detonated with a deafening explosion, taking into account that Wyatt was in the vicinity of the devil. Since he was in front of the devil, they decided to focus their attack on the back of the devil. By the time the explosion reaches Wyatt, it would be weakened to the point that Wyatt's celestial force barrier could withstand it. Boom! Standing in the immediate vicinity of the explosion, though the Belphegor's massive body saved him from the explosion, all 12 pairs of Wyatt's ears were ringing from the deafening, thunderous sound of the explosion. If not for the prompt action of the Hive AI, all 12 of his consciousness would be muddled and dazed for minutes, giving the hourglass relic the edge to add him to its temporal sands. Belphegor's body, which took the direct burn of the explosion, had evaporated from Wyatt's sight. However, the huge shadow of the giant Belphegor previously cast on him still existed, prompting Wyatt to spare a little of his attention from refining the relic and look above him to find that the devil had exchanged his lower half and most of his back to survive the explosion. Interestingly, surviving the explosion, the devil did not try to regenerate to back its body whole again. Instead, its fingers that had pierced the space continued to dig deeper into the space and used all of their might, trying to rip open and tear the space. Though puzzled by the devil's obsession with tearing the space, Wyatt shook his head and left the devil for the demigods to engage. He then concentrated on subduing the hourglass relic, using his cursed blood, refining blood, cursed blood rule meaning. While the Befegar pretend to be helpless, targeting the demigods as they gathered after killing the other 5 devils and the demon army, Wyatt, his mutated soul, and the Hive AI were doing their best to suppress the spirituality of the true relic and break its connection to Belphegor. SSS rank Cursed Blood Corruption Curse. Coming to a standstill in a tug of war against the ego of the true relic, Wyatt activated another one of his 12 SSS rank curses. This one he had specifically selected to tackle against the influence of Matron's origin card. However, as luck would have it, she was not at the receiving end of the SSS rank Cursed Blood Corruption Curse. Instead, the Hourglass relic was. The best thing about the Cursed Blood Corruption Curse was that it fit well with his Cursed Blood Refining. They complemented each other's abilities, allowing Wyatt to use them hand in hand, multiplying their effectiveness. This was why he was confident about using the Cursed Blood Corruption against Sansa's origin card. As the name of the curse suggested, the Cursed Blood Corruption allowed Wyatt to taint his target with his cursed blood and corrupt it. The target could range from a living being to the spirit of an inanimate item. When Wyatt first used this curse along with his Cursed Blood Refining, he wondered if he could use it to corrupt and refine the world's will, not the card world about other realms he would have the fortune of visiting through Devil Merchant Code. But when he entered the one with world state, both physically and spiritually during battle, allowing him to borrow the celestial power of the world, he came to realize how naive he was to think that he could use the SSS rank Cursed Blood Corruption Curse along with his Blood Curse rune to corrupt and refine the wills of the realms. However, though his capabilities did not allow him to subdue the celestial wills, he was confident that empowered by the celestial power he borrowed from the card world, he should be able to corrupt and refine the ego of the true relic. Compared to the solo ego of the true relic, There were 12 of him, aided with the assistance of the Hive AI. It was only a matter of time before Wyatt corrupted the true relic, broke its connection to the devil, and subdued it by refining it. Therefore, despite being in the middle of the battle, Wyatt chose to focus on refining the true relic. Not that he had a choice, as the relic stuck to him, sucking his life force, and could not be stored in a storage card because of its ego. It was a now or never. Roar. Big bang. Belphegor's efforts finally showed some results. A tear appeared in the sky. Then he continued to expand the tear big enough to cover the entire city, reaching every corner of the red light curtain surrounding the boundary of the city. Interestingly, the tear in the space did not reveal a void, but a desolate expanse of magma. Inside, the magma creatures bigger than the current Belphegor could be seen swimming. As the tear expanded, it became obvious that on the other side of the tear of the dark realm. Right now, the two realms were connected in an upside-down manner through the tear Belphegor was creating in the airspace of the southern capital. Yes, the land of the entire southern capital was refined as part of an array formation, but the sky wasn't. In desperation, had no choice but to pay a huge price to use one of the perks granted to him by the Devil Merchant Code, allowing him to connect the sky of his territory in the Dark Realm to the sky of the southern capital, allowing his true army to use the tear to enter the native realm and conquer it. While Belphegor continued to expand the tear in the sky, revealing the expanse of the Dark Realm. Once again, the demigods used their battle array formation to try and stop Belphegor. This time, the energy from the demigods and the surroundings gathered behind his head. Just when the gathered energy was about to detonate into a huge explosion, a vast white blur rushed from the dark realm through the tear in the sky and directly swallowed the concentrated mass of violent energy. Seeing this, the demigods imminently detonated the Big Bang. However, the huge explosion they were expecting never came, instead heard a loud, thunderous burp. Interestingly, they would not find any trace of the source of the burp. This was puzzling, especially considering the vast size of the white blur. This realization sent a chill down the spines of the demigods as they used their synchronized divine sense to scan their surroundings, searching for the entity that had invaded their world. Witnessing the devil tear open a portal in the sky, with its bare hands connecting the dark realm to the card world, was already too horrifying to handle for the demigods. Then adding a massive creature that was faster than their synchronized divine sense to it was just pure terror. Sharing or fusing divinity was not the same as synchronizing divinity. The demigods in the battle array had their divinities synchronized, such that they could coordinate with each other efficiently, in turn, allowing them to act as one big array. This provided more control than power, where sharing or fusing divinity was more about power than control. Though this did not mean that the battle array formation did not boost the strength, it did, but it was achieved through more control over the existing power. It was more about getting the maximum with what they handed. While the demigods frantically searched for the white blur that swallowed their Big Bang explosion, Belphegor felt the card world's shackles on his power loosen and slowly vanish. With the Dark Realm connecting to this part of the world, the card worlds will now had to fight with the will of the Dark Realm for control over that part of the world, which unraveled into a decisive battle. As the two realms' wills clashed in the sky of the southern capital city, the pressure in the surrounding atmosphere increased by a few times. The air left heavy. The feeling was similar to being deep underwater. With the card worlds will no longer suppressing his strength, Belphegor could finally breathe freely and appreciated the newfound freedom. He then immediately began to repair his gravely injured body. Fortunately for him, the demigod's Big Bang blast only claimed one of his hearts, yet the blast was too powerful. Even though his other two hearts were intact, they could not escape minor injuries. This was the risk of him recklessly betting everything on one of the privileges he gained from the Devil Merchant Code. He had no choice as he was surrounded and outnumbered. Thankfully, it all worked out in the end. Though Wyatt was concentrating all his attention on refining the hourglass relic, he was not unaware of the situation outside. Learning that Belphegor tore open space to summon the Dark Realm, Wyatt instantly regretted prioritizing the true relic over Belphegor. Noticing Belphegor trying to tear the space, Wyatt thought the devil was trying to escape through the void to get out of the encirclement of the demigods and their battle array formation. However, How could he have known that Belphegor could be able to summon the dark realm on this world without conducting any appropriate sacrifice and ritual? There was no way Wyatt could have known or anticipated that Belphegor had such a trick up his sleeve. Wyatt too caught a glimpse of the white blur that not only swallowed the Big Bang blast with ease, but let out a thunderous burp as if it just had a hearty meal. Now the situation on the battlefield had changed for the worse. Wyatt knew he could no longer continue to refine the true relic and ignore Belphegor. Ironically, Wyatt needed more time to refine the time attribute true relic. However, he had wasted so much time and energy on it. It was hard for him to watch his efforts go to waste. Not to mention, as soon as he detaches the left hand on which the true relic was latching, then it was only a matter of time before Belphegor would somehow manage to get his hands on it, or it might just return to him out of its free will. Wyatt did not like this one bit. Just then a brilliant idea to sacrifice the true relic to the Devil Merchant Code flashed in his mind. With that, Wyatt was about to place the true relic on the Demon Merchant Codex and sacrifice it to the Devil Merchant Code, but then his new celestial senses sensed a deadly presence in his immediate vicinity. Wyatt instantly paused his actions and immediately used his celestial senses in combination with his soul pupils and soul pathway vibration dictation earbones to find the threat his celestial senses were warning him of, since the celestial senses could not pinpoint the accurate location of the threat. Yet no matter how much he stressed his soul pupils and other senses, he could not find the threat in his surroundings. Then a scary thought crossed his mind. What if the threat triggering his celestial senses was not in his surroundings, but in him? With that thought, Wyatt immediately scanned his body to find a mass of soul pathways on his left arm where the hourglass relic had latched onto him. The mass of soul pathways closely resembled the soul pathways of a snake demon. However, their arrangement was a lot more mysterious and complicated than that of a snake demon. It resembled a devil's soul pathway arrangement. Yes, its core was as sinister as a titled demon core than a mere demon core. As if aware of Wyatt's gaze, the sinister snake made direct contact with Wyatt's eyes, revealing its existence. As soon as it did that, the synchronized divine sense of the demigods searching for the white blur from earlier also caught its presence, and the demigods were almost traumatized by its sinister energy signature. However, when the demigods and Wyatt finally laid their eyes on it, they were surprised to find that it was a white snake, and it resembled the white blur from earlier a lot. However, its body was a lot smaller than the massive body of the white blur. Did it change its size? They wondered. Right now, Wyatt stood 110 feet tall, so the snake that was wrapping around his left hand and the time attribute true relic latching onto it was not of small size. However, it was a lot smaller than a massive white blur. So they could not confirm if the white snake was the white blur. But its next action erased all their doubts. Hiss! The sinister snake slowly raised its head and brought it up to Wyatt's eye level. Wyatt did not dare to make any sudden movements, as his celestial sense told him it could kill him even before his attack reaches it. Wyatt did not doubt his senses because the sinister snake had managed to get past his celestial barrier with ease without even alerting Wyatt, while Belphegor could not overcome it no matter how hard he tried to. This showed that the sinister snake was on a higher level than Wyatt's celestial form, or it had totally overpowered abilities. Either of the scenarios was bad for Wyatt, so he decided not to do anything that would agitate the sinister snake. Raising its head to Wyatt's eye level, the snake stared into his eyes with its hypnotic gaze while slowly getting its head closer to his face. It stopped a foot from Wyatt's face and flicked its forked tongue, trying to get a much more accurate smell of Wyatt's body. Wyatt thought so because snakes use their forked tongue to help their sense of smell. Wyatt wondered if it was the fragrance of the dungeon calamity seed being emitted by his calamity soul gem that had made him the target of the sinister snake. After all, the original purpose of this fragrance of the dungeon calamity seed was to attract monsters toward it so it can prey on them. Therefore, it would not be a surprise if the sinister snake was attracted by it. The worrying question here was how the sinister snake would react to the fragrance. Will it find Wyatt appetizing, or will it start seeing him as a capable mate similar to Jill's case? To study the sinister snake, Wyatt also stared into its hypnotic slit pupils, only to find that its eyes felt familiar, as if he had seen this pair of eyes once before. To be exact, just the left eye of the sinister snake. With the help of Hive AI, he immediately recalled when and where he had seen the left eye of the Sinister. Wyatt had seen it back in Sky Blossom City during the semifinals of the city's youth card fight tournament. His opponent during the semifinals was Corey Bright. Back then she had used her skeleton minions to create a skeleton gate to summon her pet snake, Bame, from the Dark Realm. However, the skeleton gate was only large enough for her pet snake to peek into the card world with one eye, so she could not summon it into the card world. I recall Corey closing the skeleton gate after promising the snake that she will summon it when she was strong enough to create a bigger gate. Bame, Wyatt uttered without breaking contact with the sinister snake's eyes. However, soon his body tensed up, having realized that the sinister snake might not have approached him because of the fragrance of the dungeon calamity seed being emitted by his calamity soul gem, but because it also recalled seeing him with Corey. The reason Wyatt tensed up was that from the circumstance back then Corey's pet snake could easily mistake him as Corey's enemy. Panicked, Wyatt immediately began to use his grimoire to call Corey, believing that Corey could clear the misunderstanding. However, his grimoire could not reach Corey. Before beginning to blame his luck, Wyatt immediately thanked his lucky stars, feeling that he almost made a grave mistake by calling Corey. After all, since the relationship between him and Susan began to develop, the tension between him and Corey has grown to the level where instead of clearing the misunderstanding, Corey might order her pet snake to kill Wyatt. Listening to Wyatt call its name, the sinister snake nodded its head. Then it lowered its head and brought its mouth next to the cursed blood covering the true relic, stealing my life energy. To everyone's shock, its mouth opened, releasing a green mist that interacted with the cursed blood and instantly reinforced its capability, helping Wyatt break the connection between Belphegor and the true relic. Astonishing Wyatt, who thought it would mistake him as its mommy's enemy and try to swallow him. As soon as the true relic's connection with the devil snapped, Belphegor instantly became aware of it and let out an anger-filled roar. By now he had recovered his complete body, reaching his peak strength. Then in anger, the 150-meter-tall Belphegor threw a punch aimed at the 110-foot-tall Wyatt using all of his true might. FCK, Wyatt cussed, seeing he could not defend against it because losing its connection to its master, the true relic, had gone berserk and retaliated against him frantically. If Wyatt tried to defend against the relic, he could not defend against the incoming fist, or vice versa. Wyatt could abandon his current calamity soul gem and move to another one, but then he would lose possession of the true relic. Just as Wyatt was about to decide, to his surprise, he noticed Bame suddenly grow bigger and take Belphegor's fist head-on. Without much thought, under the sinister snake's protection, Wyatt resumed refining the true relic in hopes to subdue it as soon as possible. Boom! When the Belphegor's fist connected with Bame's scales, it did not even manage to leave a scratch on them, except for creating loud sound effects. Witnessing this, the demigods lost any doubts about the sinister snake being the white blur that swallowed their Big Bang blast. Its current massive body not only accurately resembled that of the white blur, but the prowess displayed by it showed that it was indeed capable of swallowing their Big Bang blast, like eating a hearty meal. What the FCK are you doing, you dumb snake? Do you want to die? Belphegor threat Bame, seeing that it dared to rebel against him. Hiss! Bame hissed at the Belphegor in response to his threat, and even went as far as to bare its fangs at him, making it clear that Wyatt was under its protection. The demigods, though shocked by an existence like the sinister snake, did not understand why it was rebelling against the Mohawk devil to protect Wyatt. Belphegor too shared the same concern. He was not surprised that the snake rebelled against him after all. He did kill its previous master. It was already surprising that the snake was stuck around and would occasionally come in hand. But what was more surprising was that the sinister snake stood up against him to protect Wyatt. This did not make any sense to Belphegor, since the only time the snake dared to fight against him was when he killed its previous master. But after being brutally beaten, it escaped, grew stronger and bigger. Then the sinister snake returned to take revenge, but instead of doing that, it stuck around in its master's old abode. You stupid mutt, get out of the way before I get angry. Belphegor yelled at Bame for rebelling against him, but did not dare to attack it. It clearly showed that Belphegor's Wordhog incarnation was not confident about subduing the snake. The reason Belphegor called the sinister snake a mutt was that any monster or demon that manages to advance to the devil realm would have the realm-appropriate spirituality. However, for some unknown reason, that did not seem to be true in Bame's case. Despite growing stronger than regular devils, its spirituality remained stunted to that of a 6-year-old human child. Nonetheless, the snake was very intuitive and a better judge of timing, location, and people than most of the beings Belphegor had known in a lifetime. This was why he did not kill it after killing the previous master and tried to subdue it on numerous occasions, but failed as it surprisingly was very loyal to its late master. It would rather die than take a new master. However, Belphegor was a crafty devil. He not only got the snake to give up on taking revenge for its late master, but also occasionally do his bidding. This beam did not back down. Instead, it doubled down on its original stance by threateningly flicking its forked tongue at Belphegor. Noticing that the snake would not back down and continued to insist on protecting Wyatt, Belphegor's fiery brows danced as they grew narrow, forming a deep frown on his face. But then his brows eased as an army of demons started to pour out of the portal covering the sky of the city, led by a female, humanoid devil. "Father, I can't believe you were reduced to such a state in this inferior realm. Even Little Beam has lost respect for you," the 6.5 feet tall female, humanoid devil said, walking next to the 150-meter tall. As soon as the demon army started to pour into the southern capital, even before the demons could descend by the city, each of them was shot down by the thousands of cannons on the 250 turrets spread across the city. Belphegor and his daughter did not seem to care about the death of the demons. Sensing the terrifying presence of the new humanoid devil, the demigods started to panic. Handling the Mohawk devil was already proving to be difficult. Now there was another one of them. Not to mention, they were still not clear whose side the sinister snake stood. Will it continue its rebellion against the Mohawk devil or return to the devil's side? "Chief Captain, the female devil, why does its energy signature give off the signs of a human?" The captain of the 12th team asked the captain of Team 1 as he looked at the voluptuous, yet slender red-skinned body of the female body. After ascending to the demigod realm and forming his divinity, he thought that he had outgrown the carnal urges of his mortal origin, but his body's reaction to the female devil's presence proved him wrong. He did not understand how could he feel such a way towards a devil. Even though she had human features that looked a lot like humans, her armored lizard tail, horns, bat wings, and the demonic inscription inscribed on her red skin should be a turn-off, but just as he thought these things, he felt the urges in his body growing. He wondered if it was just him or if the other demigods felt the same about the female devil as he obsessively ogled her tempting body and inscribed her soul energy signature onto his soul. But then he noticed that the female devil's soul energy signature resembled very closely to that of a human. That devil is called Corpse Devil. So if I were to guess, it should have been born using the corpse of a powerful human senior. Usually, they are not much stronger than the SSS rank corpse puppets. But this one seems different, so don't let your guards down, the captain of Team 1 explained. Corpse devils were common as devils created them by refining the corpse of fallen powerhouses. However, the rate of successfully refining a corpse devil was slim to none. Learning that the female devil was not a true devil, but a devil-rank corpse puppet that was fortunate enough to form its spirituality and become a corpse devil, the captain of Team 12 felt disgusted with himself for feeling such way toward a corpse. Then shook his head in dismay, feeling that with such a mind, he can forget achieving transcendence in this lifetime. Agony. That damned snake has never respected me to begin with. If not for you, I would have killed it long ago. Just get it to stop interfering in my hunt, Belphegor said, pointing at Bame, who had its huge body coiled into a dome protecting Wyatt in it. Listening to her father, Agony turned to look at Bame with a frown, as she found her pet snake's action puzzling. However, she heeded her father's words and ordered, "Little Bame, don't be naughty. Don't interfere with father's hunt." Listening to Agony, Little Bame did not dare to face her. It kept its head down as it resisted her orders and continued to shelter Wyatt. Unlike how it dared to bare its fang at Belphegor when faced with Agony, the Little Bame remained docile like a house pet. Little Bame's actions came as a huge shock to Agony, because she could not recall an instance when Bame did not listen to her words. Ever since she was born, Bame was there for her even more than her father. In her heart, Little Bame was more of a parent/guardian to her than a pet snake. As a result, Agony grew a little curious about the human Bame was trying to protect. as that human was not only able to force her father to resort to one of his desperate measures, but was able to gain the favor of Bame, who remained cold and heartless to everyone except her. However, noticing her father's patience waning, thin agony scrubbed her curiosity and continued to persuade her pet. "Little Bame, be a good girl, and come to Mama. I will give you 75 tasty treats," pointing at the 75 demigods. The demigods, who wanted to get a clear stance of the sinister snake before they commenced their attack, felt insulted being treated as a mere pet treat by the corpse devil. Still, none of them dared to break formation or provoke the devils without the green signal from their captain, as they did not want to make the snake devil their enemy if they could avoid it. Little Bame kept her head down and remained silent, continuing to shelter Wyatt with her body. Seeing this agony frown now, she was starting to feel jealous of the human that little Bame was going to such lengths to protect. Unlike other devils, the corpse devils get born with the realm of the refined corpse that was used for their birth. Being born to an SSS rank corpse puppet, Agony was born a devil and did not have as much experience as the other devils that advanced to the devil realm step by step. Her life experience was very little. Belphegor made sure of that, as it would be easier for him to brainwash and control her that way. Devil did not have a concept of sharing or compassions, so Agony, who had no life experience, hadn't even heard of those words. Hence, seeing her little Bame show such concern for a human suddenly felt numerous emotions in that interval, which took over her mind as she yelled, "Come over here, this instant." Under the shelter of Bame's body, Wyatt focused all his energy and mind on refining the true artifact as his own. Now that it had lost its connection to the devil, he could make use of the genuine refining technique of the card apprentice, card creation. Now that the relic was ownerless, it was just another card ingredient, and Wyatt planned to treat it as such. Though card apprentices can turn any relic into their origin card using the free origin card slot in their grimoire, Wyatt was not sure if he should use his last empty origin card slot to turn the Rue relic into his origin card. Wyatt was on the fence about this because he wanted to sure about what were the effects and requirements of the hourglass relic. Heck, he did not even know the true relic's name. Besides, even if he were to use his empty origin card slot to turn it into an origin card, his calamity, Soul Gem, would try to swallow it. Just like how the first time he tried to refine the Dungeon Calamity Seed into his second origin card, his first origin card Soul Pupils tried to eat it, giving birth to the Calamity Human Core, now known as Calamity Soul Gem. However, after that altercation occurred, Wyatt passed out naked for hours in the Whitebin family card lab. Right now he could not risk that, so he decided to play it safe by refining the true relic into a card. With his current power, Cursed Blood Refining, and SSS rank Cursed Blood Corruption, it should not be hard for him, considering that the relics were rankless and gradeless. Hence, even a card student could turn and use them as their origin cards that were with the approval of the conscious of the relic if it had one. Willem Bright and the false relic he used to turn into his origin card were good examples of this. The false relic that Willem Bright used not only had a conciseness, but for some reason it had taken fancy to him and liked to play tricks on him. With that his intent clear, Wyatt immediately summoned his grimoire. Then, opening the card creation page, he placed his left hand, to which the hourglass relic was attached, on it along with a common core, preparing to refine the true relic into a card. However, just as the miniature arrays on the card creation page lit up and were going to turn the hourglass relic into a mass of soul pathways, it stopped sucking on his life force, letting out a cry which Wyatt heard in his soul. The relic began pleading with him to not refine it into a card, and it was willing to accept him as its new master. The invisible tendrils extend out of the true relic's consciousness, trying to interact with Wyatt's mutated soul, begging him to accept it as his servant. Wyatt was shocked to find that the true relic that did not bow to the combined might of his mutated souls, Hive AI, and two curses immediately became docile, sensing the miniature arrays on the grimoire's card creation page. Wyatt was fascinated by this turn of events and wanted to further explore it, but the situation outside was turning into the worst possible scenario, so he immediately accepted the true relic's pleading, and then it quietly entered his storage card. "Thank you for buying me enough time, Bame." Walking out from the shelter of Bame, Wyatt thanked her, but then he found himself without words and his gaze stuck on the 6.5-foot-tall female devil. Corey Park. Wyatt exclaimed, looking at the female devil. He couldn't believe his eyes. The corpse devil Agony's red-skinned, slender body with ample curves resembled Wyatt of the fiery, shapely ego fire of Corey Bright. Speaking of which, the red-skinned devil looked alike mature Corey. Yes, the ego fire did not have to show a pair of enormous bat wings. However, Corey Bright did reveal an armored lizard tail when she entered her devil form during the semi-finals of the tournament. There was no mistaking it. The devil in front of Wyatt shared an uncanny appearance with Corey Park, the adult version of Corey Bright. With so much evidence pointing it, Wyatt decided to settle it by going through the female devil's soul pathway arrangements. To his surprise, he found the most astonishing thing. The female devil had the mutated version of titled demon core that Corey Bright had. Going through the female devil's soul pathways, Wyatt immediately found that she was a corpse puppet that gained spirituality and was born as a corpse devil since the corpse puppet was of SSS rank. Wyatt knew very little about Corey Park, but knew enough to know that Corey Park was one of the past lives of Corey Bright, who lived in the Dark Realm. With this, Wyatt guessed that after Corey Park's death, someone used her corpse to create an SSS rank corpse puppet, which later gained spirituality and was born as the female corpse devil in front of him. From the looks of it, that someone was none other than Belphegor, prompting Wyatt to wonder if there was any relationship between Belphegor and Corey Park. "How do you know that name?" Belphegor asked Wyatt in utter disbelief. "It has been centuries since anyone uttered the name Corey Park after her death at his hands. Except for some of her loyal subordinates that had managed to escape his hands, nobody even remembers that name." Listening to Wyatt utter that name, Belphegor suddenly saw the war that happened almost a millennium ago flash in front of his eyes. Even though he was no longer a mere demon prince and had become a devil, the terror of Corey Park and her demon army was still fresh in his mind. Though it was a hard pill to swallow, Belphegor knew if not for the Devil Merchant Code and his alignment with other demon princes of the Dark Realm in that era, he would not have been able to defeat her. Instead, he would have died and Corey Park would have become the devil. "Father," he said, "that name, should I kill him or have him join my army too?" Female devil Agony asked Belphegor, as he had instructed her to gain the trust of all those that call her Corey Park, and she should kill them, as they would be their enemies. Since the female corpse devil possessed the corporal form of Corey Park, Park's allies and subordinates that had managed to survive the devil succession war of the demon princes after Park's death reached out to Agony, believing that she was Corey Park. They were not to be blamed for such a stupid misunderstanding, because if not for Park's pet snake Bame following Agony around as it did with Park, they would have been skeptical of the Agony's identity. So far, those who reached out to Agony thinking she was Park either chose to follow Agony's army or die and join Park in the River of Souls. It was not a surprise that they figured out Agony was not Park, but that was too late for them back way, as they only had two options. Some chose loyalty, some chose survival. Neither was to be blamed. It was obvious that Belphegor knew things would turn out like this when saw the birth of Agony. That was why he had asked her to kill all of the allies of Park if they were not willing to join her demon army. "No, you are not his match. Take the snake and go handle those flies. Leave him to me," Belphegor said with his eyes staring at Wyatt. He could not figure out why the name that was supposed to be forgotten in the pages of history was spoken by Wyatt after almost a millennium since her death. But seeing how the damned snake dared to rebel and even refused to follow Agony's orders for Wyatt, it seemed less surprising that Wyatt knew that name. "Bame, you heard father. Let's go." Agony was very frustrated and irritated by Bame's actions. This was the first time she felt angry at Bame. Seeing her not leave the human's side, she got yelled, "Come over here, now." However, to Agony's dismay, Bame continued to be by Wyatt's side. Seeing this, Agony was devastated and loved Bame too much to harm her, so all her anger shifted onto Wyatt, the reason why Bame was going against her. "You. It must be you. What black magic did you use on Bame? Human, release her this instant." Hiss. Seeing Agony blame Wyatt, Bame finally lifted her head and made eye contact with Agony. Looking into Bame's hypnotic gaze, Agony was devastated because she saw tears roll out of Bame's eyes and stain her pure white scales. Agony panicked as this was the first time seeing the pain in Bame's eyes. She could not believe Bame's hypnotic eyes hide such pain inside them. Agony did not understand what was happening, but feeling Bame's pain, her frustration and irritation toward Bame instantly vanished and once again, she started to feel emotions that were not natural to a devil. It was compassion and sympathy, but those words never existed in her dictionary. Right now, all she wanted to do was console Bame and share her pain, but she did not know how. She did not even know what were the feelings she feeling right now. As devil violence and brutality were natural to her, but the current feelings she was feeling only confused her. She did not have enough life experience to understand them. Belphegor had made sure of it by constantly brainwashing her. Agony. Just get the damned snake to stand down already. How could I not notice Bame's pain? Agony wondered. For someone named Agony, she failed to see the agony of her only friend. The irony was not lost on her. Not to get started on her titled demon core, Undead Flame of Agony. Corey Park's titled demon core was Eternal Flame of Agony, but after Agony was born from her corpse, it mutated to Undead Flame of Agony. Getting no reply from Agony. As the orchestrator of this event, Belphegor frowned his brows. Because Agony was a valuable asset, he would hate to have to dispose of her, but he believed in his manipulative and brainwashing capabilities. He thought this should not be enough for Agony to break free from the mental shackles he placed in her mind. Having learned a lesson at the hands of Corey Park, Belphegor had increased his means of assurance when it comes to recruiting new children. One had to know if Wyatt was the first human to trick Belphegor, then Corey Park was the first demi-human to strike the fear of death in Belphegor's heart and mind. So after killing Corey Park, even though her corpse was destroyed, he spared no effort and used a SSS-rank corpse preservation curse on it to rebuild her corpse from scratch, then refined it into a SSS-rank corpse puppet. Later, he had the corpse puppet act as his palace's gatekeeper to not only strike fear in the minds of his enemies, but also bring shame on Corey Park's legacy. However, things changed when Park's pet snake, which had managed to escape with grave wounds, returned after recovering and gaining strength close to transcendence in search of revenge. Seeing the corpse puppet made using Corey Park's corpse, it wailed and cried, and when he threatened to destroy the corpse puppet, it gave up on its revenge and lay next to corpse puppet, guarding it for centuries to come. During this period, Belphegor noticed that the corpse puppet was growing stronger even though he has stopped refining it. When he looked into it, he found that after centuries the snake's strength had not increased, but noticeably decreased as it was using its life essence to nurture the corpse puppet. Belphegor laughed at the snake's stupidity and leave it be. He was more than happy to let the snake reinforce his corpse puppet using its life. But to his surprise, soon the corpse puppet gained spirituality and evolved into a corpse devil. Being refined by him, the corpse devil obviously respected Belphegor as its creator. Taking advantage of this, Belphegor spared no efforts to brainwash the female corpse devil to make himself the center of Agony's life. Knowing that as long as he controlled Agony, he could use her to abuse Corey Park's legacy, starting with the stupid pet snake of hers. Agony. Belphegor stressed. Soon a red light flashed in Agony's eyes, which were previously deeply disturbed and confused seeing Bame's tears. With the red light, Agony's confusion vanished and her gaze became focused as she looked at the crying Bame and shoot a beam of wailing flames at her. Hiss! Seeing the incoming attack, Bame did not bother to dodge the screaming flames and instead glared at Belphegor. However, helplessness was apparent in its stare. In response, the devil sneered at Bame, saying, "What are you going to do about it?" However, to the surprise of everyone present, especially the demigods, Wyatt walked in front of Bame and used his celestial repulsion force to easily block the beam of fire, which let out pain-filled screams as it passed through the air. As the mutated version of the Eternal Flame of Agony, the Undead Flame of Agony had inherited its signature sound along with its many abilities. After blocking the attack, Wyatt turned to look at Bame and said, "Buddy, thanks for the help. Now go do what you have been waiting a lifetime for, and leave these two to me." Agony wasn't the only one who saw the pain in Bame's eyes. Wyatt too saw its loneliness and pain. It instantly reminded him of the Sky Blossom City Tournament's semifinals between him and Corey, more specifically the promise between Corey Bright and Bame. Hiss. Bame produced a noise while flicking her forked tongue. Though Wyatt did not understand what exactly she was saying, he understood her intent. It asked him not to kill Agony, to which Wyatt said, "I can't promise you anything, but I will try." Hiss. Bame stressed as if saying not good enough. "Fine, I promise to not kill her. After all, I do owe you one for helping me subdue the true relic. Shaking his head, Wyatt promised Bame, as he did not like to owe others. As soon as Wyatt promised, the tears of Bame evaporated and a slyness could be seen in its eyes. Seeing this, Wyatt sighed, then continued to shake his head, thinking that he did owe Bame a big one, and understanding that the pain and loneliness in its eyes could not be faked. This must be Bame's effort to save some face, showing that Bame was a lot smarter than her underdeveloped spirituality would allow. Then Bame's length decreased to a meter, and before leaving, she flicked her forked tongue at him, as if thanking him. Wyatt took the moment to confirm. Did you specifically learn the size manipulation for this moment? Bame nodded its head in response to Wyatt's question. Ever since Corey tried to summon her during the tournament, she has been practicing size manipulation so that it can control its size and meet its master the next time she summoned her. The very next second, Bame's white figure vanished. She was too excited to reunite with her master after so many centuries. She could not wait any longer. Witnessing the exchange between the stupid snake and Wyatt, Belphegor confirmed one thing: that both of them knew each other prior to today. The more he tried to deduce what was going on, the more confused Belphegor got, because he was missing an important piece that was key to solving the puzzle, and that was the information that Corey Park, once the source of his nightmares, was now alive as Corey Bright. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.